land of breathtaking natural beauty, rich cultural heritage, and home to the greatest chess player ever, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has played host to one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world, and this year is no exception. Magnus has claimed the top prize in 4 of the last 5 years, failing last year after a disappointing showing that saw him go winless in the classical portion of a tournament for the first time in 16 years. He had to watch as HIKARU Nakamura defeated Fabiano Caruana in an epic battle on the last day to take the title. Both HIKARU and Fabi return this year to take on Magnus and the rest of this elite field. Joining them will be the reigning world champion Ding Liren and young phenoms Alireza Firouzja and Pragnananda Rameshbabu, who will look to continue the form that led to their recent candidates' births. This year will also be notable as Norway Chess will be the first ever classical super tournament to have the same prize fund for the open and women's sections. The 2 tournaments will play out side by side, and Norway Chess Women looks to be just as intriguing as the open section. Current women's world champion Zhu Wenjun will face off against the formidable field of Kuneru Humpi, Lei Ting-jae, Anna Muzichuk, Vaishali Rameshbabu, and the legendary Pia Kramling. Who will emerge victorious in the land of the Vikings? This is Norway Chess.
Hello, chat. We are back with Norway Chess day number 2, and it's going to be a spectacular day after what happened yesterday. Sahaj bhai, welcome. क्या ही game था भाई कल.
Yo, Sahil bhai, what's up, chat? You're right, Sahil bhai. That
Sahaj
was a
bhai mute पे
crazy
मेरे को
game.
हाँ.
It was a crazy game, and Magnus, as usual,
Yeah.
in his typical style, just grinded out the end game and got Gukesh in a time pressure, and Gukesh just crumbled. It happens to the best of us. We have seen it before. And by Aaj ka din is going to be even more exciting because we might
Yeah.
have a future potential world championship match happening right now today.
Yeah, it's going to be epic. 6 of the best players of the world battling it out. Somebody's gonna win, somebody's gonna lose. And you can see HIKARU and Magnus on top. And unhi dono ka match hai aaj Sahaj. So it's HIKARU versus Magnus. HIKARU having especially the white pieces, I think, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yes. So how much do you think, like HIKARU is thinking, I want to beat Magnus today and get revenge for all my CCT losses?
भाई आई थिंक दैट वुड बी द बेस्ट बेट क्योंकि अगर आर्मागेडन में गए और 10 वर्सेस 7 में आई स्टिल थिंक मैग्नस हैज अ वेरी गुड चांस ऑफ होल्डिंग इट बट इट्स मैग्नस. तो आई थिंक वहाँ पे ड्रॉ के चांसेस काफी हाई हैं मतलब इन द क्लासिकल सेक्शन एंड देन आई थिंक इट गोज इनटू आर्मागेडन. आई थिंक दैट विल बी अ लॉट ऑफ फन. बाय द वे आई जस्ट रियलाइज कि आई जस्ट सेड कि इट्स अ पोटेंशियल वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप मैचअप एंड वी वर नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट हिकारू वर्सेस मैग्नस. या वी वर टॉकिंग अबाउट अर्जुन वर्सेस गुकेश.
Yeah. World number 1 Magnus, world number 2 HIKARU, world number 3 Arjun, world number 4 or 5 GUKESH. So पूरा का पूरा मजा आने वाला है. Chat, by the way, if you start predictions one by one, how many results do you think we're going to see today, Sahaj? We saw 3 yesterday. Chat, how many results today?
So Arjun Gukesh, I feel यहाँ पे रिजल्ट आएगा. I feel यहाँ पे रिजल्ट आने वाला है. हिकारू मैग्नस आई थिंक थोड़ा इक्वलिश मेरे को ड्रॉ का लग रहा है. वेई वर्सेस करुआना में भी मुझे रिजल्ट लग रहा है. एंड सारा वर्सेस जुवेंजुन आई थिंक वहाँ पे रिजल्ट आ सकता है. वैशाली वर्सेस लीटिंग जी डेफिनेटली वहाँ पे रिजल्ट आएगा एंड आई थिंक अना मुजिचुक वर्सेस हम्पी वुड आई थिंक फिजल आउट इनटू मेरे को इक्वलिश सा गेम लग रहा है तो आई वुड से 3 रिजल्ट्स पोटेंशियली
Yeah.
सेम एज
So
yesterday and you what do you think
I'm gonna replay your thoughts there, Saj. 3 results, but in the end, हमें पूरे 6 के 6 results जरूर मिलेंगे because there is Armageddon after each game. So निरी भाई, it's gonna be really fascinating to see कि भाई कैसा रहेगा. Saj भाई, if you look at that head-to-head score, अर्जुन वर्सेस गुकेश एंड हिकारू वर्सेस कार्लसन, वो हेड टू हेड स्कोर को एक बार आप देखो, थोड़ा समझो चैट. अर्जुन 5, गुकेश 0, and Hikaru won, Magnus 14. So it's very obvious that the stats are leaning towards one side, and even the universe obeys the laws of mathematics. I mean, तो ये तो भाई बड़ा इजी मैचअप लग रहा है ऐसे देखने में, तो लग रहा है भाई तभी कोई डिफरेंट प्लेयर्स खेल रहे हैं कोई लेवल के.
But okay, let's not forget when Arjun and Gukesh were playing and when the results happened, apart from the Tata Steel, all of the matches जहाँ पे result आया, they were from way back when, yeah, from when both players were at I think maximum 2600 rating. नहीं तो when they both were around the same age and they were playing youth events, and stuff like that. So I would say कि when both became elite
Yeah.
players, उसके बाद सिर्फ एक ही मैच में रिजल्ट आया, that was under Tata Steel, which went in Arjun's favor. But Hikaru versus Magnus is, I think, even crazier. To consider that Hikaru has only won once and Magnus has defeated him 14 times. That is a lot of times.
Absolutely. So Niri bhai, let's move on. Let's move on and show कि भाई format क्या है. There it is, chat. It's gonna be 2 hours of play each. दोनों players का 2-2 घंटे हैं. No increment. If you win the classical game, सीधा 3 point मिलेंगे. If you lose the classical game, सीधा 0. But if you end up in a draw, then there is tiebreaker Armageddon instantly. And the winner of the Armageddon gets 1.5 and the loser gets 1. So 4 potential points and lots of, you can see drastic changes in pairings very quickly, Sahaj, because of this. Because कोई बंदा जीतता रहा है, कोई बंदा draw करके आ रहा है, and वो win करके, there's huge emphasis on winning a game.
Absolutely, because draws in this tournament matter very little. So every player has an incentive. क्योंकि जीतने में आपको literally आपको double points मिल रहा है. आर्मागेडन में आपको 1.5 मिलता है, जीतने में आपको 3 मिलते हैं. तो I think that's a very big incentive for the players to go for a win.
So, Nikhil bhai, let's have the cameras. Let's start with the Hikaru Magnus board and then move to the Gukesh Arjun board. जल्दी से नजर मारते हैं playing hall की तरफ. क्या चल रहा है? Have the players right. So we don't see Arjun or Gukesh at the board yet with only 4 minutes to go. Maybe refresh our camera abhi. I think maybe then they'll be sitting there like magic. Saj bhai, I mean, between the Indian players, by the way, what do you expect? क्या रहेगा वहां पे? Because they are kind of friends as well, but they're kind of also both players at the board. You see Arjun with folded hands, Gukesh with folded hands. Gukesh, look at the contrast there, chat. Look at Gukesh, calm, composed, closed eyes, fully focused, like लग रहा है yoga classes चल रही हैं. And look at Arjun on the left, relaxed, same posture but rolling in his chair, looking around the tournament hall, kind of a bit more chilled. So everybody has their own style, yeah, but both players are really gonna battle it out today. And don't forget, last time they played, Arjun won with the black pieces. तो आज तो white है, Saj.
Ooh, and we remember that game. That was a very, very difficult game, I think. And it also finished. I remember Arjun was in a very bad form in the Tata Steel, and उसके बाद he had this fantastic game against Gukesh. So definitely एक psychological perspective से अगर हम सोचे तो I think Arjun has the upper hand for sure. But look at Gukesh right now. He's so focused. He's so calm. Yeah, मतलब it has to be intimidating. It must be to watch a player being so composed, being so calm right before such a huge match. But let's see, bhai. Let's see what he goes. Chat, आपके लिए सवाल and साहिल भाई आपके लिए भी सवाल. What do you think would be the first move?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think knowing Arjun, I expect D4. He's also a London fan, तो इनकी openings D4 के against बहुत revolve करती है. Especially Gukesh, who's coming off from a World Championship prep, who might have a lot of opening prep still to show after E4. So मुझे लग रहा है D4 रहेगा. Saj, what's your prediction and what's your prediction? Chat spam कर दो move number 1.
So I think by D4 हो सकता है, but I don't think he goes for London because I think that's a very bad idea against Gukesh because except if you're Magnus, तब आप जो बाबा लंदन खेल
Yeah.
भी खेल सकते हो, that also works apparently. But लेकिन I think if he goes for D4, I think he's gonna go for something more concrete जहाँ पे ज़्यादा theory का emphasis होगा. So I think not London. I wouldn't be shocked if he goes for E4. I think that simples, the most popular, the most dynamic also out of the three of them. I would not be surprised if he goes for something with E4.
साज भाई, अर्जुन इतनी बार कुर्सी घुमा चुका है, एट दिस पॉइंट फिजिक्स फैंस विल स्टार्ट कैलकुलेट द एंगुलर मोमेंटम ऑफ दैट चेयर भाई, इतनी बार घुमा चुका है. इफ अर्जुन स्पिन्स द चेयर 5 times in 2 seconds, what is the velocity? I don't know भाई. So he's just, I think both players are a bit nervous there. I think वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं रोकने की. And chat, do like the stream, जल्दी से लाइक कर दो. Let's get to 300 likes. By the way, हर 500 likes पे आज एक मेंबरशिप देंगे. देखो गुकेश भी स्टंड है, बाप रे 500 लाइक पे, ही इज लाइक कांट बिलीव इट. जल्दी स्ट्रीम लाइक करो, सब्सक्राइब करो. एंड सहज भाई, D4 आपका प्रेडिक्शन है क्या?
I think D4, yeah. Sorry, I think E4. I think E4. D4 खेलेगा भी तो I think D4
अच्छा,
C4.
E4.
E4 मुझे लग रहा है. E4 is the most likely. I think C4 के भी chances हैं, going for the English. But I think अगर D4 खेलेगा तो I would not expect him to go for London. I think you just should avoid anything
हाँ.
जो बहुत ज़्यादा solid है, because I think it goes against kind of Arjun's style as well. And it sort of plays into Gukesh's style as well.
Yeah, 1 minute to go. Not to forget, Arjun won his game yesterday, चाहे tiebreaker में ही हो, but Gukesh lost, and he has 2 blacks in a row. And today he'll be under pressure with GCT not going his way. If he somehow loses this, that's gonna be very, very hard to come back from. Because यहाँ पे Sahaj, there are no easy opponents. Tomorrow, can you guess who Gukesh plays?
Tomorrow,
Yeah,
by HIKARU. Oh, there we have the
Hikaru, there
there
it
we have the
is.
handshake. Let's go
There is
E4
lift off
Arjun.
of the game, and handshakes हो चुके हैं, clock दब चुकी है, and we have D4 on the board indeed. Let's go D4 fans भाई, heart spam कर दो भाई.
Let's go, bhai. D4 on the board, and he goes knight F6. Okay, that was expected, but surely not King's Indian. Okay, he goes for C4. Okay, this was expected. It was still expected. No London on the board,
Yeah, I think
and
E6
he
is pretty
plays
normal.
E6 is very normal. No King's Indian, no sharp openings, and he goes for knight to C3. The Nimzo Indian defense on the board. अगर वो Bishop B4 खेलता है तो. Oh, and Bishop B4 on
Oh,
the board. Nimzo
Sahaj,
Indian.
you know
Why?
what? We don't see this as often nowadays. I don't know. When I used to play chess 2016 से 20 के बीच में ना, 4 साल में Nimzo was like the most popular move. हर कोई खेलता था. आजकल थोड़ा कम हो गया है इसको खेलना, right?
Yeah, you are right, because Catalan and like QGD wali lines, knight f3 has
Yeah.
become more the norm. But okay, look at Arjun's fourth move. He went for this sort of
What?
not so known variation with G3. He's kind of combining Catalan structures with Nimzo. I think that's his plan. I mean, he just wants to go bishop G2, knight f3, and castle. That's it. But Sahil bhai, how many games do we have after G3?
Good question. Chat, यहाँ पे most popular move is E3. Second most is Queen C2. Third most Knight F3. Fourth, fifth, sixth, and the seventh move is G3. So out of, I don't know, around 1 lakh games, सिर्फ 2-2,500 games में ये खेला गया है. So it's not common. It's like the 7th, 8th most favored move. G3 on the board. And Sahaj, यहाँ पे White seems to have a decent record. Yeah, like slightly better than the average. So maybe it's because black players have not seen this so often.
Absolutely, but I don't think that would be the case with Gukesh, because of course for the World Championship he must have seen basically every line on the face of the earth. It's the real question is, does he remember it? Would he remember what plan he used to go for, or maybe he's thinking about which line to go for, because probably he knows more than one here for sure. So the likely moves are short castle, there is d5, there is c5. Usually आप ये moves तो खेलोगे, but it's about आप कौन से order में खेलोगे इसको. पहले आप d5 खेलोगे, पहले आप castle खेलोगे,
Yeah.
पहले आप c5 खेलोगे. But ये moves तो आने वाली हैं, I think board पे for
कैमरा
sure.
कैमरा कैसे जूम इन हो रहा है, लग रहा है बोर्ड पे ही जाके बैठ जाएंगे हम लोग भाई. ऐसी फीलिंग आ रही थी. बोर्ड पे ही जाके रुकेंगे भाई और बोलेंगे अर्जुन भाई कॉफी कॉफी चाहिए भाई.
Crazy
Okay,
भाई.
so फिलहाल के लिए Gukesh calculating his moves. I think G3 would definitely be somewhat of a surprise. Can we reduce the board a bit? I think अर्जुन को पूरा थोड़ा सा स्मॉल कर दे उसको, if possible. शायद सेंटर में भी जगह हो सकती है उसको रखने की. And it's gonna be crazy indeed.
एब्सोल्युटली
Oof.
एब्सोल्युटली गुकेश
Yeah,
सोचते हुए इस पोजीशन
perfect.
में थिंकिंग अबाउट भाई D5 खेलना है कि C5 खेलना है या फिर कासल खेलना है. एंड अर्जुन गेटिंग अप फ्रॉम द बोर्ड, ही नोज के ओके द ओपनिंग फेज मे बी ही हैज गॉटन द बेटर ऑफ गुकेश ऑलरेडी बिकॉज G3 वाज नॉट एक्सपेक्टेड बाय गुकेश एट ऑल.
But you know what? Carlson भी कल खूब उठा था, लेकिन at the end गुकेश was absolutely fine in the opening. कोई stress नहीं था, equalized comfortably. वो तो time pressure में जाके it kind of bit him later. So फिलहाल के लिए I think Gukesh is gonna handle his nerves pretty easily. So I wouldn't expect him to take too much pressure. And G3 of course, Saj, Castle's played, so not too much time taken. Yeah, around 2 minutes and 48 seconds. That means you are correct. He has seen this. He was just trying to remember कि खेलना क्या है.
Absolutely, and I think he's also thinking about कौन से order में moves को खेलना. So I think now Bishop G2 by Arjun should happen instantly because G3 अगर आपने नहीं खेला तो अगर आप Bishop G2 से follow up नहीं करते then there is no point in playing this. Then there we have it, Bishop G2 on the
Yeah,
board. And now I think
yeah,
the real question is, does he go for D5 or C5? Oh, he goes for D5 immediately. So Sahil bhai,
yeah,
I think that we have kind of transposed into some Catalan variation जहाँ पे
yeah.
white का knight C3 पे है. So transpose हो रही
Yeah.
है line कुछ तो.
नहीं भाई, आई थिंक वो बोर्ड बोर्ड छोटा करके वी कैन हैव इट इन द सेंटर, जहां पे अर्जुन बेंड भी हो तो इट डजंट कवर इट द बोर्ड. आई थिंक दैट वे इट विल बी ऑसम. एंड A3 प्लेट, सो सहज ही इज आस्किंग द क्वेश्चन कि भाई मारोगे C3 पे कि नहीं मारोगे. फ्रॉम योर पर्सपेक्टिव गोइंग बैक डेफिनेटली फील्स लाइक अ वेस्ट ऑफ टेम्पो, और डू यू थिंक कि इट्स ओके टू गो बैक बिशप E7?
I think Bishop, from what I can see from the online database on chess.com, I think Bishop E7 is the most popular move and Bishop C3 is the second most popular move. And I would say कि अगर आपका opponent इतना prepare करके आया इस position में, then I would most likely go for Bishop E7 साहिल भाई because it seems safer. Bishop C3 ऐसा लग रहा है कि मैं C4 का pawn मारूंगा and आपके पास initiative
हम्म.
रहेगा. और अगर आपका opponent prepared है, तो आप ऐसे imbalances में अपने आप नहीं घुसोगे, right?
True, true, true. So will be crazy. As Ukesh thinks, Levi, can we have that two camera angles? So I also want to see what's happening in Magnus versus Hikaru. So दोनों games साथ में देखते हो इधर के लिए. And of course, it's gonna be, Armageddon सहज भाई टाई ब्रेकर में चालू होती है, but I would say कि Armageddon यहाँ पे भाई start already हो गया. Because the rivalries are insane, सहज. Like Arjun versus Gukesh, India number one versus India number two. Then you have world number one versus world number two. भाई ये चल क्या रहा है? Insane, insane, and taken on C3 by Gukesh.
Gukesh is not scared. Why? He says, "You offer me a pawn, I will take the pawn." Okay. Now after BC3, DC4 taking the pawn is the best move according to the online database at least. उसके अलावा C5 and C6 are also very likely, but C4 का pawn आप कभी ना कभी तो मारोगे ही. The fact that Gukesh took it so quickly makes me think that DC4 is already in his files.
Yeah, very interesting. Are Magnus and Carlsen? Wow, Magnus and Hikaru not like both of them not at the board. Yeah, now Hikaru just arrived, and we can see a typical opening there. Sahas, nothing fancy. E4 E5 setup. So Hikaru going for something traditional, nothing super crazy. What is Hikaru thinking, by the way? Is he like thinking, you know what? I want to beat Magnus Carlsen today. I bet Fabiano Caruana yesterday. If I beat Magnus, that's a huge claim. And we've also mentioned that Hikaru is considering that he should retire now. He's not that interested in classical chess. So beating Magnus could be the best thing to happen in terms of us retaining him as a professional chess player.
True. I think right now he's just thinking about भाई मैंने फाइल्स में क्या सोचा था फाइल्स में क्या देखा था but I think coming back to the point I think beating Magnus is obviously a very huge deal for anyone in the chess world. And I think अगर ये मैच अगर ड्रॉ भी होता तो we are going to see a very exciting Armageddon match there as well. And I think ज़्यादा focus if I was Hikaru I would have focused more on that क्योंकि मुझे पता है वहां पे मेरे पास 3 मिनट ज्यादा है वहां पे मैग्नस को हराने का चांस ज्यादा है being Hikaru.
Hmm. Yeah, gonna be crazy. And meanwhile, chat as Hikaru calculates. Saj bhai, so याद है opening files के नाम भी होते हैं. And apparently World Championship में Rapport ने कोई ढिंग को कोई फाइल भेजी थी, याद है आपको? So if Hikaru has a file to beat Magnus, उसका फाइल का नाम क्या रखा होगा Hikaru ने?
0.23%.
तो
By the way,
chat हमें
just
ज्यादा बताएगी, I think chat
discussing,
will be the हाँ.
I don't know chat को पसंद आएगा जो क्या नहीं, but just discussing the game of Hikaru versus Magnus, ये एक रॉय लोपेज D3 सेटअप से आई है, एंड द इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग इज कि मैग्नस ने अभी B5 नहीं खेला है. यूजुअली आप बिशप C5 B5 के बाद खेलते हो, बट द फैक्ट दैट ही हैज नॉट प्लेड B5 it means कि ही इज गोना डिले इट. तो मोस्ट लाइकली इज प्लानिंग शॉर्ट कासल D6 एंड कुछ तो बिशप D7 का प्लान, एंड B5 जितना देर तक आप होल्ड कर सकते हो करो. एंड आई एक्चुअली प्ले दिस सेटअप अ लॉट विद वाइट माई सेल्फ. एंड ये जो लाइन जो
Hmm.
मैग्नस खेल रहा है, आई थिंक दिस इज वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट इश्यूज यू हैव फ्रॉम द वाइट साइड. यहाँ पे हर मतलब इंजन हमेशा 0-0-0 के बोलता है, एंड देर आर वेरी वेरी फ्यू लाइन्स वेर यू कैन गेट समथिंग out of the opening itself. So I think a great choice by Magnus there.
Yeah, very interesting. Magnus, of course. Oh, by the way, Magnus just cleaned something from the board. I don't know, chat, if you have played an over the board tournament, board पे बाल से लेके, dust से लेके पता नहीं क्या क्या गिरा होता है. तो Magnus just cleaned something from the board. Would
Mhm.
love to have that clip later in a short form video, but फिलहाल के लिए Magnus ने साफ सफाई में चालू है भाई.
Oh, by the way, no, Gukesh didn't just play. Yeah, Gukesh still thinking after BC3. Interesting that he took Bishop C3 so fast, and अब वो सोच रहा है इस position में. I think Gukesh is probably thinking कि भाई DC4 अभी मारना है, या फिर you just don't go for it. You just go C5, and because that's the safer choice there, right? Because C5 is like मेरे को pawn नहीं चाहिए, आप initiative रखो, and I'll just focus on development. And on the other hand, if you take on C4, that's a free pawn. But he knows कि Arjun has spent just a minute in this, just over a minute in this position so far, which means Arjun is very much in prep. By confession, so please, we would love to hear what Arjun has to say about this position, because I think we have some. वहाँ पे बहुत मजा आएगा सुनने में.
The thing is, we have not seen Gukesh give a confession yet, chat. So I think हमें अर्जुन के, मैग्नस के, हिकारू के मिलेंगे, but we have not seen Gukesh give a confession. Would love to see that as well. But फिलहाल के लिए he's sitting at the board, fully focused. कल वो उठे भी नहीं board से, and आज भी वही strategy अपना रहे हैं. He is under pressure. He lost yesterday, and you know what? I don't know, Saj, if you saw the moment. So while we were editing a video, we saw Gukesh, after kind of losing to Magnus, did something like some, like he was exhausted, like he was tired and he was demoralized at the end. So I think कहीं ना कहीं पे ये गेम उनके लिए super super important है. Do you think if he loses this one, this could make him go on a tilt, and then Norway chess turns out to be a nightmare?
I think it's very, very, very likely. Very, very likely. Because I think थोड़ा सा tilt कल के मैच से भी होगा ही, because maybe because we had this so much expectations. He's the world champion. He's playing the goat of chess. And of course, you have these expectations for yourself also. आप खुद के लिए बोलते हो कि भाई मुझे at least ये hold तो करना चाहिए था. So I think he definitely, it would have affected him at somewhat for sure. And आज का game अगर if it doesn't go his way, I would say it could become a nightmare for Gukesh. So this, drawing this, या फिर winning this is the way to get back into the game. And also this would effectively make him India #1 as well, Sahil bhai.
Oh wow, are they that close on ratings right now? I'm not
I
sure.
think so, no? Because
No,
Arjun will also lose rating, no?
it's touch and go. Yeah, it's touch and go. I think you're right. He might just become like
Yeah, so
world number 3.
so
Yeah.
Gukesh is 2772.2 and Arjun is 2781. I think Gukesh will gain around 5 points and Arjun will lose
Yeah.
around 5 points.
Yeah.
So based on that, Gukesh would become Indian. I think I could be
Yeah.
wrong. 0.1 का फर्क हो सकता है. But yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's very likely.
भाई कितना प्रेशर में लग रहा है ना गुकेश. कैन वी गो फुल स्क्रीन फॉर अ मोमेंट, लाइक जस्ट टू काइंड ऑफ गो थ्रू हिज बॉडी लैंग्वेज. साज, टेल मी ऑनेस्टली, ठीक है, एज अ प्लेयर व्हेन यू आर सिटिंग देयर, कहीं ना इवन व्हाइल यू लुकिंग एट टुडेज गेम और कल के फ्लैशबैक्स आते हैं, यार आई काइंड ऑफ लॉस्ट this tournament, will it go my way? So kind of see, sometimes
Of course, he knows how to deal with these things. I would say that you take every game as if it was a new day. And of course, it's easier said than done. But पुराने जो आपकी expectations होती हैं वो आपको hurt तो करती हैं game में. I mean, it takes, and at the end of the day, the only thing that heals you is time. और time अपने पास उतना है नहीं. Speaking about it. So it would be a bit difficult, I think, but let's hope he can pull it through. And by the way, yes, we know that Arjun did defeat Gukesh 5 times, but उसका pressure एक अलग है कि that Arjun ने Gukesh को 5 बार हराया. That pressure is separate from what he's feeling in the tournament itself. So that's a lot of expectations
yeah.
to sort of carry on your shoulders.
And don't forget, Tata Steel and GCT are the only two events Gukesh played. यही दोनों खेले हैं. And of course, GCT वैसे ही अच्छा नहीं गया. And Tata Steel में he lost to Arjun. So कहीं ना कहीं पे this is a very important game for him to get back at Arjun, get that point on the scoreboard, and also kind of get his form back from GCT and this event. So very very important game. You can see the stakes. हाथ सर के ऊपर है full focus से. So it's not gonna be easy. Of course, Arjun looks very well prepared. साज अगर हम board को देखें, so let's say D takes C4. I think is the obvious move, right? I think pawn मर रहा है. If you don't take, then I think I also have the option of taking at some point. So DC4 feels like the most obvious move. As white, I think I want to develop, right? Knight F3. I want to put my king to safety. What does black do now from here?
Sahil, actually, it's interesting that knight f3 was not the move that came into my mind. I was thinking e4 from the white side because I
Oh,
thought
wow.
आपने center giveaway किया with dc4.
Hmm.
Just a drawback principle once again. We were discussing it yesterday as well. आपने e4 का square छोड़ दिया, तो I will just put my pawn there. Then I will focus on developing my knight maybe to e2 or maybe I play e5 and knight f3 or something like that, and then I just castle. And you're saying कि भाई मेरा initiative कहाँ है भाई? I'm controlling. I have 2 pawns in the center. You have none. That already is compensation enough. On top of that, I have double bishops as well. So I wouldn't say that it is that bad for white. But then again, knight f3 also feels like a really strong move. So I think दोनों काफी dangerous लग रही है. And you have to really come up with a plan on the board without the help of any engines, which is not an easy task in such positions for sure.
And yeah, and we saw Gukesh played the first idea, right? ये G3 के बाद very quickly. So that means he has seen this before. तो कहीं ना कहीं पे वो opening preparation याद करनी पड़ेगी. And of course, DC4 के बाद E4 definitely an idea. E4 या Knight F3, I think regardless, Sahaj, I think C5 might happen on the board. He wants to challenge the center, break the center if possible. And let's say C5, how do you continue? And you see, I think Gukesh is not comfortable in the chair. Yeah, we also saw a moment. Kal, I think even one of the female players was not comfortable. So kursiyan, I think perfect quality के नहीं है भाई.
हाँ हो सकता है भाई हो सकता है बट C5 के बाद आई थिंक यू जस्ट कासल आई गेस यू जस्ट प्ले A4 बिशप A3 समथिंग लाइक दैट एंड आई मीन ये ऐसा कॉम्पोजिशन है जो आई थिंक यू डोंट रियलाइज इट इमीडिएटली बट इट्स अ लॉन्ग टर्म थिंग तो मतलब जितना गेम में लंबा चलेगा आई थिंक इन द मिडिल गेम एटलीस्ट ब्लैक विल ऑल्सो स्ट्रगल टू डेवलप हिज क्वीन साइड पीसेस लाइक द बिशप ऑन C8 द नाइट ऑन B8 द नाइट कैन कम आउट टू C6 बट दैट बिशप ऑन C8 is something that I think you will have a bit of a problem with. Like वो बिशप किधर जा रहा है B7 पे तो आ नहीं सकता because as soon as you play B6 मेरा G2 का bishop is always putting a target over there on the A8 rook. So
Yeah.
अब B6 bishop B7 खेल नहीं सकते तो वो bishop जाएगा किधर? That's the sort of the main issue behind this pawn sacrifice.
बिशप जाएगा कहाँ भाई? दैट इज द क्वेश्चन. यही मैं अपने हर पीस के बारे में सोचता हूँ डेली बेसिस पे. तो आई अंडरस्टैंड द डिलेमा भाई. एज युकेश थिंक्स मे बी इट्स टाइम टू हैव अ ब्रीफ लुक एट द मैग्नस गेम. कुछ हुआ है कि नहीं? एंड आफ्टर अ ब्रीफ लुक वी विल रश टू हिज कन्फेशन. साज भाई, सो फार व्हाट डू यू मेक ऑफ द पोजीशन?
I think it's equal so far. I think both players should be very much in prep. I think Magnus का time देख के लग नहीं रहा, but Magnus would be very familiar with these positions. I think so. इट्स ओनली मैटर ऑफ टाइम ये बहुत मतलब इटालियन टाइप की पोजीशन है व्हाइट का बिशप A4 पे पड़ा हुआ है अभी राइट A4 की जगह अगर वो बिशप C4 पे होता तो दिस इज एग्जैक्ट सेम इटालियन पोजीशन ब्लैक का पॉन A6 पे होता है व्हाइट का पॉन C4 पे होता है व्हाइट का बिशप C4 पे होता है एंड दैट्स इट so I think he would be very familiar with these positions he's just trying to figure out probably कि भाई C4 और A4 में फर्क क्या है that's it so even though time थोड़ा कम है मैग्नस का I
Yep.
still feel he would be quite comfortable in this position.
या कैमरास आई थिंक स्विच नहीं हो रही नहीं भाई. चेक करना प्लीज उसको. आई एम ऑन हिकारूज गेम राइट नाउ. सो फिलहाल के लिए बिशप A4. सहज आई थिंक ये B5 कभी ना कभी तो आ ही सकता है. ऑल्सो बिशप विल गेट किक्ड अवे विद B4 आइडियाज. बाय द वे समथिंग आई थिंक हैपेंड. आई डोंट नो इफ दिस इज द करंट पोजीशन और नॉट बट B4 आएगा तो बिशप A7 वुड मेक अ लॉट ऑफ सेंस. या आई थिंक काफी स्ट्रेटेजिक गेम है. स्लो चल सकती है एंड बोथ प्लेयर्स विल ट्राई टू आउट प्रिपेयर एंड आउट कैलकुलेट द अदर. सो फिलहाल के लिए सहज भाई आई थिंक the more exciting game feels like the Gukesh one because कुछ नया idea आया है वहां पे. And yeah, so this is the current position. Gukesh going through all the moves and he's already 15 minutes behind. And chat मेरा से सवाल है भाई. Yesterday, why do you think Gukesh lost the game? What's your number one reason, according to you, that Gukesh lost the game? Chat, come on, spam कर दो. Saj भाई, what's the main reason do you think he lost the game yesterday?
um I don't think there is one reason. There is like multiple reasons. But I think Magnus just outlasted him. Yeah, I think physical fitness, mental fitness is a thing, and I think उसने इतना pressure consistently डालना शुरू कर दिया that I think he just collapsed at the end. And it's a type of mistake जो I think Gukesh बार बार नहीं करेगा. तो and if someone says Magnus effect, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think वो position किसी के साथ भी होती तो Gukesh can crumble for sure. And people who are saying time, I think you are spot on. If I had to choose one thing,
Yeah.
just one main thing, then I think time is a very very big factor here.
एंड दैट्स द पॉइंट चैट, जो यहाँ पे अभी 15-16 मिनट हो गए हैं, वहां पे अगर 16 सेकेंड भी एक्स्ट्रा होते तो मे बी ही माइट हैव फाउंड दैट रूक G2 चेक एंड देन क्वीन H6. सो वही टाइम बहुत वैल्यूएबल है. आई होप गुकेश मैनेजेस हिज क्लॉक pretty well. We don't want a situation, not for Arjun, not for Gukesh, इस तरह से decide ना हो तो best है. We want to see hardcore chess, super strong chess, जहाँ पे एक the stronger player wins. And Gukesh, so Gukesh has struggled at time management. Usually, what does a player do to kind of improve that skill?
At that level, I'm not sure, but I mean, for normal people like me, I would say कि भाई you should trust your judgment, because मेरे coach ने एक बहुत important चीज़ कही थी, which has actually stuck with me for a long time. I still think about it a lot. It's like कि जो भी आप चाल आप सोचते हो ना, by the way, D takes C4 played by Gukesh, he goes for the pawn and he goes for the imbalance there. But yeah, coming back to your point, I think one of the main things that he told me is कि 90% of the times जो चाल आपके दिमाग में सबसे पहले आती है ना, आप वही खेलते हो. तो
हाँ.
remove that sort of that thinking phase and just play it. जो चाल आपके दिमाग में आ रही है और मेरे कोच ने मेरे मुंह पे कहा था कि देख, इफ यू आर 90% राइट ना, आई एम ओके विद दैट. एंड आई वांट यू टू नो दैट अगर जैसे ब्लंडर होता है
Yeah.
तो इट्स ओके. एंड शुरुआत में ब्लंडर्स होंगे, बट धीरे धीरे करके योर ब्रेन सॉर्ट ऑफ एडजस्ट टू इट. तो that's the advice that kind of really, because Sahil bhai, I used to struggle a lot with time pressure. There was a period in my life for 2-3 years मैं हर गेम में time pressure में आता था. So just
What? Why?
ooh,
No E4, no knight F3 instantly. Oh my god. Sahaj, look at this. This is very interesting chat. Okay. I really want to highlight this. Okay. This was the position. The most played move is D takes C4. 32 games out of around 50. And after this, 16 game में knight F3 खेला गया है. 15 गेम में क्वीन A4. Only one game A4 was played and white won that game. Very very interesting. And इस गेम में C5 हुआ, A5 हुआ, knight came to A6, knight to F3, knight D5. I just want to go through the moves quickly just to show you कि भाई इस पोजीशन में कैसे गेम white ने advantage ली. And suddenly he got the center, knight came to E5, D5 break किया. भाई ये भी कुछ clear नहीं है भाई सहज भाई. This is a very very sharp position.
yeah, and looks like black had a decent position, but then position फिर भी थोड़ी weird लग रही है देख के, and probably this is what Arjun is hoping for कि भाई mess आएगी board पे, and he's trying to take Gukesh out of his comfort zone, yeah, which I think he has definitely done that.
Saime. I think this is going to be a very, very sharp game. And he's also playing to Ukesh's weak point now. He's forcing him to think, utilize that time on the clock. That even though Ukesh figures out everything on the board, he will use up a bunch of his time. And then again, he could fall under time pressure. That's why, साज भाई कहते हैं ना कि आपकी अगर गाड़ी है उसके 4 पहिए, एक पे भी हल्का सा पंचर हो तो गाड़ी ज्यादा दूर नहीं जा सकती है. Gukesh has that weak point right now, and that's it. His time pressure, his rapid and blitz skills, and Arjun, of course, being the stronger player there, utilizing it to his advantage. And opening prep. So, Saj, from Gukesh's point of view, I think C5 is an obvious move though, right? You want to still challenge this in the center, but C5 and Bishop A3, you're like, do I really want to play this?
I don't think so. भाई डर तो लग रहा है मुझे पोजीशन देख के
है
already.
ना?
I have to say it looks a bit scary for black because you do have the extra pawn and already आपके पास एक extra pawn होता है तो ज़्यादा cautious हो जाते हो गेम में. तो and with the both bishops joining in on the attack, it looks very very scary for Gukesh indeed. So but besides C5, what else can he do? There are no other
Exactly.
logical moves.
Exactly, Sahad. So we saw, right, after DC4, E4 पे C5 आ रहा है best move, Knight F3 पे C5 आ रहा है best move. So Arjun says, भाई C5 ही नहीं चलने दूंगा. And now chat. So C5 के ऊपर Bishop A3 आ रहा है. So what do you think is the best move here for black? Come on, chat. And Saj bhai, what do you think?
I think c5 must be the best move here, na? Or it wasn't. कुछ और थी क्या?
C5 here, BB, actually. That's my point. It is still C5. And after bishop A3, white just wins the pawn back. And apparently, you have to play a move like queen C7, for example, bishop C5, and just give that pawn away, which is not normal, maybe. Yeah, matlab, black doesn't just want to give that pawn away directly. So, if Ukesh has not seen this, might not be as easy to come up with this on the board.
You are right. You're right. Because you are thinking in the back of your head, Kim, my opponent still has double bishops. And my compensation for those double bishops is the extra pawn. So if I don't have the extra pawn, then it's a problem. So you wouldn't want to give that up so easily. And that really doesn't make him play the move c5. But I think a great choice by Arjun, complicating things as usual from the beginning. Yeah. चैट पढ़ते हैं थोड़ा अर्जुन भाई को I don't know what that even means by it's same as Magnus versus Hansen Singh. Matlab, I didn't understand your comments, Shivam bhai. There we have the full screen. Let's go. Okay, A4 on the board. अब Gukesh सोचते हुए, but I think it's a very very difficult position to think for from Gukesh's perspective. I have to say, he's already close to 20 minutes down. आधा घंटा ही हुआ है गेम को शुरू हुए हुए. That is insane to me. Sahil disconnected. नहीं नहीं नहीं, he's still here. I think he will be back very very shortly. कुछ इशू होगा. हाँ वर्सेस दुबोव चल रहा है. अरे let us know वहाँ पे क्या चल रहा है भाई. Would love to know. इसी के साथ साथ I'm not sure if we can take a look at Magnus versus HIKARU as well, नीरी भाई. Please let us know if that is possible. वो वाला जो एंगल था. नहीं तो we can stay on this game. So besides c5, black can also go for knight to c6. And knight c6 looks actually quite interesting to me because
Knight c6, I think, Sahaj bhai, I think you do block the c pawn, right? So you don't want to play that ideally. You're like, yeah, knight khelunga to mera pawn gets stuck, and it's not an easy move to play, honestly.
Bhai, this whole pattern of playing knight c6 and knight to a5, ठीक है, ये बहुत सारी Catalan positions में use होता है. And usually speaking, whenever white plays a4, then knight c6 becomes more likely because once you play a4, na Sahil bhai, then you can't play queen a4. And queen a4 attacks the knight on a5 and attacks your pawn on c4 as well. If we can maybe just show that with the arrows. So queen a4 को stop करता है a4, and that's when knight c6 happens. So maybe Gukesh can connect this somehow and say कि भाई if this pattern works in other positions, maybe it can work here as well. So knight c6 I think can be a logical move too.
It definitely can be. So very interesting moment. Look at the time, Sahaj. Gukesh has played what, 7 moves, already used up 25 minutes. 7 moves में से I think 4 तो automatic ही थे literally. So it's not an easy position for him. He doesn't feel as comfortable to me. So maybe there's a chance. And by the way, poll जो हमने किया था, 61% people saying they think Arjun is gonna win against Gukesh. So chat, I'm going to ask you again, ठीक है, कि 1400 लोगों ने वोट किया है, so feels credible. Who do you think is going to win today? चाहे आर्मगेडन में हो, चाहे डायरेक्ट हो, कौन है आपका विनर आज का? स्पैम कर दो. साज भाई, predictions. एक मैगी.
I think the poll kind of is also taking consideration of the fact कि अगर ये आर्मागेडन की तरफ जाता है, then I think Arjun has the upper hand because we know that that's one of Gukesh's problems so far, managing playing sort of or handling time pressure well. That's sort of his main weakness right now, if any. I think that's why the poll is so sort of I would say decisive in this sense. नहीं तो I think ये अगर classical की बात होती तो I think it would be a lot closer in my opinion.
That's true. I think the poll is decided, but I think वो भी है ना कि फिलहाल के लिए Gukesh doesn't look as comfortable also. So if I look at the classical format now, Sahaj, if you had to choose one player, maybe you might choose Arjun, right? Because looking at the time situation, the fact that Arjun is so well prepared, has directly been caught in his opening, in his prep. So kahin na kahin, even in classical, maybe Arjun has a better chance.
Classical, I mean, it's still, I mean, judging by how the opening phase has gone and, just looking at the time difference, I would say Arjun definitely has the upper hand right now. But still, it's too early to say. मतलब ये थोड़ा
Yeah.
एक new move by Gukesh and Arjun starts thinking can also, change our perception of how this match is gonna go. So it's too early to say right now. I mean, Sai bhai, let's can we take a quick look at HIKARU versus Magnus as well? काफी लोग chat में पूछ भी रहे हैं. Maybe we can just have a
Huh.
very very quick look and see वहाँ पे
Oh,
क्या चल रहा है.
by the way, we have Arjun's confession. So maybe you want to check that out first quickly and
Ooh.
see what he's saying.
Let's go, let's go, let's
Let's
go.
go.
I'm a bit surprised to see Gukesh doing this early on. This is the same opening as the famous Magnus Niemann game from 2022, but maybe he's thinking to deviate somewhere early so that probably he could avoid some potential preparation. And yeah, Wei played this interesting move C3 quite early on in the Rosalemo. I think it's not known at the highest level, or at least not popular. That will surely be an exciting game to watch. And of course, Magnus Hikaru Magnus is also going to be exciting. Let's see how this will turn out.
So yeah, very interesting there. He says that maybe he wants to avoid opening preparation. Arjun likes to keep it short, clearly. And I don't know who's editing these videos, but that's hilarious.
It is,
ये
it
क्या
is, it
था?
is.
ये कहाँ से
It's
आ गया
very
भाई?
funny that he actually remembered. Yeah, well, of course, he would remember that this was from the same game as Magnus versus Hans, from from the very famous game
Sahaj,
जहाँ
Sahaj,
पे
sorry. First frame, this is like me on the plane sleeping. और शताब्दी में बैठा हूँ मैं सो रहा हूँ डुग डुग करके ट्रेन चल रही. This is literally me sleeping. Of course, is calculating, but the first frame was me like, भाई ये तो मेरी शक्ल है भाई, relaxing and trying to sleep on a plane.
Right. Chat पे कोई पूछ रहा है, is A5 a bad move? I would say yes, simply because then your knight cannot come to A5 to defend the pawn on C4. अभी के लिए, and also A5 is not something that develops anything. I think you should either break the center or go for something like knight C6, which develops your pieces. A5 कुछ कर नहीं रहा. White को A5 नहीं खेलना है इस position में.
Yeah.
So it's a bit different in that sense.
Real Arnav Gaming का कल membership add हो गया है, so that is done. Yeah, so and Arjun, by the way, is not even at the board. I think फिलहाल के लिए, how long has the stream been going? So 43 minutes. I think 40 minutes के अंदर से probably he's been sitting at the board for like 5 minutes max, Saj, and 4 minutes तो उसके game से पहले के हैं. So he's not even at the board. He's chilling. He's in his prep. So क्या कर रहा है अभी अर्जुन भाई हॉल में? I don't know if we have a
I
beauty shot. We can see अर्जुन है कहाँ?
I think probably he's busy recording the second confession. Because that would be insane actually. But yeah.
उसने उसने वो वहां बैठ गया ऋषभ भाई, किसी को आने ही नहीं दे रहा. अरे हिकारू रुकना भाई, तू बहुत कर लेता है, मुझे आज मुझे करने दे भाई. तो मजा आएगा
Crazy,
देखने में
crazy.
कितने कन्फेशन आज रिकॉर्ड करता है. Meanwhile, chat, I think सारे games अभी roughly even चल रहे हैं. I think nobody has a clear edge. Can we have the bird's eye view just to kind of look at all the games together? देखते हैं कि is there somebody who's slowly but surely, trying to gain the edge? Clearly, it's not Gukesh right now, who is almost 30 minutes behind. So full pressure on Gukesh there. Let's have the bird's eye view and try to see कि भाई who's better. And there it is, 6 boards. Raj, I think only Anna Muzichuk versus Humpy feels like white is apparently slightly better. Even that is subjective. Rest, I think all the games very, very interesting. But look at Wei against Caruana. H4 on the board.
Yeah, I was just looking at that as well. H4 looks like it's going to get a bit spicy. तो बहुत बहुत मजा आएगा यहाँ पे. Looks very interesting indeed. बिल्कुल Alpha Zero के style पे H4. By the way, the game between Anna Muzichuk and Humpy is still very much preparation. I think this is Mauler, if I'm not mistaken. And Bishop B7 is शुरुआत में engine हमेशा black की थोड़ी खराब बताता है, but if you put it in one of the cloud engines, it becomes quite equal. So I think Humpy G is still very much in preparation. At least I would guess so. So I think all games looking very even. And by the way, Hikaru versus Magnus ने भी H3 खेला है अभी. Hikaru ने last. And by the way, do you know what the accuracy of these two players are so far?
I mean, 100 ही होगी भाई, इसमें कोई डाउट ही नहीं है.
99.4 and 99.7 respectively.
डैम ब्रो, यार क्या कहेंगे शर्मा जी के लड़के. शर्मा जी के लड़के सारे पीछे रह गए कारू मैग्नस.
तो कार्लसन जी के लड़के होंगे भाई.
Bhai, so chat, we come back to Gukesh. Sahaj, exactly 30 minutes behind now. This is getting quite unnerving for me, ऐसे sitting and kind of trying to calculate कि भाई, what is Gukesh thinking? इतना क्या? Because his accuracy right now is 100%. So no mistakes so far. It's the clock going down, 30 minutes down. Sahaj, 2 घंटे से start किया था. Already 1/4 of the time has vanished into thin air. And we have not even, I would say, we're not even close to leaving the opening yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Arjun does best. Yeah, he just completely complicates things from the beginning. And also interesting चीज ये यहाँ पे कि एकदम वो straight line दे रहा है Arjun. He's telling कि भाई C5 खेलो या फिर Knight C6 खेलो. Gukesh doesn't have a lot of choices here. You can't choose from 10 because उसको पता है कि 10 अगर options दूंगा यहाँ पे तो maybe there is a chance that Gukesh finds something that Arjun hasn't prepped at home. It's a very, very calculated decision by Arjun to go into this mess, and I think it's working out perfectly for him so far. Adha ghanta is a lot of time, Sahil bhai, considering that players have no increment in this tournament.
एंड कोई कह रहा है पनीर की रेसिपी सोच रहा है क्या भाई. पनीर जैसी टेस्टी डिश तो आज तक कोई पैदा नहीं हुई. सोच रहा होगा तो कोई बुरी बात नहीं है भाई. फुल एम्पैथी देयर, बट आई डोंट थिंक ही इज थिंकिंग अबाउट पनीर. भाई यू नो, व्हेन प्लेयर्स आर विनिंग ऑफ कोर्स तब वो डिनर के बारे में सोचते हैं, बट व्हेन यू आर काइंड ऑफ स्ट्रेस्ड आउट, अंडर प्रेशर, इन दैट सिचुएशन, सामने लिटरली कुछ भी आ जाए, कोई गुकेश के सामने जाके बैठ भी जाएगा ना कोई रैंडम बंदा, ही विल नॉट इवन नोटिस फॉर 5 minutes. ही इज दैट zoned in right now. And yeah, will be very interesting. So chat, bhai, I am sensing Gukesh under huge pressure. It's going down even further. 31 minutes now, Sahaj. भाई अर्जुन अंदर से कॉन्फिडेंट हो रहा होगा यार कि भाई maybe this is my game, I can beat Gukesh again.
Absolutely, it cannot go better than this for Arjun for sure. Chat में कोई पूछ रहा है साहिल भाई गुकेश क्या सोच रहा है भाई. We all know कि गुकेश की बेस्ट जो स्ट्रेंथ है दैट इज कैलकुलेशन. तो राइट नाउ उसके दिमाग में कम से कम नहीं तो 10 डिफरेंट लाइंस चल रही हैं कि, और वो 10 डिफरेंट लाइंस कुछ 10-15 मूव्स डीप जा रही हैं, एंड ही इज ट्राइंग टू अंडरस्टैंड, उनको कंपेयर कर रहा है वो एक एक करके कि कौन सा सेटअप उसके लिए बेस्ट होगा खेलने के लिए, कौन से सेटअप उसको जीतने का चांस सबसे ज्यादा देगा. And of course, we can delve into the specifics कि भाई कौन कौन सी लाइंस वो देख रहा है, but okay, we can't, that would just be hearsay at this point. We don't know exactly what moves he's thinking about, but it's purely just chess moves at this point.
Magnus was struggling yesterday, Gukesh. He lost due to time. यार, I don't think कि Magnus struggle कर रहा था कहीं पे भी. I think opening में equalize कर लिया Gukesh ने very comfortably. I still don't think there was a moment जहाँ Gukesh was like, you know, leading the game in any way. So Magnus पूरा control में game रखा हुआ था कल भी, and he was never under huge pressure. In fact, it was the opposite, if I'm being honest. So that didn't turn out well, and आज का भी फिलहाल के लिए it's not turning out well. So Sahaj, I mean, you are a player who's playing somebody who's around your level. You are 35 minutes ahead. You've not even started showing your preparation. I think you're pretty confident right now.
For sure. You are feeling like in, you know, like sky is the limit for you. You मतलब आप उड़ रहे हो इस time पे. पहला round भी, I mean, Arjun won pretty, I mean, in the Armageddon, he just dominated. He must be feeling amazing at this point. इसीलिए वो confession भी जल्दी आया, you know. I would not be surprised if he records another confession because clearly he has the time to do that and clearly he can tell us what his thoughts are. But I think probably he also doesn't want to do that because he's very much in preparation so far. I would not be surprised if Arjun has looked at this at least 10 moves deeper. अभी हम 8 move पे हैं. On average, I think he would be analyzing his files at least 20-25 moves. So I mean, at least 10-15 चाल तो आगे उसको पता है ये line.
Absolutely. By the way, Sachin कह रहे हैं like the stream 10K like challenge for 12-month membership. ये Sachin ने खुद ही challenge decide कर दिया, तो Sachin अपनी pocket से देने वाले हैं apparently. But chat, one thing we can promise is every 500 likes you get one membership. So stream like करते चलो. Let's get to 500 like as quickly as possible. Usain Bolt भी शर्मा जाना चाहिए भाई आपकी speed से. So let's chat. प्रूव कर दो भाई, आज तुम्हारी स्पीड क्रेजी है भाई, 500 लाइक कर दो 1 सेकंड में भाई, ऐसे क्रेजी करके भाई।
Let's
लेट्स
go,
सी।
let's go, let's go. And by the way, chat में यश भाई पूछ रहे हैं, what is the purpose of bishop e2 in certain openings? I mean, where is the bishop going? भाई देखो, बिशप का पर्पस नहीं है उधर, वो बिशप बाहर इसलिए निकलता है क्योंकि किंग को कासल करनी है, दैट्स इट। तो बिशप चाहे d3 पे जाए, e2 पे जाए, c4 पे जाए, डजंट मैटर। बहुत लाइंस में e2 पे जाता है, बहुत लाइन में d3 पे जाता है, बट उस बिशप का उस मोमेंट पे कोई मतलब नहीं है। पहले आपको किंग की सेफ्टी चाहिए, उसके बाद आप छोटे मोटे पीसेस के बारे में सोचते हो, फॉर द लैक ऑफ अ बेटर वर्ड।
भाई ये कैमरा अटका हुआ है क्या भाई, या गुकेश इज नाफा, थैंक गॉड। ओ C5 played, he finds that best move, okay, that is impressive. Although he took like, I don't know, like 5 days to find that move, like it is very impressive that he finds it over the board. And now Sahaj, I think Arjun has to move forward with his plan, and वो बहुत जल्दी खेलेगा, so गुकेश को भी पूरा ऐसे कॉन्फिडेंस मिलेगा कि आई हैव प्लेड द बेस्ट मूव बिकॉज अर्जुन ऑल्सो प्लेड क्विकली। हाँ,
For sure. I mean, but I think this is also pretty natural from his perspective. And Bishop A3 played, Sahil bhai. You are absolutely right. दो
भाई
मतलब उसकी घड़ी से 20 सेकंड गए हैं, वो 20 में से 15 सेकंड it took him to come back to the board, and he just plays the move, and I think he's gonna get up now again or what? Come
भाई
on,
गुकेश कह
Arjun.
रहा है भाई वॉशरूम तो जाने दे भाई पूरा, कम से कम भाई जाने का टाइम ही नहीं दे रहा यार। अर्जुन
Crazy.
प्लेज इट इन अ सेकंड, सिट्स डाउन अगेन एंड वेट्स फॉर गुकेश, एंड गुकेश का टाइम फर्दर डाउन जाते हुए 40 मिनट पीछे। एंड साज, नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज, now bishop a3 played, how fast do you expect Gukesh plays? Because even though he thought for a while, would he instantly play a move like queen c7, queen a5, or do you think he will now think again?
I think he will probably think, because Bishop A3 के अलावा उसके दिमाग में Knight F3 भी होगा, और तो I think both of them are there, and he's probably gonna think कि Queen C7 पे आनी चाहिए, A5 पे या फिर A5 पे आनी चाहिए। I would expect him to think a bit more here.
भाई ऐसे तो नहीं है, ऐसे तो गेम टाइम पे हार जाएंगे। आई थिंक he has to not trust his calculations, just play the move he has considered. Bishop a3 was an obvious
Absolutely.
move, the first one he considered, so he should continue and play quickly. Okay, now Arjun not even getting up from the board. I think he also expects Yukesh अगली चाल बहुत फास्ट खेलेगा।
Maybe it's possible, definitely, but अभी के लिए गुकेश बोर्ड पे नहीं है। चार्ट में आशीष भाई पूछ रहे हैं, सहज भाई, डू यू थिंक ओपनिंग्स पे इतना टाइम वर्थ इट है? यार देखो, इट डिपेंड्स ऑन दी ओपनिंग इटसेल्फ, ठीक है? अगर ओपनिंग शार्प है, कुछ इम्बैलेंस है ओपनिंग में, तो यस, इट मैटर्स अ लॉट। नहीं तो यू शुड प्ले अ बिट फास्ट, इफ यू नो, इफ यू हैव स्टडीड इट एट होम। तो इट डिपेंड्स भाई, इट
हम्म
डिपेंड्स।
हम्म बेसिकली सहज भाई ने कुछ बताया नहीं है दिया भाई, ओपिनियन
भाई
इंपॉर्टेंट है कि नहीं।
इट्स लाइक चेस। अब इन क्वेश्चंस का आंसर आप जेनेरिक वे में नहीं दे सकते, बिकॉज हर चीज का एक एक्सेप्शन होता है। दैट्स व्हाई चेस इज सो हार्ड एट दिस लेवल, बिकॉज आप कुछ भी चीज, आप ऐसी चीज नहीं बोल सकते चेस में जो हर जगह अप्लाई होगी। इट देयर विल बी एन एक्सेप्शन। दिस इज वन ऑफ दोस एक्सेप्शन, एंड आई थिंक गुकेश थिंकिंग इन दिस पोजिशन इज वेरी वेरी नॉर्मल, बिकॉज ये बहुत बार होता है प्लेयर्स के साथ, स्पेशली अगर आपके पास 2 घंटे पड़े हैं, दैट्स अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम। तो 2 घंटे पड़े आपके पास, कि आपको प्रॉब्लम शुरुआत में आ गई, आप मतलब शुरुआत में आ गई। इफ यू मैनेज टू सॉल्व ऑल ऑफ दिस, देन इन द लेटर पार्ट ऑफ द गेम यू विल नॉट यूज एज मच टाइम। सो इट्स लाइक, इट मेक्स सेंस फ्रॉम अ चेस प्लेयर्स पर्सपेक्टिव।
भाई इंग्लैंड का कमेंट है चैट में, मैं अपना वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप वापस ले रहा हूं। भाई आई थिंक ऐसे फर्स्ट कम फर्स्ट सर्व या मूड स्विंग्स के ऊपर वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप बेसिस नहीं होती, सो आई डोंट थिंक कि हम वापस दे सकते हैं भाई। सॉरी, वी अप्रिशिएट द ऑफर, बट आई थिंक वी गोना डिक्लाइन फॉर नाउ, मे बी यू कैन ट्राई नेक्स्ट क्वार्टर भाई। तो फिलहाल के लिए आई थिंक मना करना पड़ेगा, मुकेश अर्जुन के सरदर्द हो गया भाई, बंदा आ क्यों नहीं रहा भाई, कर क्या रहा है।
एब्सोल्युटली भाई, एब्सोल्युटली। भाई 40 मिनट होने वाले हैं, 35 मिनट डिफरेंस ऑलरेडी, दैट्स अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम। कोई चैट में लिख रहा है अर्जुन ने सेकंड कन्फेशन दिया भाई, इज दैट ट्रू नीरी भाई, या फिर इज दैट जस्ट अ ट्रोल?
आई थिंक
प्लीज लेट
पता
अस
लग
नो।
जाएगा अभी कुछ ही सेकंड में। बाद में गुकेश राइट्स द मूव। ओके चैट, सवाल आपसे, कितना टाइम लगेगा गुकेश अब यहां से लेके अब तक मूव चलने में, बताओ भाई। साज भाई टेयर गैस, चैट टेयर गैस।
I would say another 5 to 10 minutes. I think that would be pretty typical in these situations. Because Bishop A3 would have, it wouldn't be a complete surprise, but I think it would be a slight surprise for him still, because Knight F3 is what I think was making the most sense to me.
हम्म आई थिंक ही इज गोना टेक 2 मिनट्स, नॉट मोर देन 2 मिनट्स इज माय गेस। मेरे
भाई
को लग
दो
रहा है कि
मिनट तो
वो
बैठे बैठे हो गए।
नहीं, आई थिंक अभी एग्जैक्टली exactly उसको हुए हैं 40 सेकेंड्स बैठे हुए, आई थिंक 2 मिनट के अंदर चल देगा वो। चैट करिए 8 मिनट, 1 घंटा। तो रोहित भाई तो क्लियरली अर्जुन की सिटी में रहते हैं इतने बड़े फैन है तो 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 14 minutes, आधा घंटा और नहीं, आई डोंट थिंक ही कैन अफोर्ड हाफ एन आवर। इफ ही थिंक्स फॉर हाफ एन आवर, आई वुड से अर्जुन इज द क्लियर फेवरेट ऑलरेडी।
भाई अगर आधा घंटा सोच ले फिर तो पोजीशन गए हो भाई, फिर आई थिंक that's definitely a sign of worry for me. So just to put things into perspective, oh by the way, you were right, queen f5 on the board.
It is on the board, and the point is, chat, if you take on, हमने queen c7 देखा था, right? By the way, look at how fast Arjun played. Bhai, he used 7 seconds, and this 7 seconds include writing Gukesh's move, playing the move, pressing the clock. 7 सेकंड में the fastest man alive का खिताब अर्जुन को दे दिया जाए भाई। फ्लैश भाई
Let's
ओल्ड
go.
स्कूल है।
Absolutely. And also, just looking at the stats, Arjun with 99.7% accuracy and Gukesh having 100% accuracy so far.
Bhai. So that 100% accuracy does come at a cost though. He's almost 40 minutes behind now. Just telling you, एक rapid game 10-15 मिनट की होती है. That's like 4 rapid games. So he's definitely struggling on the clock. And now after Queen C2, again, Gukesh thinks. And chat, just to point out, the difference is Queen C7 खेला होता, तो Bishop C5 is a simple move, right? Because Black is not really attacking anything. But once you play Queen A5, what you've done is आपने C3 pawn attack कर दिया. So I can't really take this because of queen takes C3 check. So Arjun in a second place, Queen C2, defends the pawn, keeps an eye on the king side, by the way, gets out of the D file. So now even this is an option. And now Gukesh again in deep think.
I actually am inclined to believe that he doesn't even want to play bishop c5. I think after if black goes something like knight c6, then white can just respond with knight f3, because you're not taking the pawn on d4, right? You're not taking this pawn on d4 because f8 का रुक मर रहा है.
Not sure, Saj bhai. I mean, I like
but would you play this looking at कि भाई आपके opponent की clock में 1 minute 57 minutes and sorry 1 hour 57 minutes and 32 seconds पड़े हैं, means 2.5 minute लिए उन्होंने without increment. Would you sacrifice your exchange in a situation like that? Absolutely not.
Bhai, if Arjun was sitting in front of me, I would resign on move 1. So, but it's not about me, I think. I think Gukesh, knowing Gukesh, he will play the best move. There's a reason why his accuracy is 100%. He will challenge Arjun. If he thinks that's the best way to play, he will challenge Arjun on that metric, even though he has 2 minutes left. That could be an option. But he will play the best move. So I think Gukesh ke liye, this is a difficult choice for sure. But I agree with you. It's unlikely that happens. But I think the critical choice is, what do you do right now? Saj, I would love to play b6, but the rook hangs. Can I potentially try to defend this with a move like knight d7, or is that too much?
I can still play knight f3, my usual move, and then I can just go for short castle, because still I think b6, you have to think 5 times before playing that, because I have that discover attack ideas with knight e5 that looks super scary for Gukesh here. And also, just to add on to my point, why I don't think something like c takes d4 would happen is because Arjun also is a master of imbalances, right? I mean, he's known to just embrace जब भी position में कुछ imbalance होता है, कुछ भी crazy होता है position में, then Arjun shines. So, and I think taking on d4 just only plays into that. So I really don't expect Gukesh to go into something like this. I think he will play maybe rook d8 instead of going into playing knight c6. So if you can go back a few moves here, rook d8 makes a lot of sense, because now you invite bishop c5. क्योंकि अब अगर आपने नहीं मारा तो मैं cd4 मार दूंगा. So now it's understandable. Now maybe knight c6 and b6, and I don't know. Still there is a slight imbalance in the position because white has a bishop, black has a knight.
कुछ देखा मैंने साज भाई, कुछ देखा
मैंने. G4 तो नहीं है ना, G4 तो नहीं है ना.
G4 नहीं है.
मैं डर गया यार.
नहीं, ये hansniemannclub.com नहीं है. Just saying. So knight c6. Chat, question for you, ठीक है? And this is why कई लोग कहते हैं कि इंजन नहीं देखना चाहिए. Sometimes now you miss the beauty of these moves. So what would you play here, chat? Come on, chat. Question for you, Saj bhai. What would you play as white?
Bishop c6. Now, because you asked the question, it must be. bc6, bishop e7 is a move, or what am I doing?
Hi, to me this is crazy because the variation continues. Now rook takes d4. You can't take this because the pawn is pinned. Now bishop b4 attacking the queen and attacking the rook. Queen d5 attacking the rook. And now f3 is the only move. Bro, don't tell me, bhai, this is great. This is normal. This is not normal because You control all the squares. The rook is trapped.
I can play rook g4 because that pawn is pinned technically, but I think I have e4 and the game is. Oh, rook d4.
Why?
Oh,
Why? If this happens on the board, I'm gonna fall off my chair, bhai. So I don't think this will happen. But if something like this does happen, so has Arjun seen this at home? Is the question, Sahaj. What do you think?
I will bet my house that he has 100%. There is no chance. Just looking at his body language and how fast he's playing, I think for sure he has seen this at home.
And chat कह रही है bishop c6. So chat ने भी देख लिया भाई bishop c6, and you know here knight c6 is a normal move. You want to kind of put pressure. I think rook d8 first. Sorry, I think this was the variation, right? Rook d8, and now bishop c5 and knight c6. It is very very normal. And bishop c6, pawn c6, bishop e7, and rook d4 feels also normal, right? If you can kind of make it work with calculation, and that's exactly what Gukesh does. He will play rook d4, right? If this is the position, he plays rook d4.
Absolutely, and then bishop b5 सब कुछ forced. It's like he's taking you into that depth of variation. जहाँ पे आप एक ही line खेल सकते हो and you have to find everything perfectly. And if you find everything perfectly, then the position is equal. नहीं तो if you make one mistake, then he's just gonna demolish you from the opening itself. By insane.
Yeah.
सहज
Oh
भाई,
man, you got.
एक क्वेश्चन पढ़ रहा हूँ. सहज भाई, एक 1637 FIDE रेटेड प्लेयर को एक चीज पे फोकस, किस चीज पे फोकस करना चाहिए? ओपनिंग्स, इम्बैलेंसेस या एंड गेम्स? भाई एंड गेम्स. आई थिंक ओपनिंग्स को भूल जाओ. इम्बैलेंसेस बहुत एडवांस चीज है. आई थिंक उसको आप थोड़ा बाद में भी कर सकते हो, बट एंड गेम्स आई थिंक विल हेल्प यू द मोस्ट. एंड गेम्स
अच्छा
सबसे
उसमें
पोजीशन को, चेस को अगर आप सिंपलेस्ट फॉर्म में स्टडी करोगे तो कॉम्प्लिकेटेड चीजें आपको इजियर समझ आएंगी, बिकॉज यू विल लर्न के कौन से पीसेस आपको एक्सचेंज करने हैं टू गेट इनटू दैट सिंपलर पोजीशन जो आपके लिए बेटर होगी या वर्स होगी. तो जस्ट बेस्ड ऑन दैट, एंड गेम्स आर द फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी ऑलवेज.
अच्छा है, बंदे ने पूछा ओपनिंग 16 साल के बच्चों किस पे फोकस करना चाहिए भाई. आई थिंक 16 साल मींस यू आर इन 10th स्टैंडर्ड. तो बोर्ड एग्जाम से भाई, बोर्ड एग्जाम से फोकस करो भाई. ओपनिंग मिडिल गेम तो होती रहेगी
भाई 1600
अब.
रेटिंग, 1600
अच्छा,
रेटिंग,
ओ मैं 16 साल सुना. ओह माय बैड,
1637 रेटिंग.
माय बैड. Who are you rooting for, Tikku and Sahaj bhai? That's a good question. So usually the choice is simple, right? We favor the Indian versus, let's say, Magnus, ya Hikaru, ya whatever. Who are we favoring, Sahaj bhai? Do you have a preference between Gukesh and Arjun?
Yeah, I mean it's very hard to choose, but I think I've said this many times, and that I resonate with Arjun's style more. I really like his style of chess, so it's very nice to see what he's doing here also. So I'm gonna say that, but at the end of the day, Gukesh is a world champion. Yeah, come on, it's very hard to choose a player here. And Sahil,
So
by you?
मतलब Sahaj bhai ने basically कहा अर्जुन है, but don't don't target me for it.
Yes,
Basically यही
please.
बोला Sahaj bhai ने.
प्लीज
तो गाली मत
थोड़ा
देना भाई.
आराम से.
तो
साहिल भाई, यू आप डिप्लोमेसी में जाओगे या फिर
नहीं, नहीं, I
आर यू
think
गोना चूज
because
समथिंग?
Sahaj bhai said Arjun, I'm gonna say Gukesh now because balance रहना चाहिए. So
मतलब
purely for that
साहिल
reason.
भाई भी कह रहे, देख है तो गुकेश, बट लेकिन बाद में जाके
नहीं,
ये याद रखना क्योंकि सहज ने अर्जुन चूज किया था, इसलिए मैं गुकेश चूज कर रहा हूँ.
Arjun will crush Gukesh. Arjun's class is easy. Gukesh is a. अरे भाई निखिल भाई रिलैक्स भाई. इतने शब्द तो भाई मैं अपना किसी को एक्स को भी नहीं इतना नहीं लिखा था भाई. रिलैक्स भाई रिलैक्स. So Queen C2 now, and Sahaj, we forgot about the clock. Look at the clock.
भाई 50 मिनट होने वाले हैं ऑलमोस्ट. दैट इज इनसेन टू मी. स्ट्रीम को स्टार्ट हुए हुए
भाई
कितना टाइम हुआ है साहिल भाई? स्ट्रीम को स्टार्ट हुए हुए आई थिंक 1 घंटा
भाई
हुआ है.
क्या मतलब
एंड
चक दे इंडिया फैन है क्या?
मतलब इनसेन भाई. मतलब मैच को स्टार्ट हुए 51 मिनट्स हुए हैं एंड ही इज ऑलमोस्ट 50 मिनट्स. मतलब पूरा मैच, मतलब गुकेश हैज थॉट. दैट इज इनसेन टू मी.
Yeah, I think Gukesh के लिए चक दे इंडिया फैन है. 70 मिनट करके ही मानेंगे, but he should play now. He
माय
should play
गॉड.
now भाई. There is no time. There is no time.
वाओ.
Oof. Still no moves. Oh man, this is not easy. And by the way, chat, I don't know if you saw yesterday what happened. By the way, I'm going to tell you about a tweet. Before that, we have a confession by Magnus CARLSEN. Let's go.
So I know that Hikaru has been dabbling in these 5-3 D3 lines, and I have two to some extent. I just can never seem to remember all the subtleties. It's like, I think what Maxim said about the Italian a few years ago, like there are so many move orders, so many maneuvers that you just cannot remember. So what I chose now is a very typical plan, but I feel like he had something very similar against Fabi in the candidates where he won. But I seem to remember that objectively he wasn't that much better. But I don't know. I'm just trying to play sensible chess. But there's a feeling that nothing too much can go wrong. It's just weird to have these positions where you've seen it or something similar so many times, yet it's still hard to be completely accurate.
Yeah, so Magnus saying कि मुझे कुछ याद ही नहीं रहता, तो भाई, what does that tell you about our memory, the mere mortals? Hard to comment on that, bhai. And
Bhai,
meanwhile, what I was about to say, हाँ साज भाई.
I was just saying, if Magnus को नहीं याद रहेगा तो I mean, but yeah, please continue.
Yeah, chat, I don't know, Nidhi, if we have that tweet ready, but Magnus tweeted something yesterday just after he bet Gukesh. So if we have that, would love to show it. But otherwise, आपने पढ़ा साज भाई वो tweet? Crazy tweet था भाई.
You mean where he quoted the wire?
Yeah.
Yes,
बहुत ही
yes.
स्ट्रॉन्ग वायर होगी, मतलब आई थिंक हैवेल्स की होगी, मुझे लग रहा है भाई. क्रेजी वायर भाई.
That was
Because
very insane.
चैट कितने लोगों ने ट्वीट पढ़ा कल मैग्नस का? So Magnus said, if you come at the king, you best not miss. And that was after he defeated Gukesh. So clearly Magnus, of course, he's usually humble and everything, but he always loves to, kind of launch that tweet at the end.
Bhai, that is insane. That is insane. Yeah. And Ashish bhai, yes, वो मेरा comment था at when I wrote something there. But yeah, I thought if I write it, then it would be easier for you to look it up and everything. So I hope it helped.
भाई लोग कह रहे हैं गोटेड ट्वीट, बट ये बताओ 50 मिनट पीछे होने के बाद what is the kind of pressure Gukesh is facing right now, Sahaj? Because I think you are only 9 moves in and almost half the time is over.
There is a 50-minute difference indeed incoming, and Gukesh still thinking usko CD4 marna chahiye. Should he exchange the knight, or should he develop his knight on C6, or should he, what should he go for? I think so far there are two logical moves. Firstly, there is rook d8, and the second one is knight c6. I think I would expect Gukesh to play one of the two moves here, either knight c6 or rook d8. It's just rook d8. We just looked at it. वहाँ पे bishop c5 मर जाएगा, and then we looked at that crazy line साहिल भाई with that bishop takes knight, and जहाँ पे वो rook मर रहा था, rook takes d4 वाली line जो आपने बोला था कि if that happens, you will fall off your chair. I'm still rooting for that just based on that. And if that doesn't happen, then I think the other option is he goes for knight c6, which also feels like Arjun can just play knight f3 and maintain the tension, maintain the imbalance in the game. And I think both scenarios are just looking so worrying for Gukesh, I think, so far.
Sahaj, you mentioned either knight c6 or rook d8. Don't tell me what he will play. Tell me when will he play. It's gotten to 52 minutes now. This is, he's looking towards the right. He's still not sure. That is not a sign of somebody who has decided what to play right now, Sahaj.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he's already gone into that. मतलब वो जो tilt mode होता है. Just taking a look at his last few moves, he thought for about 17 minutes on his move 7. Sorry, 13 minutes when he on his move 7 when he took dc4, and then for 18 minutes actually when he played c5 right after that. तो आधे घंटे से ज्यादा तो दो moves पे ही लग गया यहाँ पे. And then queen f5 पे 4 minutes. And now he's thinking for how long? How long has it been, Sahil bhai? Do we know? Surely
भाई
more than
इतने में मैं
10 minutes.
पूरे बिल्डिंग के लिए मैगी बना लेता भाई. इतना टाइम हो चुका है बेसिकली, मुझे लग रहा है. सो चैट, आई एम जेन्युइनली वरीड एट दिस पॉइंट बिकॉज वी आर मूविंग डाउन 1 hour. And I don't know if you remember the candidates chat. Candidates yaad hai kisi ko? This is where he struggled. That Firouzja game, completely winning game, loses because of the clock. And that's what we saw yesterday as well. Magnus has a draw, has played very well, goes for that crazy variation, has no time to figure out what's the drawing variation, and again struggles. So this is a problem for Gukesh, and he needs to back his calculation. He needs to back it right now. Sahaj, I'm sensing some indecision there. You know, Magnus once said, if you've been thinking for like, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 minutes, you've been thinking for too long, and this is kind of repeating variations at that point.
Absolutely, and I think already वो benchmark तो I mean एक move के लिए वो benchmark cross नहीं हुआ, but if you think about the train of thought, right? DC4 के बाद C5 तो देखा ही होगा उसने यार. I mean, what else are you supposed to play? That's the only move after that. So he's already spent around 40 minutes sort of studying the position. So for sure he's reconsidering the lines, he's redoing the lines because he's not sure which one is going to give him the best solution. But he has to play
I think
now.
he
has
moved
to
his
play
hand.
fast.
He moved his left hand. I think move आने वाली है, but move अभी भी नहीं आई. 4 minutes away. Chat question for you. Do you think he plays before we go below the 1 hour mark? Yes or no? Saj bhai. Yes or no?
I would say he should. I would be surprised if that doesn't happen. But the more important question is, would Arjun have at least an hour on the clock when they finish the game?
भाई फिनिश नहीं, आई डोंट थिंक फिनिश के टाइम पे होगा, बट आई डू थिंक कि ही इज गोना मेंटेन दैट टाइम एडवांटेज एंड आल्सो एक्सटेंड इट फॉर द नेक्स्ट 5 मूव्स. एज यू सेड कि अर्जुन की प्रिपरेशन अभी 5-10 मूव डीप तो मिनिमम है, बिकॉज अच्छे से इतना फास्ट खेल रहा है. ही इज नॉट इवन फोर्स टू रिकॉल व्हाट ही इज काइंड ऑफ सीन हियर. तो अभी तो वो हार्ड कोर प्रेप में अपनी, विच ही अंडरस्टैंड्स एंड रिमेंबर्स प्रीटी वेल. सो आई थिंक फिलहाल के लिए इट्स ऑल अर्जुन. And Chad भी yes कह रही है कि he is gonna play before we reach the 1 hour mark. Let's see, Chad.
Actually,
Let's see. I'm also hoping for it.
everyone is saying yes. Yeah, that is definitely worrying for me. Everyone is saying yes at this point.
भाई
भाई मजा तो आएगा जब चैट में भी देखा मैंने अर्जुन और हिकारू किसी ने बोला एंड दैट जस्ट मेड मी थिंक कि अर्जुन और हिकारू का जब मैच होगा भाई तो 1 घंटे में खत्म हो जाएगा. 1 घंटा भी नहीं लगेगा उस मैच को तो.
भाई आई थिंक हमें आई थिंक उसमें थोड़ा सा ग्राफिक दिखाते रह जाएंगे. आज नॉविस का फॉर्मेट ये है, पेयरिंग ये है. ओ माय गॉड वी हैव अ ड्रॉ.
Armageddon incoming.
By the way, कोई कह रहा है कि we are criticizing Gukesh a lot, like anybody would have folded against Magnus. Actually, we are not criticizing Gukesh for losing. I think what we are saying is that Gukesh's time management has to improve. In fact, his own coach mentioned, I think his child coach, I think it's somebody mentioned that that's one of his weaknesses. Gukesh himself mentioned this when there was an interview by Tick. So I think kahin na kahin pe it's all about the time. If let's say he manages his clock well, he ends up making a mistake later on. I think that's just bad luck or just misunderstanding of the position. But clock pe haar gaye, you are queen up, you have no time on the clock, you lose. Yahan increment bhi nahi hai. Do not forget, 40 move tak 0 increment. You could have 8 queens lined up on the A file and still lose the game on time. So very important.
I mean, just looking at yesterday's game of Fabi versus HIKARU is a great example of that. I mean, we didn't look at it a lot yesterday,
Yeah.
but chat, please do check that game out because वहाँ पे Fabi के पास, I mean, 40 मूव हो गई थी, 10 सेकंड का इंक्रीमेंट भी था Fabi के पास, and then he kept defending that position for, I think, for 30 moves or something like that, but eventually he caved. Because जब टाइम कम होता है तो it
Sahaj
doesn't
भाई,
matter.
गुकेश पानी पी रहा है भाई. चैट की प्रेडिक्शन गलत होने वाली. आई डोंट थिंक ही इज गोना प्ले बिफोर द 1 hour mark.
Chat was saying भाई कि he's going to think कि टाइमर एक घंटे से नीचे जाएगा एंड मतलब इन दोनों प्लेयर्स में 1 घंटे का फर्क आने वाला है साहिल भाई. दैट्स अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम.
That's 50% of the time. And you know what? I'm still not seeing that. Oh, you look at him like he's not convinced. I think I'm not seeing that firm decision look wala face on Gukesh. Yeah, bhai, I know what I'm gonna play and I've calculated enough.
Right. That looks very, very, very scary.
Meanwhile, chat, can we have the 2 camera angle again between Magnus, HIKARU, and Gukesh Arjun just to kind of have a look at both games together? We have some developments there as well, but I don't want to miss this game as well. 30 seconds to go for Gukesh. Reaching below the 1 hour mark. It's getting really, really difficult. Saj, look at the Magnus game on the right. there's a time difference, but it's within like, 12, 13 minutes. It's kind of a healthy time advantage. Look on the left, 1 hour, 57 minutes and 1 hour for Gukesh.
Oof. That is tough. That is very, very, very tough. And by the way, looking at Magnus versus Hikaru versus Magnus, ये तो equal हो ही गई, I think. If not, I kind of like Magnus's position a bit more. I have to say, वो दोनों
Yeah.
बिशप जो A7 और B7 पे पड़े हुए हैं, they look fantastic to me. I really like this position for him.
Agar knight f4 aa gaya na, then there are a lot of tactics in the air. So I think Magnus is the one who's actually better here. So Hikaru has to be absolutely on point and use this move that he has. If he plays a move like a3, I think Magnus might uni better. So clearly Magnus also not at the seat. So he's also relaxed. Sahaj and chat, 59 minutes, 30 seconds for Gukesh. He has fallen below the 1 hour mark. It's almost an hour now. What is Gukesh thinking?
He does seem a bit uncomfortable to me. Not a bit. He seems very uncomfortable to me. And I think what Arjun set out to achieve, he has done it. He executed everything perfectly. भाई गुकेश तो सोच रहा है घंटे से, ये अर्जुन 1 घंटे से वॉक कैसे कर रहा है, मैं ये सोच रहा हूँ. Like,
भाई
usually,
अर्जुन के
so, असल में just to add on to my point, चैट मतलब नॉर्मली अगर ये ओपन इवेंट में कहीं होता है, जो कोई मतलब ओपन इवेंट यूरोप में या फिर इंडिया में कहीं पे भी, वहां पे आपके पास मतलब 100 गेम चल रहे होते हैं. तो एटलीस्ट व्हेन यू आर वॉकिंग अराउंड यू हैव दिस के मतलब यू हैव ऑल द टाइम टू लुक एट अदर गेम्स जो आपके लिए और ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग हो सकते हैं, बिकॉज यू आर स्टिल इन प्रेप. वो गेम तो आपको देखने नहीं, क्योंकि पता है यहाँ पे क्या होने वाला है, तो यू चेक आउट अदर गेम्स. यहाँ पे तो 5 ही और गेम्स हैं, कितना स्टडी कर लेगा अर्जुन. सो इट्स
भाई अर्जुन आई थिंक कन्फेशन में आके मैग्नस की गेम के बारे में बोलने वाला है. मैग्नस शुड हैव प्लेड दिस भाई, बिकॉज ही ऑलरेडी नोस व्हाट्स हैपनिंग इन हिज गेम एंड ही विल नॉट रिवील एवरीथिंग राइट नाउ, राइट, इवन इन कन्फेशन बूथ. सो बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है. एज वी सी वी रीच द 1 hour difference mark. This is insane. Sahaj bhai, let's say we have 1,000 games of chess at the top level. Yes, 2750 plus. How many games do we ever have a 1 hour difference out of 1,000, let's say?
very, very few, very few, because a lot of things have to go of your way, and a lot of things have to go against you for this to happen.
Would you
Maybe
say
like
2
less
games?
than 10.
Would you say 2 games? I think 2 was my guess.
Less than 10 for sure. ये मतलब बिल्कुल भी एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था मैंने, बिल्कुल भी नहीं.
So even if we'll say less than 10, let's assume 5 out of 1,000. That's like a 0.5% chance. We are already in that territory. So kahin na kahin, this is not going to be easy for Gukesh. And Sahaj, the point is, we are still in the opening. I mean, knight is on G1, the bishop C8, knight B8, rook A8. White is at least 2 moves away from castling. In fact, 3, because center may break hoga. So we're not even close to the middle game yet.
You know, the crazier and the scarier part is that Arjun is still in prep, and he's probably in prep more than how long this game has gone for. Like, इस गेम में 10 moves हुई हैं so far, and I would not be surprised if उसके कंप्यूटर में ये position अगले 15 साल तक analyzed है. That's the scarier part.
Bhai, this is really, really scary. Meanwhile, CARLSEN बड़े relaxed pose में बैठे हैं नीचे right में. We can see he's comfortable with his position. And आज का दिन फिलहाल, Sahaj bhai, if correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like Magnus and Arjun are moving forward pretty well. The plans have gone according to their initiative. सब कुछ बढ़िया चल रहा है. No problems they have faced so far in the opening. And कहीं ना कहीं पे मुझे लग रहा है कि we might see 2 wins in the classical setup itself. Question for you, Sahaj. How likely is it Magnus wins this with black in the classical itself?
Classical, I don't think so, because the position is still seeming quite equalish to me. It's very balanced, 3 pawns. काफी सारे pieces हैं, but they can get exchanged very quickly. I think there is around let's say an 80% chance that this ends in a draw. 85.
Interesting. So अगला सवाल मेरा है chat आपसे and Sahaj bhai आपसे. At what time on his clock will Gukesh play? Because it's an hour and 2 minutes difference now.
Oh, that's a lot. I think I would like to know how much time
That's
is
a
he
lot.
thinking for. Like, ये इस move को कितना time हुआ है अभी तक?
भाई इतना तो WR मास्टर्स का टाइम कंट्रोल था भाई, टोटल जितना डिफरेंस है टाइम में.
I know.
भाई
I guess
चैट
Gukesh
लेट्स
is.
गेट टू हाँ 500 लाइक्स जल्दी से भाई लोग डायमंड मेंबरशिप का इंतजार कर रही है गुकेश की चाल से पहले हो पाएंगे क्या 500 लाइक जल्दी से लाइक कर दो भाई ये कौन चल रहा है भाई फैबी आज स्टेप्स पूरे कर रहा है भाई अर्जुन और
भाई
फैबी आज
कुछ
पूरा स्टेप्स कंपटीशन कर रहे हैं भाई
थोड़ा कुछ वो इंसेंटिव दो ना कि गुकेश की चाल से पहले अगर इतना हुआ तो इट विल बी लाइक समथिंग मोर। कोई इंसेंटिव दो ना साहिल भाई।
भाई
अब तो
अगर
चैट करेगी भी। हंड्रेड
गुकेश की
परसेंट
चाल से पहले 500 हो गए तो सहज भाई खड़े होके मून वॉक करेंगे भाई लेट्स गो चैट सहज भाई मून वॉक इनकमिंग
एज लॉन्ग एज ये सीन सामने है, एज लॉन्ग एज जो भी पहले वाला सीन था, आई डेफिनेटली आई एग्री वी कैन डू इट।
5 minutes no, no, I don't think he will have 5 minutes on the clock because that will be basically lost. Do not forget कि there is no increment. तो पहली 40 मूव तक अगर आपके पास टाइम नहीं है भाई ये कौन चल रहा है मैग्नस है क्या आई थिंक दैट्स मैग्नस या
मैग्नस बोर्ड पे तो नहीं है, तो आई मीन अर्जुन भी हो सकता है। अर्जुन किधर है यार? अर्जुन दिखा है नहीं इतने टाइम से।
भाई ये
अर्जुन
मैग्नस ही है मैग्नस ही है भाई
अर्जुन दिख नहीं रहा।
डू वी नो वेयर अर्जुन इज निरी भाई इज देयर अ कैमरा जहां पे अर्जुन दिख रहा है would love to see what is he doing right now at this point I would literally doze off maybe
ओ 51.15 लिख रहे हैं लोग, 46.22। ओके, इंटरेस्टिंग इंटरेस्टिंग।
oh 46 51 Saj bhai, want to take a guess? I'm gonna say he will play when the clock hits 49.
49 could be, could
Hmm.
be, could be. Arjun is playing bullet and Gukesh is playing daily. That's very funny.
By the way, we have a confession from Hikaru, so let's play it, Irivai. Let's see what he's saying.
Oh, I decided to come back because my game has entered territory which is pretty stable objectively. One of the things with playing chess, whether it's over the board or online, is that you play so many games, there's so many different move orders and variations, and at some point it all becomes a blur. So
It's just weird to have these positions where, you've seen it or something similar so many times.
I think the position I have currently is the same position or very, very close to what I had against Fabiano in the candidates in Toronto in 2024. There might be a slight difference with the bishop being on A4 or C2. I'm not 100% sure on that. But in general, the position is very, very, very bland here. So I feel good. That game against Fabiano with the same structure with D5, D4 was the game that I won. Obviously Magnus is, not to start some kind of drama, but, a little bit stronger than Fabiano, so he'll probably react a bit better. But the structure itself is very, very stable. So what it comes down to is whether Magnus is going to try to take my knight on D4 and get an isolated pawn, which is what Fabiano did against me in the candidates, or he's just going to try to be very stable and keep a symmetrical pawn structure. But it's reached a point where it's fairly dry. I think we're at a stage where probably the next 4 to 5 moves are going to determine if we're both very solid and accurate. It's probably going to be a draw. If not, it'll get exciting. So my game is not particularly the most relevant to this round. Since I usually talk about the other games, the game between Arjun and GUKESH is very interesting. One thing is, GUKESH has been maligned perhaps recently. People talking about how he might be the weakest world champion, this, that, yada, yada, yada. And it seems as though he's not well prepared for this line that Arjun played. He's already down an hour on the clock very early on. After the loss yesterday, he's definitely feeling some nerves or lack of confidence. And so I'm very worried about his position for a second day in a row, because if he gets low on time with a no increment before move 40, he's just going to get blown away. So very concerned for GUKESH. Fabiano's game is some kind of Rossalimo. Looks pretty normal. Sort of Rossalimo selling Frenchish kind of pawn structure a little bit. So that game has a lot of play and life to it. Both those games are likely going to be more interesting than mine. But as I said, the next couple of moves will determine what happens in mine. So I'm just going to go see what happens. And maybe I'll be back. If the game gets interesting, I'll definitely be back. If the game gets boring, which I suspect it will, then probably I won't be back before an Armageddon. But either way, there's still a lot of life left to the day. So I'll see everybody later.
Okay, so a bit of an interesting statement by Hikaru there.
I think
By the way,
lots of interesting statements.
Yeah. But you know which one I'm talking about. So I
Yeah.
mean, but I think the fact that he's saying yada, it means that he doesn't actually believe it. Yeah, he's just kind of just saying it for the sake of saying. But he is right about the fact that Gukesh does have a very very difficult position in front of him, and the fact that he's 1 hour behind, and he just made a move, Rook D8, and as we said, Knight C6 and Rook D8 में से एक ही चाल चलेगा वो साहिल भाई, and he has gone
Yeah.
for it.
Rook d8 played chat, so he found the best move, but it took him 28 minutes and 20 seconds to come up with this. And this is gonna be very, very difficult. Let's keep this angle for a second, Niribai. And now Sahaj, he has 51 minutes. Opponent has 1 hour 55. And why is Arjun thinking is my question now, Sahaj. Why is he thinking? I mean, this should be his prep, right?
Maybe he just wants to sit on the board for a little bit. So पता है, चाल चलते वापस he'll just start walking. He's just trying to, oh, hey, there you are asked and answered side में, और क्या चाहिए आपको, please let us know. जो और चाहिए वो भी मिलेगा आपको. Arjun coming up with bishop c5 instantly, and
Yeah.
yeah, this looks very very scary for Gukesh. I have to say.
बचपन में ना, इफ लेट्स से यू आर अ चेस प्लेयर एंड इफ यू डू नॉट स्पेंड इनफ टाइम एट द बोर्ड, तो पेरेंट्स डांटते थे. वही सीन लग रहा है मुझे अर्जुन का. थोड़ा बहुत टाइम तो बैठ जाओ भाई, कम से कम. थक गया भाई चल चल के. स्टेप्स पूरे 15,000 स्टेप्स हो गए भाई. 10,000 का गोल था मेरा आज का. सो अर्जुन क्लियरली taking a couple of minutes, and now Gukesh again thinking, okay, he has to play quickly now.
Absolutely. I'm expecting the next move to be pretty fast. So let's see what happens. And the people saying abhi bhi prep
Yeah.
mein hai kya Arjun? I would say 90% yes. I'm 90% sure yes.
Oof, this is very, very interesting chat. So Arjun now has taken the pawn, and now Sahaj, knight c6 is the move. Are there any alternatives?
I think knight c6 is looking like the only move to me. Apart from, no, maybe not only, maybe this knight d5 as well to attack the c3 pawn. That
Hmm.
also looks kind of interesting.
Hmm.
I'm not sure what Arjun has prepared, but the fact that Arjun सोच रहा है यहाँ पे, maybe he's trying to remember his preparation, or maybe he's just calculating the lines out just to have everything fresh in his head. So knight c6 या knight d5 में से एक line, एक move मुझे बहुत logical लग रही है यहाँ पे. Chat, आपके लिए सवाल, between knight c6 and knight d5, what do you think is more likely? So knight c6 is just developing a piece. Knight d5 is me saying कि I'm going to attack your pawn on c3. So इनमें से कौन सी move आपको chat सबसे ज्यादा likely लग रही है? Please let us know. लोग
Okay,
chat में लिख रहे हैं
so
knight d5, okay, queen c7. Queen c7 I don't think is likely. Yeah, Sahil bhai, welcome back.
yeah, thank you. कुछ भी अगर अगर मैं डिस्कनेक्ट होऊंगा फिर से तो बताना भाई, हल्का हल्का. तो आई हैव चेंज माय वाईफाई देयर. होपफुली दैट हेल्प्स. होपिंग दैट हेल्प्स. एंड फिलहाल के लिए चैट अर्जुन both hands on his face. Still remember chat, गेम की स्टार्टिंग में अर्जुन चेयर घुमा रहा था. उसका चेयर घुमाना रुका ही नहीं है भाई. So he has not even thought for a single move yet, and that is the thing. So Gukesh already 48 minutes. साज भाई क्या आपने ऑल्टरनेटिव बताया?
Very indecisive to me. मुझे भी लग रहा है कि गुकेश के दिमाग में यही दो moves हैं at the moment.
ये कैमरा नीचे मेरे लिए ही जा रहा है, सबके लिए जा रहा है भाई?
I think मेरे लिए भी जा रहा है साहिल भाई.
फिर इट्स ओके. मैंने कहा भाई ये वाईफाई में क्या है भाई? गुकेश और अर्जुन आर लिटरली ड्रिपिंग. क्या था?
It's okay, it's okay. It will be fixed very, very soon. At least board है हमारे पास जो हम देख सकते हैं अभी भी. Knight
हाँ,
c6 and knight
लेट्स गो टू
d5
द
are the two moves.
टू कैमरा सीन. निरी भाई में भी दैट हेल्प्स. एटलीस्ट एक कैमरा तो रहेगा. लेट्स क्विकली गो देयर. एंड मीनवाइल आई थिंक कैमरा, आई थिंक लास्ट ईयर भी कुछ हुआ था. नॉर्वे की बारिश मुझे याद है साल में लास्ट ईयर भी ऐसे कुछ हुआ था कैमरास में.
भाई ये बारिश तो नहीं लग रही है, तो कुछ और लग रहा
ये क्या है भाई? फिर बारिश ही है.
है. ये क्या हो रहा है कैमरा को? We don't know, but I think it should be fixed very, very soon. चैट को बोलते हैं आप सबका इंटरनेट खराब. सहज भाई आप मोटे हो गए. अरे 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 अरे, अभी अभी लुकिंग एट टू मच चेस भाई हो जाता है.
निरी भाई
It's
कैन वी?
do you know why? It's Magnus effect.
भाई, can we change the scene? Would love to have like the board at least, ताकि board तो देख पाए.
Oh, look at this. Knight a6 and bishop e7 played by Arjun. And Sahil bhai, Arjun is in a better position already.
Ooh, knight a6 wasn't the best, क्या?
Yeah, Arjun, Gukesh committing a slight inaccuracy.
Sahaj,
Bish-
look at this. So can we have the
Yeah,
board, Nini bhai, jaldi? So knight a6, bishop e7, and he is gonna take on f6. The only move for Gukesh is rook takes d4 and played on the board.
wow.
Bhai, bhai.
Knight f3 instant response by Arjun there as well, giving no chance. भाई सोचते रहो आप कितना prepare करके आया है. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. And by the way, rook d7. Okay, Gukesh finally making some moves really, really quickly. 14 seconds only taken from the last move. Bishop f6 played. Gf6, I think, is a very, very logical response by Gukesh. So I think we'll see it very quickly. Yep, there it is on the board. And now Arjun
Wow.
ki next move definitely he's looked at. It's either castle or knight d2. Knight d2
Wow.
played on the board.
Chad, this is insane. 15 moves in. Arjun has not used any time whatsoever. Just to point out, this is where we were. Rook d8, bishop c5, knight a6 aaya, bishop aaya, rook d4. Bhai, crazy lines on the board. And Arjun is playing super fast.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Wow. I think board enabled hai. Maybe I'll just refresh everything. Wait. Yeah, I have refreshed everything, Niri bhai. Hope that works. So, meanwhile, chat, Arjun in full pressure. Saj bhai, you're there?
Yes, yes, I'm here. I'm here.
मैंने कहती शांति हो गई भाई एक सेकंड के लिए. साज भाई लगता है आप सच में आप बोल रहे हो अर्जुन और गुकेश के फैन लग रहे हो भाई. आई थिंक इतना डिप्रेशन में चले गए आपकी गुकेश का टाइम नहीं है. ला साज भाई वो उल्टी वाली खीर खेल रहे हैं भाई.
True, true, true. Okay, so knight d2 on the board. Arjun अभी भी प्रिपरेशन में है. And 1 घंटे से भी ज्यादा का डिफरेंस है. मतलब I don't know what is more impressive, the fact कि मतलब Gukesh has thought for so long or the fact that Arjun is playing so fast. I think they are both so insane to me.
भाई
But at least I mean I can say this without any doubt in my mind. At least this position Arjun has analyzed for at least 5 to 6 moves more. At least. Because at Arjun's level, you would study the I mean everything. You would squeeze every juice out of that lemon. You know you would do everything to make sure छोटी से छोटी गलती गुकेश की पकड़ी जाए. So far, by the way, the accuracy of Gukesh is 98.8 and Arjun is 99. तो one slight inaccuracy by Gukesh जो I think उसने knight a6 खेला था move 11 पे. That was not the best move. That's why the accuracy has dropped down by 0.2%. But apart from that, the game is pretty much even now.
But Sahaj, 44 minutes is the problem. I feel that is the main issue, and it's not gonna get easier because knight d2 जिस हिसाब से Arjun ने खेला है, it doesn't feel like he's even close to the end of his prep. So his prep just goes on and on. कब तक खत्म होगी भाई अर्जुन की prep यहाँ पे?
It's a question that I think Gukesh is also wondering, same as us, because also let's not forget that Gukesh still has to make 25 moves more, 26 actually, and he has 43 minutes to do so. And position ऐसा लग रहा था कि opening में थोड़ी complicated है, but अब तो complicate होती जा रही है. It's now seeming more and more and more dangerous for Gukesh. I am really scared for him right now.
बाप रे. Question for which three players in the world have equal head-to-head results against Magnus? So clearly, I think वही player जो Magnus से खेले नहीं है. That is 0-0. उन्हीं का I think equal
साहिल
head-to-head
भाई
score
ना
है.
साहिल भाई के साथ एकदम 0-0 स्कोर है. साइमल काउंट थोड़ी ना होता है.
हाँ, that's true. That's true.
नीरी
Simon
भाई
doesn't
is the
count here.
second one, राकेश भाई is the third one. Simple.
हाँ. I think Simon था तो बच गया Magnus, वरना तो clearly बच ही जाता यार.
Obviously. Why
Why
knight
is
a6
knight?
is not?
हाँ,
भाई ये
हाँ
मतलब
सर.
ये difficult चीज़ है sort of explain करना. Sorry साहिल भाई to cut you off, but ये difficult चीज़ है explain करना because जो difference था ना वो -0.1 से +1 पे चला, +0.1 पे चला गया. तो it's like 0.2 का difference हुआ shift मतलब shift हुआ. You can't actually say, maybe it's because वो बिशप e7 आके बिशप f6 मर रहा है एंड ब्लैक की किंग साइड थोड़ी सी एक्सपोज हो गई है. जो दूसरे लाइन हम पहले चेकआउट कर रहे थे जहाँ पे बिशप e7 आ रहा था, वहां पे एटलीस्ट कुछ ज्यादा इंबैलेंस था. ब्लैक के पास एक एक्स्ट्रा पॉन था, बट ये पॉन c4 का व्हाइट कभी भी मार सकता है. So I think your king side is a bit weaker. Maybe that's why it's a weak move. But I wouldn't classify this as a bad move. It's just not the best move. There is a difference between these two things.
भाई there's a difference for sure, and as we solve some tech issues, फिलहाल के लिए issues, I think the only questions are who's solving bigger issues, us or Gukesh. I think it's Gukesh probably.
अर्जुन मेरे को लग रहा है अगले राउंड की प्रिपरेशन भी अभी कर रहा है.
भाई भाई अर्जुन कह रहा होगा लैपटॉप दे दो यार, मैं थोड़ा नेटफ्लिक्स एंड चिल कर लेता भाई थोड़ा सा.
Crazy, crazy, crazy. Sahaj, have you felt, how did you feel the Magnus effect? I mean, I did play him, and definitely it was during the Pro Chess League, and I felt it even though we were not in the same continent even. हम online chess maybe you could feel the Magnus effect. Laptop से aura आ रहा था. I don't know how to explain that, but you do feel it, but you do feel it.
मैग्नस सेड योर रेटिंग लोअर देन इट वाज. भाई मैग्नस ने बोला मेरी रेटिंग 2000 है, तो आई थिंक आई विल टेक इट भाई. तो 2000 बोला, अगर 1900 बोला होता आई वुड से दैट्स डिसअपॉइंटिंग. 2000 बोला, आई थिंक दैट्स फेयर इनफ भाई, आई विल टेक इट. मैग्नस ने जो बोला वो फाइनल है भाई. आई एम नॉट गोना आर्ग्यू विद मैग्नस. मीनवाइल साहज भाई, हमें दो बोर्ड दिख रहे हैं. आई थिंक द बॉटम राइट वन इज द लाइव बोर्ड एंड ऊपर वाला एनालिसिस बोर्ड है. साहज, सो I'm clearly threatening knight c4 and castles. You can't. There's some pressure on b7 as well. So what are the black moves possible? I think rook
No,
c7 is
Sahil
the
bhai,
first move.
sorry to cut you off, but no, I am not threatening knight c4 whatsoever. मेरे पास option है knight c4 का जो मैं कभी भी मार सकता हूँ, but I don't think I'm doing that. My main threat is knight e4 to attack the f6 pawn. And then there is also this idea of h4, h5 and rook h4, rook g4, which looks very scary.
भाई ऐसे क्रेजी आइडियाज कैसे बोल सकते हो भाई आप?
भाई
लीगल नहीं है भाई, तो ब्लैक मार्केट में ऐसे क्रेजी आइडियाज बिकने चाहिए भाई. h4 h5 rook h4 rook g4, भाई साहब क्या ही बोलूं मैं इसमें.
H6 also is there. So I think it's, and now you see why the knight on a6 is a bad piece, because you would want that knight to be on d7 or d5, somewhere closer to the king, ताकि वो f6 अपन बचा पाए, king को थोड़ा help कर सके, but it's completely cut off from the board. I really think that this game is looking very, very scary for Gukesh right now.
And the time going below the 40-minute mark now. So it's a hour and 16 minutes. भाई इंटरस्टेलर मूवी खत्म हो जाएगी भाई. मिलर्स प्लैनेट पे पता नहीं कम से कम पानी की वेव्स 4 बार निकल जाएंगी भाई इतनी देर में. ही हैज टू प्ले नाउ.
Yeah, absolutely. Because now he's on 39 minutes. So, जब आपके पास 1 घंटा और 30 मिनट होते हैं ना in an open event, because you start off with 1 hour and 30 minutes, right? जब तक आपकी घड़ी में 30 नहीं दिखता, 39 नहीं दिखता, तब तक आप पैनिक नहीं करते, I think. जब तक 3 दिखता है ना, तब तक then you start panicking कि भाई अब मेरे पास टाइम कम है. तो I would assume Gukesh would start feeling the pressure and make a move fast. And there it is, Queen c7 on the board.
And that's not the best. Oh, 1 second में a5. It's literally insane. He played a5 in a second.
Wait, like this is ridiculous now. This is getting ridiculous. How did he predict even that he's going to play queens? That's ridiculous.
Chat, come on. ये तो मानना पड़ेगा. This is crazy, भाई. This is literally crazy. थोड़ा इंटरस्टेलर का रेफरेंस देता हूँ, इंटेलिजेंट लगूंगा भाई. तुम्हें लगता है सामने अर्जुन गुकेश बैठे हैं, यहाँ पे मैं इंटेलिजेंट लग सकता हूँ भाई? मेरा बस चलता, मैं तो सोचता है तो नाइट c4 जा रहा था भाई. जाना e4 है, लेकिन डायरेक्शन ही कंप्लीटली ऑपोजिट है. इट्स नॉट इवन क्लोज.
मतलब यार अर्जुन इज लिटरली जस्ट नॉट, अभी he's not hesitating at all. मतलब हेजिटेट करो थोड़ा भाई. कितना प्रिपेयर किया है.
थोड़ा सा ना कई बार होता है कि यू काइंड ऑफ हरी अप एंड यू कैन आल्सो मेस अप द मूव ऑर्डर समटाइम्स. लाइक इट्स सो फास्ट कि इट डज नॉट इवन फील लीगल कि इतना जल्दी चलना अलाउड होना चाहिए. डू यू थिंक कि लाइक he could potentially make a mistake, Arjun, here, like trying to just play quickly?
No ways. Arjun, because that's why he's sitting on the board now. He's probably trying to remember all the lines that he went through. That's why he's able to play so fast. And Sahil, do you want to know something crazy? There is another plan for white, and it is not h4. Do you know what it is?
Rook a4, rook c4.
No, it is knight e4, g4, g5.
ए यार ये जीएम लोग ना भाई सही में कुछ भी प्लान बोल देते हैं भाई उनको पता
भाई
है कि
मैं
भाई
बोल रहा हूँ,
अरे
मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये बहुत स्केरी लग रहा है गुकेश के लिए।
भाई देयर इज नो वे दिस इज द प्लान ये खेलेगा अर्जुन भाई देयर इज
भाई
नो वे
टॉप
भाई।
मूव है रुक बी एट, ओके लेट्स मेक सम मूव्स। रुक बी एट,
हाँ हाँ
रुक बी एट, शॉर्ट कासल, बी सिक्स,
हाँ हाँ
ए बी सिक्स, ए बी सिक्स,
हाँ
नाइट ई फोर, किंग जी सेवन,
हाँ
एंड लुक एट द टॉप मूव ऑफ द इंजन, इट्स जी फोर।
भाई ये तो क्लियरली इलीगल है भाई दिस इज क्लियरली
But he
इलीगल।
he must have looked at this. Now, if he's playing this fast, for sure he looked at it.
ए चैट कम ऑन आई डोंट थिंक दिस ये नहीं होगा भाई नॉट इन आई विल बी शॉक्ड भाई यार अगर ये हो गया भाई दैट इज क्रेजी दैट इज लिट अगर अर्जुन यहां तक देख के बैठा है तो फिर तो मुकेश हैज नो चांस भाई लिटरली
I
लाइक ही विल हैव नो चांस नाइट जी3 नाइट एच5 भी है जी5 भी है एंड ब्लैक हैज नो वे टू अटैक द किंग इज ऑल अलोन ऑन जी7 नाइट को देखो ये कोने में नजर देखो नॉट ओनली इजी ऑन द ए फाइल देख भी बोर्ड के बाहर आया कम से कम बोर्ड की तरफ तो देख भाई।
भाई क्रेजी अर्जुन एकदम वही एक्सप्रेशन दे रहा है जो हम सीसीटी में देख रहे थे। He's looking super comfortable to me, and this looks very, very, very scary. Okay, he makes a move. Rook b8 on the board. Sahil, bhai, that position is coming on the board. Definitely. Unless he goes short cast or he goes rook a4, because he must have looked at this. He's thinking. अब
ओके
जितने हैंड मूवमेंट्स अर्जुन के हो रहे हैं ना, I'm thinking अब खेलेगा, अब खेलेगा, अब खेलेगा।
Saj bhai, does he play within 2 minutes or no? Yes or no? Come on.
Okay, the fact that he's thinking now makes me think कि a5 के बाद उसकी प्रिपरेशन खत्म हो गई। But if Arjun plays fast now, then that would be a very, very scary sign for Gukesh.
गुकेश पानी पी रहा है कह रहा है भाई मैं जल्दी से उसके टाइम में पानी तो पी लूं कम से कम। इस तक जल्दी की भी लेता हूँ भाई इससे पहले वो चल दे फिर से भाई अर्जुन इज सो फास्ट।
Wow, wow. Wow, this is scary. But so far, by the way, Gukesh has made one slight inaccuracy, and apart from that, he's made all top moves of the engine. So I think slight worse for him. But again, taking the engine aside, if we look at the position optically, I think Gukesh is in some trouble for sure, because king safety is the biggest issue. Black का king unsafe तो है ही, but उसके आसपास कोई king, उसके आसपास कोई रुक भी नहीं, कोई बिशप भी नहीं है, कोई क्वीन भी, कोई पीस नहीं है उसके आसपास. So that looks very, very scary.
ब्रग डिफीटेड मैग्नस साहिल डिफीटेड ब्रग टेक्निकली साहिल मैग्नस हाँ भाई इस तरह तो मैंने हर किसी को ही हराया हुआ दुनिया में भाई ये लॉजिक काश मेरे दोस्त लोग मानते would have been crazy. Meanwhile let's have the bird's eye view. Want to go through all the games as Arjun finally thinks for the first time in this game, even though stream has been going on for 1 hour 40 minutes. So just want to have a look at all the games together ताकि देखते हैं कौन आगे कौन पीछे.
Absolutely, let's do it.
मुकेश भाई आज मैं वेट करना हाँ थोड़ा बर्ड्स आई व्यू करके आ रहे हैं 2 मिनट देना भाई चलना नहीं पीछे से भाई ऐसे वो मूव मिस कर देंगे हम लोग भाई प्लीज 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 एक
वो अभी
सेकंड
चल देगा.
भाई अर्जुन नीरी भाई से भी फास्ट है यार मुझे लग रहा है. अच्छा नीरी भाई सिंह BRB सो अर्जुन कह रहा है भाई यू लॉस्ट योर चांस आई एम गोना प्ले द मूव नाउ फिर तो मेरी गेम से हट ही नहीं पाओगे.
Wow, this is very, 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 very scary. If he
चैट बाय
plays
द वे
now, I will be
500 लाइक
shocked.
हो चुके हैं. सहज भाई पहला सवाल सोच लो पहली डायमंड मेंबरशिप इनकमिंग इन द नेक्स्ट 2 minutes एंड स्ट्रीम लाइक करते चलो 1000 वाली अगले पे होगी. लेट्स गो.
Okay, so chat and Sahil bhai, Queen A4, sorry, Rook A4 या short castle. What do you think Arjun plays?
Um, the fact that he's thinking, I think he will go for castles. अगर वो सोच rook a4 is more of a forcing move. The fact that he's thinking, maybe he plays castles, although I'm not sure. What do you think, chat? And Sahaj, what do you think?
I think short castle, like there is a 90% chance and 10% chance of Rook A4. Rook A4 is also, just bringing the rook into the game, and he's saying Rook G4, Rook H4 से कुछ attack आ सकता है king side पे.
हाँ.
But short castle is a very typical move in these positions. कि I'm leaving you the choice. आप सोचो आपको जो भी सोचना है. And let's see what happens. Like Gukesh, we might not see a confession from Gukesh at all in the first 2 rounds, Sahil bhai.
भाई नहीं होगा. I think Gukesh is not the guy who kind of gives out confessions. Do you remember him giving out a confession at some point? I don't remember a case.
Must have. He must be. I can't remember off the
Because
top of my head, but must be.
I think Olympiad maybe there was confessions, right? If I remember, I might be wrong here, maybe, but he never came in for a confession. I think everybody else did. I could be wrong on this. There was some event where everybody else did and he didn't. So it's not his style. Maybe he's still looking up at the screen there, um, trying to look at the 2D board. Maybe trying to figure out. Sometimes it's easier to look at the 2D board, but at the end, move to jaldi chalni padegi. चाहे 2D हो या 3D.
Absolutely, bhai. Absolutely. What do we do? Okay. Rook f4 and short castle. Two moves. दोनों ही मेरे को dangerous लग रही हैं black के लिए. And by the way, let's not forget, we are on move 16 right now. So there's 24 moves more to go. And Gukesh only has 36 minutes left. This is, I mean, beyond scary for me. Considering the
While it
last
is
match time की वजह से he lost.
it is beyond scary. And the thing is ki you have to play 24 moves, 36 minutes, and the position is still very complicated. Your king is all alone. If we draw a line chat, look at this part of the board. Okay? Black has only the king. White has a rook, a bishop, a queen also pointed. Like black has literally just the king and वो भी open है with the pawn on f6. So that is not a good sign. And Arjun, although he's thinking for the first time, do you think Gukesh is now panicking? भाई Arjun नहीं सोच रहा है. That means I have not played the best move.
Yeah, exactly. It must be going through his head for sure. That's a very
Like
good
that.
point, actually, Sahil bhai.
This is not easy. Meanwhile, can we have the two camera angle again? Would love to, whenever Niriba is back, would love to look at the other game as well. I don't think much has changed there, unfortunately, but वहाँ पे time situation काफी comfortable है for both players as compared to this. So Arjun thinks Gukesh now finally has a pause. He also has the luxury to calculate during his opponent's time. He sits a bit confidently, but I don't know how confident he's feeling on the inside. उन्होंने खुद कहा था after candidates कि I do feel nervous, I just don't show it. And do you remember that clip, Sahaj, when Prag kind of teases Gukesh a little bit when they had that shoot, yeah, at Vishy's home? जहाँ पे Prag is like, did you see his acting against Maksudlu when he was lost and he just sat there, without any expression? So याद है क्या आपको?
Not fully, but it sounds pretty funny actually.
भाई दोनों कैमरा की तरफ क्यों देखे भाई अभी?
मुझे
दोनों के
मुझे
दोनों
बस
कैमरा
मुझे याद था.
Uh, I think we can have one look at the bird's eye view. I think Neeli Bhai, he's BRB, yeah? He'll come back in a minute, then we'll have a look at the other games as well. I think he's becoming next Ding. Nahin yaar, I think Ding did not have the luxury of playing professional chess for years. जब हुआ था वो सीन 2020 में there it is chat, you can see all the 6 boards there. First of all, board number 1, it is Arjun against Gukesh, a very very complicated game, but the point is Gukesh is an hour and 10 minutes behind. Second game, he's HIKARU against CARLSEN. The time is not a problem, but I kind of see the bar favoring Magnus a little bit, Sahaj. A sign of worry for HIKARU Nakamura.
Ooh, you might be right because Magnus is known to grind out again. And it could be possible, but still very, very early to say, I would say. But he does look more comfortable. But I mean, ये end game की तरफ जा सकता है and you might see an Armageddon match. But let's see. And third game क्या लग रहा है आपको साहिल भाई?
थर्ड गेम तो इट्स डेड इक्वल अकॉर्डिंग टू द बार. आई जस्ट फील कि वहां पे भी काफी कम मूव्स हुई हैं relative to, let's say, what I would expect. So both players taking their time. C5 पे pawn पड़ा है, so it's very very interesting. How did we reach that? H4 H5 भी है. So it feels like a position जहाँ पे maybe both players are out of prep and anything can happen. So फिलहाल के लिए all 3 results possible in the open section. And women section अभी देखें, we have Kadem against Wenjunju. काफी I think end game में आ चुके हैं. Maybe some chances of a draw. Muzichuk Hampi, I can see white is slightly better maybe. But I think it's the kind of position which there's a weakness on D6, but Hampi should hold. And finally, Vaishali ka game against Tingji Lee also I think looks roughly balanced. Saj. Yeah, would you agree? I think open section I think today has the more sharper games, let's say.
Yeah, I think that would be a fair assessment for the most part. And Sahil bhai, we do have another confession ready by none other than Magnus Carlsen.
तो प्ले कर दो भाई. मैग्नस ये कन्फेशन सुनने के लिए तो आए हम.
So when I was last in the confessional, I hadn't really thought of this possibility of going for c5 and b5 at all, and I think potentially his d4 could be a significant inaccuracy. I think he should probably have gone knight g3 first, and then after c6, which is the most logical move, then you get d4 and you get kind of normal positions. So specifically because the pieces were arranged the way they were with the bishop on a4, I get this chance to play c5 and b5. And I mean, I think it just looks promising. I mean, I'm getting moves like queen c7 and rook d8 potentially. Also c4 is an option, and I don't really see what he's doing. So I maybe over optimistic, but I kind of feel that he has to look very seriously for equality here. But you know, maybe this is just a case of getting back to play after a while and being too enthusiastic. But I'm quite optimistic.
Wow, some strong words by Magnus. He already knows that he's better. And actually, I did check what he was saying, and he was right. Hikaru ko knight g3 खेल के d4 खेलना चाहिए था. But he knows everything, yeah. He didn't remember.
भाई
Apparently, he didn't remember this variation, but somehow he knows everything about it even then.
भाई when you have the ability to figure out everything over the board, तो याद रखने की जरूरत क्या है? वही तो बात है ना भाई. तुम सब निकाल सकते हो if you know how to solve mechanics equations, तो क्या भाई देखना भाई रटना वरना.
True. Absolutely right. And by the way, Arjun, pehli baar he's been thinking for about 11 minutes now. So definitely we can safely say that he's out of prep.
Yeah, I think that's pretty obvious now. So फिलहाल के लिए full yeah, Mike is now back. निधि भाई कुछ ड्रामा चल रहा है उसका भी, आज थोड़े टेक इश्यूज है हमारे. And Gukesh, Arjun both zoned in for now, still no moves. When do you expect Arjun to play the next move, Sahaj?
I think castle is what I'm expecting. Castle सबसे ज़्यादा easy लग रहा है मुझे. Rook a4 भी possible है, but I think castle के chances ज़्यादा हैं. अब now I think Arjun, I think, will spend another 5 minutes before he comes up with a move, because even though this is new territory for him, this is still more familiar than Gukesh, because Arjun ने शायद रुक बीट ना देखा हो, but उसने रुक बीट जैसी चालें बहुत देखी होंगी. So then you get this sort of feel for the position कि ठीक है भाई मुझे ये खेलना है. एक उसकी फाइल में कोई G4 G5 का प्लान होगा ना, उसको यहाँ पे भी G4 G5 दिख जाएगा. And the likelihood of that for Gukesh is probably less, because he was completely thrown off from the opening itself.
Yeah, true. And giveaway का क्वेश्चन हमने किया नहीं है. So chat, I think पहला वाला थोड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग करते हैं. Sahaj, I think पहले दोनों में से मुझे एक इंटरेस्टिंग करना है. So you wanna ask a question for this one ताकि नेक्स्ट वाला थोड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग करूँ मैं. Like कुछ डिफरेंट.
I can ask the question, and,
हाँ.
and you can do the next one if you want, or I can. I
हाँ.
mean, either ways I'm happy. मेरे पास
तो
एक
let's
question था, but I have to check it first. ठीक है.
हाँ चेक कर
आप
लो.
2 सेकंड
तो
आप
साज
कुछ करो. आप करो, बात करो. मैं 1 सेकंड में चेक कर रहा हूँ.
ठीक है भाई, चलो मैं कुछ करता हूँ. भाई फिलहाल के लिए भाई अर्जुन क्या करेगा मैं ये देख रहा हूँ भाई. कब और अर्जुन भाई जल्दी खेलो, थोड़ा पनवेल निकलना है सुबह. एंड मीनवाइल चैट, कार्लसन जैसा उन्होंने बोला कि I think he is very happy with what has happened. Just a brief look as both Arjun and Gukesh calculate. Look at this position. The cameras have not switched again. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna come back. कैमरा तो नहीं हिल रहे भाई. बट एनीवेज आई थिंक दिस इज द करंट पोजीशन. इट लुक्स लाइक अ ड्रीम पोजीशन फॉर मैग्नस राइट नाउ. इट लुक्स लाइक अ ड्रीम पोजीशन आई एम गोना से. सो कहीं ना कहीं पे इफ यू लुक एट द बोर्ड यू कैन सी कि भाई बिशप खुल चुका है f2 की तरफ, बिशप खुल चुका है b7 की तरफ. द नाइट्स आर कमिंग टू f4 and h4. द क्वीन इज कमिंग टू c7 or even coming to f6 and gonna create an attack. So as of now it looks like Magnus is in the driver's seat and बस उनको अब पेडल दबाना है और तेज जाना है. एंड क्लॉक सिचुएशन भी मैग्नस की आगे है. ही वाज बिहाइंड ऑन द क्लॉक, नाउ ही इज अहेड. एंड जैसा उन्होंने कहा कि हिकारू नीड्स टू इक्वलाइज, इतना आसान नहीं है कि कैसे करें इक्वलाइज आखिर यहाँ पे.
True. It doesn't seem very easy. And by the way, जो मैं देखने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ, it seems absolutely impossible for me to check. So I'm just gonna ask हमारे Stat King Rakesh bhai for the question, because I think he will know the answer. Just give me 1 second.
Hmm. Yeah, now it's working, Nidhi bhai. I think. No, now it's not working. It's working. It's working. ठीक है. So we can see कि bars हमारे जो well bars है थोड़े से curve सा बना के बैठे हैं. So clearly the games are turning in certain directions. It's not all even Stevens anymore. Even Kesh losing against Indians, I feel very sad. I don't know why. It's just stuff fun of him. I think, of course, he's given us the pleasure of having an Indian world champion, and we've gone through that journey with him. So of course, hurt होगा यार. उसमें कोई चक्कर ही नहीं है. But I think that's the point, right? So every loss makes you stronger. If you have the right attitude, you can learn from every loss, and this is an important point. So let's see. I think बड़ा मजा आने वाला है. Gukesh right now, yeah, he was ऐसे kind of getting up a little, ऐसे आके खोलने की कोशिश कर रहा था. And Arjun still in deep thought.
Sahil bhai, maybe you can ask a question on this one and I can ask on the next one, because I'm still awaiting confirmation from Rakesh bhai to not
ठीक
confuse
है.
anyone in the chat.
ठीक है. So chat पहले 500 likes के लिए हम ऐसा challenge करेंगे, ठीक है? So you can see Arjun playing, right? Arjun has 1 hour 40 minutes 4 seconds, 0 seconds now, and Gukesh has 36 minutes and 47 seconds. So सवाल ये है, गुकेश अपनी नेक्स्ट मूव जब चलेगा तो उसकी क्लॉक पे कितने मिनट होंगे? सेकंड छोड़ दो, मिनट. यू हैव टू राइट इट इन द चैट and then send us, tag us on Twitter or kind of send us a DM on Instagram. जो पहला बंदा करेगा after Ukesh has played gets the membership भाई.
By the way,
हाँ.
भाई जल्दी लिखो chat, because गुकेश अभी खेलने वाला है. And he just plays short castle on the board.
अभी 36 minutes से, by the way, so it can be 36, it can still be 37 also if नहीं, it cannot be, there's no increment. Yeah, 36 max हो सकता है. भाई लोग बंदे 37 लिख रहे हैं. मेरे से बुद्धू लोग हैं चैट में. चलो भाई, नाइस टू नो कि आई हैव कंपनी.
और यूजर नेम, अच्छा वो तो आप, लेकिन आप जब टैग करोगे तब भी डाल सकते हो, तो यूजर नेम की जरूरत नहीं है यहाँ पे.
हाँ, you can just write in the chat, take a screenshot and send us on, tag us on Twitter there. So जो 500 1500 वाले ऐसे कुछ चैलेंज है वो ऐसे रैंडम होंगे, ठीक है, कुछ भी. एंड 1000 वाले भाई we'll have proper questions. And meanwhile chat, गुकेश थिंकिंग, देखते हैं 36 वाले जिन्होंने आंसर दिया था क्लियरली गलत हो चुका है. गुकेश भाई 36 वालों के साथ नहीं है. क्या 35 वालों के साथ होंगे सहज भाई?
35 तो नहीं लग रहा मुझे. I think Gukesh will think for a bit. Oh, by the way, he's going for something. Okay, no, he doesn't. Oh, did he play a move? No, not yet, not yet. 35 तो नहीं होगा. I think he will think for a bit more, because he knows Arjun is out of prep now as well. That changes things for him as well. So the
not
logical
yet.
moves are B5, B6 and knight C5, I'm guessing. But B5 or B6, or B6 probably seems the most logical to me. Yeah, B5 also seems quite logical actually. इनमें से एक.
So
Arjun फिर
I
से
think
उठ के चला गया.
yeah, I think he castled. I think that's a safe choice, right? I think rook a4 was also possible, so I think that's a very very safe choice. And b5 b6 I think same ही है, because b5 पे I think he's gonna go for end passant anyways, so takes यही structure आने वाला है. And then Sahaj, your move, knight e4 attacking f6 and king g7 g4, so we are not far away from this move right now actually.
It could definitely happen. And if this happens, I'm going to lose my mind, because this is insane. This is some very, very, very hectic position. Because if you play knight c5 in that position, Sahil bhai, I think I just have knight g3. That's the point, I think.
Yeah.
Knight
Yeah.
h5 check आ रही है, फिर f6 मर सकता है, and that looks extremely scary for Gukesh.
Meanwhile, 35 वालों का आंसर भी गलत. So, 34 is now the max that Gukesh can have. देखते हैं कौन जीतेगा डायमंड मेंबरशिप. गुकेश के हाथ में है भाई बेसिकली. तुम चैट अब देख लो.
Oh, yeah. This looks very, 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 very scary. By 34 minutes and he still has to make how many moves? भाई यहाँ अभी गलती हो सकती है गुकेश से. Maybe not immediately, because B5 and B6 is something he would have thought about. But I would not be surprised if in the next 5 moves Gukesh makes a mistake, because he simply doesn't have enough time. And he cannot afford to think anymore. 34 minutes, Sahil, right? For 23 moves with no increment.
34 भी सही आंसर नहीं है. 33 हो सकता है. चैट बाद में स्ट्रीम लाइक करते चलो. 1000 लाइक पे एक और चैलेंज होगा. अच्छा, कहीं दूसरा चैलेंज भी ना हो जाए तब गुकेश चले भाई. He has to play now. एक बंदा कह रहा है 28. मार्क माय वर्ड्स. कर दिया भाई मार्क. चैलेंज भाई कर दिया. Oh, is 33 the answer? 33 seems to be the answer, I think. And he
Ooh.
has played b5 on the board. So 28, mark my words भाई. कहाँ मार्क करना है भाई? बोल बताया नहीं आपने मुझे. लाल मार्क कर दो भाई. 33 is the answer. So if you tag us on Twitter, जो पहला टैग होगा नीली भाई ट्विटर पे, उस बंदे को हम मेंबरशिप देंगे. तो वो हम कल देंगे. बट अभी के लिए 1000 लाइक पे होगा अगला चैलेंज. सो लेट्स गो चैट.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Arjun सोचते हुए, I'm sure he actually thought about b5 before he played short castle. Now, Arjun के पास दो choices हैं. First choice is whether he goes ab6 and then knight e4, or he goes knight e4 straight away and फिर g4 फेंकेगा. So it's like, what do you do? Which option do you go for? Both seem kind of very, very tricky for black. So I am not sure. साहिल भाई
नहीं नहीं
थोड़ा
नहीं.
सा डर लग रहा है.
N%, by I think N% होगा ही, because you can't do it again, and black का ये pawn up, suddenly is very strong. It's not weak anymore, and I have to constantly keep my rook on the A file pawn को बचाने के लिए. It's like ये Superman बनने की जिंदगी में है. He's in that timeline, but Clark Kent बन के बैठा हुआ है यार. He wants to be Superman. I think इसको N% करते हैं, rook को आजादी देते हैं, and then we can play knight e4.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense actually. ab6, knight e4. So ab6 Marna, I think, is more or less forced for Arjun, for sure. Oh, he goes for it, unpercent on the board. ab6, I think Gukesh will also respond really quickly. अभी भी 1 घंटा और 5 मिनट का फर्क है between these two players, just to let everyone know. ab6 still.
भाई इसमें क्यों सोच रहा है भाई? मार देना. Is he considering rook b6? Genuinely?
Could be actually, could be. Because knight e4 पे then आपके पास knight c5. No, f6 तो फिर भी मार रहा है. क्या बोल रहा हूँ मैं?
Chat, N% is not forced. लक्ष्य भाई कह रहे हैं it's not forced. ये checkers नहीं है. जैसे you can choose to do it or not. And Arjun did it anyways, and 8 takes b6 on the board. So 33 minutes to play 22 moves. Sahaj, how difficult is that?
I think impossible without making a mistake, in my opinion, especially with no increment. So
Wow.
impossible without a mistake. He would be goated for I think for this.
So you think it's impossible? That's a huge claim, Sahaj, and that means Arjun will struggle at some point.
Not Arjun. I think Gukesh will struggle at some
Okay,
point.
sorry, yeah, Gukesh.
I mean, it's the same thing happened with Fabi as well. So I think Gukesh is he also struggled yesterday with low time. So I don't see how this is going to be different. Now it's about deep calculation. Like कौन कितना ज़्यादा calculate कर सकता है. And of course for Gukesh it is harder because Gukesh का king ज़्यादा unsafe है. So for him it's harder to it's always easier to attack, and I think it's harder to defend. That's a known fact. So for Gukesh I think it's harder to calculate this position.
भाई पानी गुकेश इतना पी रहा है ना. I think I don't think if he has time for a washroom break, Saj. I think he
I
needs
don't
to
think.
hold on to like avoid water right now. And he goes off. Arjun Writer looking at Gukesh. Do you think he plays while Gukesh is away? It's tempting, right?
Maybe, but okay. He still has enough time. He still has enough time. So yeah. By the way, I'm looking at. Is there any occasion that players had forgotten and unpercent and made a huge blunder? Actually, no, not that I know of. But I do know of this instance where I think it was Karpov Korchnoi who were playing a world championship match, and then Korchnoi, I think, forgot that you can castle when your rook is under attack. So he had to ask the arbiter that. There's like a famous story. उसने arbiter से पूछा यार अगर rook attack में है तो मैं castle कर सकता हूँ क्या? And the arbiter, I think, was chuckled a bit, and then he said yes, you can. Because of the stress. I think it's not a verified story, but this is what I heard from many people.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Gukesh at the board. So Gukesh को तो I think he's like भाई मेरे पास तो castle करके भी कोई फायदा हुआ ही नहीं. So his king is still actually quite open. Arjun, of course, looks very, very confident. Yeah, 1 hour is a lot. And Saj, so knight e4 is what we are considering, right? We want to attack f6. I think that's such a logical move. It's a simple threat, chat. Forking the king and the rook. And of course, f5, still there is a fork, so you can't really avoid that. And Saj, so the question is, what if I play a move like queen to e5 to defend this? I
By
can see the bar
f4.
go up.
F4, queen
Yes.
f5, g4, GG, game over.
Wow. That is crazy. And if you take, then knight f6, Saj. Wow.
That fork is very, very dangerous, attacking the king, queen, and the rook at the same time. So already after knight e4, you can see Gukesh is already going in that territory जहाँ पे आपको only moves मतलब ढूंढनी
Yeah.
जरूरी है, which is not easy.
So Saj, let's say I can't play queen e5. What if I play queen d8 then? Trying to defend via this path and also maybe threaten f5 and then rook d2 in some cases.
F5 rook d2 looks interesting, but can I play g4 now? Yeah, nahi. Or is it too much? Or maybe rook d1, na, Sahil? Rook d1 is very simple. Why am I playing this? Rook
Ah.
d1, na, simple.
Hmm.
Bishop b7
I
में
see.
rook d7 है, rook d1, queen को आपने हटाई
Yeah.
इसे देखो the bar is actually jumping a lot now. Queen c1 is the move.
Yeah.
Bishop
Trying
b7.
to get.
Oh, Sahil bhai, bishop b7, rook d7. Game over.
Oh, that is beautiful. Wow. Wow.
Nice, nice, very nice.
Knight f6 आ रहा है chat. There is no way to maintain defense. Queen d7, knight f6, and the queen is gone. So lot of tactics in the air, and this position is not simple for Gukesh.
Absolutely not. And I think knight e4 is a very logical move from Arjun's side as well. Like I can't think of a like an alternate move besides knight e4. Like that has to be my plan, right? I'm not gonna go for the
Yeah,
c4 pawn क्योंकि वो तो आप
yeah,
b5 से बचा भी सकते हो. तो my
yeah.
only compensation is the f6 pawn क्योंकि वहाँ पे king side आपका weak है. तो knight e4 should be like a automatic move I think from white's perspective.
Agreed. And also, I think, of course, this pawn is right now hanging. So maybe knight c5 is not an instant move, but it is in the air. If you give black time, b5, knight c5, and maybe black is not even worse anymore, Sahaj. So I think white has to be very, very on point here, cannot waste a move. That's why you see Arjun calculating. And this is so important. He has that extra R, but इस extra घंटी की trophy बना के घर लेके नहीं जाना है. He should use this time, try to come up with the best moves, and challenge Gukesh to the maximum. And
But
that's what he's
Salva,
doing.
to your point, and I have been sort of making the same mistake in my own games many times. Because I usually play very fast as well myself. Like I usually like to keep more time on the clock. And मेरे
Hmm.
साथ बहुत बार ऐसा होता है जब opponent का time कम होता है ना, तो I on purpose start playing fast. ताकि
Hmm.
opponent time pressure में आ जाए. And that's of
Ah,
course not the best way
yeah.
to go about it because then you're not utilizing the time that you saved all of this while. But इसको control करना थोड़ा मुश्किल होता है.
Hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, but
Yeah.
you're right. He should utilize this time well because he does have the position that he wanted from the very beginning.
Harshit, by the way, saying Queen E4. An interesting suggestion. The problem is chat कि ये knight यहाँ पे आपने अकेला छोड़ दिया है. अपने भाई लोगों का ख्याल रखो यार. भाई भाई साथ में आए हैं तो दोस्तों को अकेला छोड़ के आगे मत बढ़ो यार. उनका भी ख्याल रखो यार. Take care of the knight.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so Arjun सोचते हुए knight e4 going to happen very, very, very soon. Just taking a quick look at some other games as well, Sahil bhai, just to see what's going on. Okay, Magnus still slightly better. Hikaru तब से सोच ही रहा है, by the way, in that
हाँ.
position.
Hikaru still thinking, by the way. So the cameras have not changed, but no
For
changes, no
17
moves.
minutes.
And not to add insult to यहाँ misery here, but A4 पे ही उसने 32 minutes 30 seconds सोचा है. So clearly things have gone south for Hikaru as well, and Magnus is dominating the game here. And same is the case for Gukesh. So both Hikaru and Gukesh under huge trouble still, purely thanks to the clock.
Absolutely, absolutely. Can you show Vaishali and Humpy game by Sahil bhai? Can we do that?
Absolutely. I think साथ में dialogue copy करूंगा मैं. Absolutely. भाई, Raj bhai. So absolutely now coming to Vaishali against Tingji Lee first of all. I think ये game maybe should be a draw. Even though there are a couple of weaknesses, there are a couple of weaknesses here as well. So I expect a draw with both players having enough time. I think this should be equal, Saj. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair to say. I think वैशाली के पास opening के बाद slight advantage था. She was I think from the opening itself she had some advantage, but I think ये तो एकदम drawish सी लग रही है कि bishop exchange हो गया D3 का. पहले bishop था उसके पास I think. That got exchanged. You're right. If the C3 pawn is a slight weakness, but a weakness is only a weakness when it can be attacked. So that nothing
Yeah.
can attack C3 right now. So I think we're safe for now. Plus, black's B7 pawn is also a bit under. Let's say under target या फिर under
Yeah.
कुछ ना
Fire.
कुछ तो रुक
Yeah.
भी थी करी कुछ ना कुछ तो under fire exactly कुछ ना कुछ तो हो ही सकता है वहाँ पे तो yeah I would say
Yeah.
it's pretty much equal.
Yeah, and
Um,
this Vaishali, after her blunder yesterday, I think a draw would not be such a bad result. And if we go to the game of Anna Muzichuk versus Koneru Humpy, maybe here White has slightly more chances. I see the weak pawn on d6, but I think Humpy's experience, more time on the clock, I think she should be good to go here.
I think यहाँ पे Humpy ji is in a bit of a trouble. I
Really?
mean, Yeah. I would say slight trouble for sure. तो
Hmm.
D6 का pawn काफी weak है, plus dark squares भी थोड़े weak हैं black की side के, तो
Hmm.
considering both, I think it looks a bit scary. Although look at the time style, by that she
Yeah.
has a very healthy advantage there, so maybe it compensates for something in the future. But yeah, so far it looks pretty dry to me. And Humpy ji actually won yesterday, yeah, in that crazy way where she found that tactic against Vaishali, so she must be in good
Yeah.
spirits.
Yeah, I think I expect Humphrey to draw this. I'm really cheering for her here, and she won that Grand Prix in Pune as well. Very humble, very has a schedule, follows that religiously, and very strong. Does not miss out, and always in the game. वो गेम उन्होंने खेली थी वहां पे आई थिंक अलीना के साथ. She was dead lost, somehow set up an insane trap and just do that game and won the event. So full support to her as well. And yeah, going to the Arjun game back and
Yup. We should go back to
oh.
Arjun's game
So
because
94 and King G7 played by Gukesh in 14 seconds. And now, Sahaj, will we see your move G4?
first of all, it's not my move, it's the engine's move, but it is the best move in the position. And if he plays, I'm going to lose my mind here because it's on the board. Okay, that is bloody impressive. That is very impressive from Arjun.
Sahaj and chat, question for you. Playing G4 in this position, does that signify that he saw that plan? Or does that signify that he is still in prep?
He's not in prep for sure. He wouldn't have thought for half an hour from the moment Black played Rook B8. I don't think he's in prep, but he's finding these things over the board, which I think is even more impressive.
I think he has seen this, Saj. I think maybe he did not remember his prep, but I think he remembered it now. I think he has seen G4. मुझे से feeling आ रही है because it took 50 seconds for this. That's my
But
kind
he
of.
thought before, nah? He thought in the previous moves, like before he played short castle. I think when he played short castle, maybe he looked at this plan and he really liked it. Gukesh is in serious trouble. भाई ये game classical format में खत्म हो सकता है. बहुत अच्छे chances है इसके.
Bhai, the difference is still 1 hour. Still 1 hour. 58 minutes. And Sahaj, the question is, what options does Gukesh have here? So my mind is ringing. Why not Queen F4? Why not bring the queen closer to the king, defending my king, also keeping an eye here? What does White do here?
H3, I guess, and then knight G3, knight H5 is still a threat for me. And now I'm forking your king as well, so your queen as well, I mean. So that's definitely a point of worry for me. And queen H6 pe jaake bhi, I mean, it's defending the pawn on F6, but it's still completely shut out from the entire game. So I'm not sure. But the bar didn't move. What's the best move for black here, Sailbhai?
It is apparently F5. And you kind of challenge this G4 move. I think you probably have to. You have E3, apparently also possible. So I don't know, you want to take directly, and apparently EF5, knight G3. Oh, this is impossible. This is impossible. Chat, question for you. In this position, what are the top 3 moves for black? Come on, chat.
Okay, king H8 must be one of them.
Okay.
Is it? You say yes
I'm
or
not
no?
gonna say. Chat बताएगी
Yes
भाई.
or no to बोल दो ना. Yes or no to बोल दो.
नहीं
King
नहीं नहीं.
H8
Not gonna reveal anything.
Okay.
So what are the
Flat
top
king
3
H8
moves?
is one of them. ये तो पक्का हो गया, ठीक है. Queen
Okay.
C7 is number 2.
Okay.
Number
And third?
3 नहीं पता मुझे यार. Number 3 would be Queen E5, I guess. But that looks very
Queen
scary.
E5.
Queen D2, Queen D2.
Queen D2, yeah?
Number 3.
So you wanna know your percentage score, Sahaj bhai, कितना आपने correctly guess किया?
Is it
या
0?
कि-
Is it 0? Is it 0? Please tell
It
me it's
is
not 0.
not 0. It is 33.333333.
कौन सी चाल रही थी? King H8 सही थी क्या?
H8 सही थी. The top 3 moves in this position are King H8, King F8, and King G8.
Okay, so same idea.
But
Same
Sahaj
idea.
just kind of giving the pawn away. So that tells me this Queen F4 idea and then F5 is not easy at all because I thought Queen se marne ka plan hai. But the plan is to take with the pawn because there's also E3 by the way. And then the queen has to move somewhere and I will take the pawn and you have to take with the pawn. So this is not easy. This is not easy at all.
Yeah, this does not look easy at all. Queen F4, but then you just completely take away from the equation.
By the way, chat में
Did
कई
he
लोग
just
कह
play
रहे हैं
that? No.
No, I think chat में कई लोग कह रहे हैं rook d2 भाई लोग, I don't know when they mentioned, I think this position, right? Yeah. So rook d2 कई लोग लिख रहे हैं. I think, but this is risky because I can simply move the queen somewhere. For example, queen c1. Now I've pinned your rook as well, and you don't have many options. I think this is already lost.
By the way, a move has been played.
Oh, knight
Knight-
c5 played. Knight c5 is the second best move in the position for queen f4. Knight c5. Now knight g3 is the only way for Arjun to continue. If Arjun does not find knight g3, Gukesh is close to winning actually.
No,
He
but
has to find knight g3.
But it's impossible to not play knight g3. That's why he played g4. So, I mean, I think he will just sit on the board, write down the moves, and then within 5 seconds, he will play knight g3, and then he will get up again. And let's go. ये तो चल ही रहा है भाई सबसे.
Oh, he has to play this. I know he will, Sahaj, but he has to play knight g3 और suddenly वो train ना वापस source destination की तरह से source पे जाने लगेगी. And suddenly Gukesh will take complete control. For example, knight takes c5 का मारा, queen takes c5 मारा. Now the queen is active, defending the king side as well. You don't have a single piece. Maybe the queen attacks, but alone it can't do anything. I have control over the d file.
wait.
Sorry.
Sahil bhai, look. He writes
okay.
the move. 1, 2,
2, 3.
3. थोड़ा आराम
Four.
से, आराम से.
भाई आराम से क्या है
And
भाई?
there we go.
भाई,
What did
भाई,
I
ये
say?
5 सेकंड नहीं थे भाई, ये तो मिसिसिपी वाले सेकंड थे भाई. 1 मिसिसिपी, 2
Mississippi
मिसिसिपी.
counts. Chat, that counted, right? Chat, you have to let me know. That counted. That
Wow.
counts.
That ठीक है,
साहिल
that
भाई
counts.
थोड़ा जल्दी काउंट कर रहे थे. सेकंड
नहीं,
इतने
नहीं,
जल्दी नहीं जाते.
No, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. He played it instantly. So knight g3 played, and queen e5 also instantly played. So Gukesh also had this move in his mind, and he has 28 minutes to go with 19 more moves to be played.
Okay, so queen e5 also defends the pawn on f6. So when we play knight h5 check, the king goes to h8, and then the f6 pawn is defendable. So now what's the best move for white?
I'm not completely sure. The bar seems to suggest it's roughly balanced. I think knight h5 फेंकने में तो कोई stress नहीं है. I mean, that was our plan. So we should give this check. And now at least we ask black the question, right? कि आपने कहाँ जाना है? So first of all, I think king... Oh! What?
Is it king f8 क्या?
Chat question for you. So knight h5 check. What is the only move for black? Sahaj OP indeed बनता है भाई. भाई सही guess किया था भाई. So the question is, what is the only move for black here? Come on Sahaj भाई. फिर से वही 3 square.
भाई आप अर्जुन को देखो, he's not even looking at the board. He's making that Beth Harmon face right now, we're looking at the ceiling, trying to calculate. Look, he's not even looking at the board.
हाँ.
Arjun looking at the Gukesh looking at the camera. Arjun, Gukesh looking, भाई इस ceiling पे क्या देख रहा
भाई,
है?
भाई एक बंदे ने king h6 बोला, वो तो मैंने लिखा भी नहीं था भाई options में king h6.
Crazy.
Chat, यहाँ पे let me take them one by one. But knight h5 is the best move, yes, and it will be played because check है, it's a forcing move. King h6 खेला तो queen c1 check, and the game is actually over because queen g5 there is f4, and
Wow.
it seems like it यहाँ पे diagonal पे कुछ ना कुछ होगा. So king h6 very bad. You're coming forward. Wrong decision. King h8. Apparently, to me, felt like the best move, Sahaj Bhai, but apparently rook fd1, and that gives white a healthy edge. The weird part is the best move is king f8, allowing queen h7.
Wow.
And now king e7. Okay, that, and now the idea might be long term to use this for your own attack. But this is so difficult, Sahaj.
Yeah. But I think it's also kind of unnecessary for white to play knight h5 check. You can, अगर आपको rook fd1 ही खेलना है तो पहले खेल दो ना knight h5 check. Always conserve your check. जितना आपको रोक सकते हो check देने के लिए, क्योंकि बाद में check, because checks are always considered as an extra tempo, right? उसको best time पे use करो when you can utilize it in the best way possible, or else you have to give the check. I would say rook fd1 or rook d1, अगर वो बाद में खेलना ही है तो पहले खेल दो, क्योंकि check तो आ ही रही है बाद में. Nothing changes.
I think that's a great suggestion. Rook d1 would be a great move. ये rook पहले game में था. It had a purpose. Now it has no purpose. सारे entry squares covered है. So a file pay, there's not much to do actually. So it can come to d1 and challenge this only black active piece apart from the, okay, black has some active pieces, but this piece has a purpose. Yeah, controls the d file, defends the king a little bit. So let's exchange that rook, bring up piece into the game. Let's say rook a d1 Sahaj. What does black do now?
I'm actually a bit curious why you said rook AD1 and not rook FD1, because I believe, or I have reason to believe कि अर्जुन के दिमाग में same question चल रहा है अभी कि कौन सा रुक आना चाहिए D1 पे. So what was the logic of playing rook AD1 here? Do you want to keep the rook on F1 to play F4 at some point, or?
Yes, because I saw कि वहां पे कुछ एक line थी king h6 queen g5 and we had f4 there, so I think f4 maybe is an option and I want to keep that, and the rook is not really doing much. Yeah, all these squares are covered, so it felt more logical, but I think both rooks could kind of be the same if black were to take, so at the end it might turn out to be the same.
Yeah, exactly. But I think Arjun अभी सोच इसीलिए रहा है क्योंकि he's thinking rook AD1 आना चाहिए, rook FD1 आना चाहिए. It's one of the other. And honestly, rook FD1 just optically looks better because आपके पास where do rooks belong? On open files, right? You know you want open files there. So you would want to keep the rook on A1, but on the other hand, you also want the option to play F4. This is a tough decision for Arjun.
Yeah, luckily he has a lot of time to take that decision. Maybe we can have the two camera angle Nirivai again. Would love to also keep an eye on the Magnus game because HIKARU bhi bahut deep soch mein hai, and HIKARU has 35 minutes now, Sahaj. He has been thinking for an hour for the last move. That is insane.
That is very, very tough. And against Magnus, you do not want to have time troubles. We saw that yesterday, and that's definitely not a good sign for HIKARU either. भाई कार्लसन सारे मैचेस ना जीत जाए यार. That's what it looks like. He just beat Gukesh. He's also better against HIKARU. With the black pieces, he's just in the form of his life.
Bhai, if Magnus, close to his retirement is playing chess like this, chat, just imagine if you are not.
Hello. I think
Speak at the rating of 2. Are you back? Was it me or what happened?
I think it was you, Sahil bhai. I thought it was me, so I was quiet in the beginning, but I think it was yours. You're back now. Let's go.
I'm back. Yeah, I think what I'm saying is कि imagine कि अपने peak पे कैसा crazy था भाई, 2889. Just imagine that.
Yeah, absolutely. 2889.
And Bishop D2 played. Bishop D2 played. That's a mistake. And now Queen C7, what Magnus mentioned, is the best move.
Queen C7, Rook D8 or something he said in his confessional, right?
Yes.
I already -0.6 का advantage है Magnus के पास. That is insane. And he has almost, I mean, okay, around 45 minutes का advantage. That's insane.
Saj bhai, be very precise bhai. It's -0.69 का advantage. Let's be accurate. I think we chat को पूरा correct assessment मिलना चाहिए.
Absolutely.
Yeah. By the way, beginner_mistake16 is the username, got tagged for diamond membership. Badhiya bhai. So somebody has won the first diamond membership. Next one will be at 1000 likes. So jaldi se like kar do. Let's go chat.
Sahil bhai, be right back. I'm just taking a quick coffee break. BRB.
बढ़िया भाई, तो कॉफी ब्रेक ले रहे हैं. इस टाइम पे मेरा नेट डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया, तो भाई फिर चैट तुम और मैग्नस की तन्हाई. By the way, look at Gukesh right now, still in deep thought. HIKARU has played not the best move, so he's also under pressure and the things are sharpening up. Arjun taking that thing, trying to figure out kaun sa rook main D1 pe rakhun. He could be moments away from beating the world champion. Full pressure. Let's see what happens. Gukesh still holding that, his head. He's trying to utilize Arjun's time. Ki bhai, I need to kind of take every single second as I get it, because we know what happened yesterday. Kal time pressure mein hi Gukesh lost a drawn endgame, and that was, I would say, a much simpler endgame as compared to what he has now. जहाँ पे double pawns है, knight coming to h5, king f8, e7 जैसी moves निकालनी है. That is not easy at all. Magnus is the true king. He indeed is, chat. He indeed is. So chat, let's get to 1000 like jaldi se. As Arjun pulls up his seat, he understands his stakes couldn't be higher. And chat, I know we mentioned this, but कितने लोगों को याद है current score क्या है in terms of wins between Arjun and Gukesh? किसी को याद है क्या? just started watching right now. Why is the time different, Arjun and Gukesh? भाई वो movie देखने चला गया था बीच में. भाई I'm telling you, it's crazy. We are not able to believe it. Gukesh and Hikaru both spent like an hour for a couple of moves, and that means both of them struggling on the clock right now. साहिल भाई कौन जीता? अरे भाई वही तो हम लोग देख रहे हैं, कौन जीतेगा आज? Tika, why do you think before this game that Gukesh will dominate like this? Honestly, on the clock, not really. I mean, and our difference is a lot, भाई. इतना तो नहीं सोचा था यार. 5-0 बढ़िया है भाई. हमारे मॉड जी ने ही गलत आंसर दिया है बस. बाकी सब लोग सही हैं. सिर्फ मॉड जी गलत है. हमारे मॉड आई थिंक कुछ स्पेशल लोग हमने चुने हैं भाई. मतलब जीत के मुंह से हार निकालने वाले मॉड है हमारे भाई. अब तुम 5-0 लिख दोगे, मैं नोटिस नहीं करूंगा. और जो बंदा करेक्ट लिख रहा है उसको टाइम आउट दे दिया भाई. करेक्ट भाई, दिस इज डेमोक्रेसी एट इट्स पीक. Anyways, so we can see Magnus now trying to calculate ki, bhai, what is the best way. I think what he said in the confession booth is still valid. Queen c7, great move. Rook, put the rook on d8, and it's really uncomfortable for Hikaru to play this game. Meanwhile, Arjun taking that extra time on the clock. Gukesh still stressed. And as we saw, yahan pe knight h5 check is a deadly move. Black को king to f8 खेलना पड़ेगा. That is not easy at all. And or in fact, rook a d1. Sahaj's move also very, very strong. Just trying to, confuse Gukesh there with the move order. कई बार होता है ना कि you kind of आप A की बात B करते हो, आप B कर लो, फिर D कर लो, फिर A कर लो. दुश्मन को समझ नहीं आता कि भाई करना क्या है. As CARLSEN thinks, let's go back to the full screen of Arjun and Gukesh. Niri bhai, let's go there and try to see कि भाई क्या करेंगे यहाँ पे Arjun, because knight h5 is the obvious move. Is there something else? Yeah, there it is. Thank you. We can see the live board on the right bottom and the analysis board in the center. Chat, knight h5 was our thought, and हमने देखा था कि भाई king f8 is the best move. हमने king h8 देखा, but king g8 नहीं देखा. Why is this so bad? Why is it the worst move? Look at the bar, go to plus 1.2. The idea is f4, and again, now you see the rook on f1, queen e3 check, king h1, and now knight f6 is a threat, and there is simply no defense to it. आपको, I think, rook d2 जैसी चाल खेलनी पड़ेगी. And chat, after rook to d2, white to play, what is the best move? What is the best move? This is a beautiful possibility. कौन निकालेगा भाई? Let's go. And I can guarantee you, Arjun ये देख चुका है. Arjun has already seen this. If Gukesh will draw this game, then he will be beast in this tournament. Mark my words. शाहज भाई, आपने कहा था 28 मिनट में गुकेश चलेगा. Mark my words. तो उस टाइम का मार्क का क्या हुआ? उस टाइम पे तो 0 मार्क्स मिले आपको. So I don't know. I'm not sure I'm going to trust you there. Come on, chat. Let's go. कौन निकालेगा? This is a crazy move, by the way. Not queen a. भाई queen है, घोड़ा नहीं. Queen c1, I mean, it's possible, but not the best. ध्यान रखो, queen e2 and queen g2 mate का भी threat है. Yes! साज भाई, white to play, what do you do? This is analysis, not the real game. What do you do? White to play.
मैं डर गया एक सेकंड के लिए. मैंने कहा ये पोजीशन आ गया and I missed it. Is it knight f6 queen h7 check something?
Queen h7. भाई, king h7.
Knight f6 queen h7 भाई. Knight f6 king g7.
Knight f6, maybe it's king g7, I attack the knight.
Knight h5 check possible नहीं है. Queen h7 में king f6 and I at least have a draw there I think.
हाँ.
Queen h4 check or something.
But साज भाई, draw तो भाई कर ही लेंगे. Win के लिए सोचो भाई.
Huh. Interesting. Queen b1 maybe?
Okay, possible, but not the best.
Oh, rook d1. Rook d1.
Yes!
Oh,
Yes!
that's so
Yes!
nice. Oh, once you see it, you cannot unsee it.
एंड चैट ने निकाल दिया था भाई, चाहे खुद से या इंजन की हेल्प से चैट ने निकाल दिया. द आइडिया इज चैट, आई एम अटैकिंग अ रुक फॉर फ्री एंड इफ यू टेक rook d8 is checkmate. So queen sacrifice be possible there. The game is heating up, Sahaj, and Arjun is calculating all these possibilities.
Arjun also not looking at the board. He's just looking at the but you can see uska dimag board pe nahi hai. He's just looking at, he's calculating all of these different lines. I think he's debating between three moves: knight h5 check, rook a d1, or rook f d1.
Yeah,
I think between these three moves, एक move 100% होगी यहाँ पे.
I agree with you, Saj. I think I agree with you. The only thing is, Saj, we saw one line, knight h5, king g8, and this is the move जहाँ पे rook d1 आया था. And maybe that's why, like f4, queen e3, king h1, rook d2, and then rook d1. So I'm considering maybe if you do want to play this, maybe knowing where the king goes might be helpful as well. Or you also want to save this for a moment when Gukesh has less time, maybe. That is also a strategy, though.
Yeah, could be, could be. But I think for now, I mean, you definitely don't want to play knight h5 check because it that's a tempo. Like king f8, Arjun को दिख गया होगा, I think, because he knows king h8 में rook d1 है. So it would be more of a gamble. Okay, if Gukesh goes king h8, then he can play rook d1 and then he can keep that tension in the on the king side. But definitely you don't want to take the pawn on h7 क्योंकि आपने queen h7 मारा, black का king e7 पे आ गया, then you know that king is more or less safe क्योंकि it's around double pawns. It looks a lot safer in this scenario than it is on g7 because तब आपके king
Yeah.
के आगे कोई घर नहीं है, कोई pawns नहीं है. So I think you would want to focus on king safety in this scenario. So I don't think he will go for knight h5.
Look at Arjun's chair. Sorry, Arjun is of course relaxed, but look at Gukesh's chair. He's shaking his legs. Even I have that habit, and my family keeps telling me क्या टांग लाते रहते हो. But look at Gukesh right
अरे
now.
I
He is.
had the same thing. मेरी मम्मी मुझे हमेशा बोलती थी ये सेम चीज भाई.
I think it's common to all chess players, but I think in general, Gukesh showing that nervousness is a sign he's not happy with the position just yet, and Arjun still is in control. So important position. What Arjun plays might just decide the game.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so rook d1, rook fd1, and by the way, when did this position happen? Did you play knight h5 check and then f4? Is that what happened?
King g8, f4, queen e3 check, king h1, and now rook d2.
And now rook d1, yeah. It's
And
crazy.
also
Crazy.
apparently great suggestion by, I think it was Shubha in the chat. You play rook a d1. If you'll do the same with rook f d1, apparently there is knight to d3. Why?
Oh,
Wow.
smothered mate, knight f2, knight h3. That's insane.
Exactly. Queen d2, knight f2 check, king g1, knight h3 check, king h1, queen g1, rook g1, and knight f2 is checkmate. भाई, so यहाँ पे tactics are like crazy tactics देखने को मिल रहे हैं यार.
That would be insane. Absolutely. But for sure, Arjun is not going to fall for it. अगर हुआ ये साहिल भाई तो कितने कितने महीने की मेंबरशिप मिलेगी चैट को?
भाई स्मॉदर्ड मेट अगर देखने को मिल गया, अगर स्मॉदर्ड मेट देखने को मिल गया तो एक बंदे को 6 महीने की मेंबरशिप स्ट्रेट.
चैट देख लो, देख लो. But we don't want that. We don't want that obviously.
हाँ, we don't want
still.
that, but smothered meat is so low कह रहा हूँ, so like unlikely कि if it happens, I think 6 month membership एक बंदे को मेरी तरफ से भाई done.
क्या बात है भाई, क्या बात है. Okay, so Arjun still thinking. बहुत time है. He has literally all the time in the world. At least अब 1 घंटे का फर्क नहीं है. Still around 40 minutes, which is still a lot.
It is.
Sahil is dancing aloud in between the tournament. Actually, in one of my world youth tournaments, this actually happened to me. I was playing against an opponent and मेरा opponent match के बीच में, like he got up from the board and he went to the side and he started dancing, like literally.
What?
This happened to me. Yes, I know the exact player as well. He's around 2400 right now. He very very strong player actually, and I lost the game as well, which is so sad. क्योंकि आपका opponent dance भी कर रहा है आपके सामने, and then you lose the game. So it was really sad.
Would you say Sahaj, your opponent, he got the moves?
Yeah, actually, he was a very good dancer as well. And he was kind of mumbling as well. And it was a Michael Jackson song, so it is possible. But it was a world youth event, so it was very very long ago. Under 12 की बात है, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And I very clearly remember, like he just got up from the board. मेरे side में एकदम he just started doing. I think the song was "Beat It" if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, nice. Beat
Yeah.
It. Nice. Beat It से तो मुझे वेदित ही याद आता है भाई. I don't know why. But nice. वेदित तो नहीं था भाई.
नहीं विदित नहीं था यार. It wasn't an Indian player. It wasn't an Indian player.
Okay.
No, I can't
That's
say the name,
nice.
yaar. Come on, I'm not gonna say the name. I'm not
बता
gonna
दो ना
shame the
भाई.
player. अरे नहीं यार, नहीं, I can't name and shame the player. चलो मैं आपको continent बता दूं. It was an Asian player. That's all
Got it.
I will say. And I told you which tournament that I'm playing now. So chat, if you're good at your detective stuff, you will be able to find the player. And I also told you that I lost the game. That's enough
हाँ.
information.
So detective chat, I think ये चीज फिगर आउट कर सकती है. Is the time for real? कौशिक जी बिल्कुल सही. And ये भी तब है जब अर्जुन has been thinking for the last I would say 20 minutes. Otherwise तो 1 घंटे का difference था पूरा.
Yeah, absolutely. Still 40 minutes though. That's a lot. We know कि अर्जुन ये मैच 1 घंटे में खत्म नहीं करेगा. His time would get lower than that.
Oh man, Arjun still trying to go very, very deep into variations because he has the time. But Sahaj, I think Gukesh also utilizing this time. Yeah, that's very smart, of course. Trying to use Arjun's time, go deep into variations, try to figure out his ideas. What options does Arjun have? Is he gonna give that check? We saw Knight H5. We saw Rook D1. Is there something else here that makes sense?
I don't think so. I mean, frankly, like for the lack of a, I mean, I would love to find and discuss some more ideas here, Sahil, but I really don't think there is any other possible move in this
Hey,
position.
Gukesh
Of
को देखो
course,
अभी यार.
Rook FD1 है, मतलब Rook FD1 है, वो आप ऐड कर सकते हो. But I think the idea is still the same, ना? Rook FD1 के लिए
हाँ.
I mean, computer के it's like a 0.2, 3.2, like 0.3 difference or something like that.
Hmm.
But हमारे लिए तो मतलब it's more or less the same.
Hmm. मुकेश अभी कैमरा में देखा. I don't know, he's looking at the crowd maybe there for a minute and never seen him do that before. Oh,
और
he's
जो
still not
चैट में
happy.
विदित गुजराती दिख रहे हैं भाई, इंडियन प्लेयर नहीं है. एंड विदित अगर डांस करता तो वो तो मैं डेफिनेटली अनाउंस करता. बट इट वाजंट विदित एंड आई हैव नेवर प्लेड विदित इन अ वर्ल्ड यूथ चैंपियनशिप बिफोर.
Wow. If you look at the screen right now, Saj, लग नहीं रहा गुकेश की चाल है actually. है ना?
एक्चुअली
है ना?
बिकॉज अर्जुन इज स्टिल
लग रहा
चिल.
है गुकेश की मूव है. He's so stressed thinking Arjun chill है. He's not even looking at the board.
Yeah, yeah, he has the same expression actually that he has during those CCT जब हम उसका वो face observe करते हैं. When it's his move versus opponent move, he has the same face. This is the same भाई.
Yeah. Meanwhile, if we go to the two setup again, I want to also look at Magnus's move meanwhile and don't want to leave this game. Meanwhile, let's do that. And Magnus did actually play the best move, Queen C7. So he is moving towards potentially a victory over the world number two. So Magnus again pointing out, ki bhai, world number one, and it's then the rest of the world. Let's not kind of put us. Oh, and not to forget, chat, very important thing. Magnus right now is 2841.3. If he defeats Hikaru, he will be 2846. That's, I think, the highest rating he's had for a long while, Sahaj.
Yeah, and people say he's not in his peak. I mean,
So, my question to you is, chat. Let's say he defeats Hikaru, and Agla, who is he playing tomorrow? I think that is super important now. Round number 3, he plays Wei, which is like, okay, I think he's the lowest seed in the tournament. Let's say he beats Wei and reaches 2850. Do you think suddenly Magnus says, यार मैंने 2 साल पहले एक गोल रखा था कुछ 2900 का, एक ट्राई मार लेता हूं? Or do you think no? Chad,
no,
what do
no,
you
no,
think? Will
no.
he try for
No.
2900 if he just do it 50?
Bhai, he needs a lot of matches for that. He needs, I mean, theoretically speaking, he needs to play at least what, 20 games at least
तो
to score
सिंपल है ना
that.
भाई. गुकेश को बुलाओ, स्पॉन्सर लाओ, आ जाएगा. गुकेश वर्सेस मैग्नस 30 गेम मैच ओवर 3 मंथ्स. खत्म.
So you
Either
feel Magnus will
Magnus.
beat him that many times? I don't think so.
No. What I'm saying is कि match करवा लो. He'll get a chance. Gukesh will be interested because he gets to play Magnus. The world wants to see that match. मान लो लगातार match चल रहे हैं Gukesh Magnus के. And then either Magnus reaches 2900 or Gukesh reaches 2850. So either
But
way
I think
we have something.
yeah, but I think in that scenario, Magnus has more to lose because Gukesh would definitely be interested because he needs matches like that. He needs to play someone like
हाँ,
Magnus to get to that level consistently over and over and over
हाँ.
again. But Magnus एक गेम हार गया तो सारी रेटिंग गई, you know. तो it's a
Hmm.
Not really the best.
चलो, दिल तो भाई चाहता है कि मैग्नस जी खेलते रहे, तभी तो ऐसे मैचेस हमें देखने को मिलेंगे. एंड
You are actually serious, Ashman Gupta. By I don't care about what they say, but आपको मेरी तरफ से 1 महीने की membership मिलेगी. You are absolutely right. It was that player.
अच्छा,
That is
ढूंढ के निकाल भी
insane.
दिया.
उन्होंने निकाल
ओके.
दिया भाई. That is insane to me.
वाह.
What?
वाह, मेरे को लगा कुछ मजे ले रहे हैं आपके साथ भाई.
नहीं 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 नहीं. They actually found the player. Wow. I'm very very impressed with you, भाई.
Yeah, निधि भाई, can we have the two setup, yeah, with Magnus also, जहाँ पे दोनों कैमरा है. Also want to look at that position for a second because I think Hikaru has played a move there and Magnus seems to be better. And there it is, chat. So Queen C7 was played by Magnus. And Sahaj, जैसा हम कहते हैं ना, मिस्टेक होती है तो बस बढ़ती जाती है. Apparently AB5 was the best, but now Hikaru plays knight D4, and now B4 is in the air from Magnus. You can't even take because the knight on d4 is hanging, and that pawn can also go to b3.
True, true. B4 looks very, very scary, I would say, for black. Very, very,
And,
very scary.
and also, chat, not to forget, एक ही counterplay था white के पास, potentially the a file. Once you play b4 as black in the Magnus game, वो भी नहीं मिलेगा भाई. So what is white even playing for here, Sahaj?
Draw for sure.
Why?
For draw for sure, matlab, but I think Magnus अब करेगा नहीं. But it's also a bit weird that he went to bishop d2 because he could have gone bishop e4, bishop d5, bishop e3, but maybe he didn't believe in that.
Yeah. Man, this is actually intense. This is actually intense. So will be very, very interesting to see how Magnus tackles this. He is on path to defeat the world number 2. So Magnus basically पहले हराया I think world number 5 को, अब हराएगा world number 2 को. Tomorrow he plays world number 9. Then what if he wins all the first 5 games, Sahaj? That will be insane.
Insane, actually, indeed. 2-8-4-6 होने वाला है from this win itself.
Wow. Man, I think you also kind of want Hikaru and Gukesh to kind of fight back here. You don't want a one-way street in either game. So let's see if Hikaru can actually do that, and can Gukesh also create some chances.
Okay, just taking a quick look. Still Arjun in deep thought. So let's see what happens. Chat me, by the way, I'm very, very impressed with Ashman Gupta, by the way. Well done for finding that. But chat में लोग लिख रहे हैं कि he's a candidate master. I'm not sure if that's I'm not sure if that's true. Yeah, still Arjun has having twice the time to do Kesha. That's actually a very scary statement.
Yeah.
Also, position
I-
भी बहुत
Oh,
difficult
Rook
है.
D1 played, Sahaj. He has played your move on the board by Arjun. And now he keeps knight h5, hanging over Gukesh's king's head. So he's like, मैं कभी भी check दे सकता हूँ. And Gukesh has to tackle the d5 tension. He has to tackle the knight h5 idea. f4 can be in the air. So a lot of, moving parts in this position here.
Yeah, but I think Rook D1 very, very smart move by him. And I think now Gukesh will feel the pressure the most. क्योंकि यहाँ पे एक गलती and you're in a -1 position. एक गलती. So it's very, very difficult. So Sahil bhai, take it away. What's the best move according to the engine here? Is it Rook D1?
भाई सहाज में सीधा इंजन ही पूछते हैं भाई.
भाई मतलब we need to know how to shape our thinking here because क्योंकि बहुत सारी चालें हैं दिमाग में, but it's like I cannot describe what seems logical. For example, I'm gonna think bishop b7 is a logical move in this position. Just exchange the bishop and it's a good day. But is that a good move?
Actually, that's not a good move. By the way, Magnus has played b4 in his game, so Hikaru into huge trouble. Sahaj and chat, the reason I'm saying this is if I told you the best move, you will not believe it. That's why I'm like, maybe I don't tell you the move.
Yeah, is it queen c7 or something?
So, chat, what do you think is the best move according to the engines for black? Let's go, chat. Can you find that? Sahaj bhai, Queen C7 तो नहीं है. Wanna take a guess?
I don't know. Bishop B7, Rook D1. So it's too of an obvious move for you
Okay.
to say that.
Rook D1 नहीं है.
B5.
Bishop
I
B7.
remember after Rook F D1, B5 was the best move for Black according to the engine. Is that the best move?
No.
Then what could it be?
This move makes no sense. Like no मतलब इतना बड़ा no जो मतलब लजी के थंबनेल में लिखा होता है भाई, इतना बड़ा no.
Then I am not sure.
चैट में एक बंदे ने निकाल दिया अब तक, सिर्फ एक बंदे ने. I can see two
What is
people in
it?
the
King
chat.
H8. Is it King H8?
No, that's the second best move.
Oh wow.
My engine says B5. थोड़ा लंबा चलने दो इंजन को भाई, रोहन भाई, थोड़ा वेट करो. साझे बताऊं,
बताओ.
F पॉन चलना कैसा लग रहा है भाई.
There is no way. There is no
यहाँ
way
पे
that
अगर हम
happens. There
यहाँ
is
पे
no
अगर हम
way.
5 मिनट तक हंसते भी रहेंगे ना, it will have enough like context there. I think कि बस हंसते रहो 5 मिनट. F भाई क्या मूव है भाई.
That looks impossible to play, I think. Impossible. And 25 minutes on the clock, 18 moves to play still.
अगर
Uh,
F5 हुआ तो एक बंदे को मेंबरशिप वैसे ही भाई, मजे में भाई, मजे में, अगर if this happens, क्योंकि then Gukesh deserves it भाई crazy F5. And you know what, you can take, but no, F4 खेलूंगा मैं भाई से अब भाई.
wow.
I am so glad I am not a top player भाई. कितना embarrass होता था भाई मैं ऐसी games में. And now nobody is taking these pawns. Bishop B7 भाई, this is not chess. This is not chess साज भाई, ये कुछ और है.
This seems very, very unlikely, bhai. It seems actually next to impossible.
एक बंदा कह रहा है कुछ भी भाई, देखो ये इंजन बता रहा है, मैं बता रहा हूँ इंजन ये कह रहा है. Indian needs to think to find this. Gukesh will find. Bhai, there is no way he plays F5. There is no way on earth he plays F5.
Yeah, I don't think so. By the way, Ashman Gupta, I saw your chess.com ID and he's a 2500 player on Bullet. So you must be a
Wow.
title player, no?
I mean, not necessarily. Like, I am barely like NM or very 25 तो ऐसा आज भाई.
So you
I
are
don't
also
think
title, no? You are also a
हाँ,
candidate
but
master.
मेरा जुगाड़ टाइटल है ना भाई. Like मतलब
But
NM
you
तो
are a
मतलब
CM as well. You just don't use it.
हाँ, but मतलब barely है ना भाई ऐसे.
So
अगर
that
जो
just
बंदा वो
proves my point that if
जो
you have
बंदा
that rating, you must be
जो
titled.
बंदा मैराथन मतलब लंगड़ा लंगड़ा के लास्ट में फिनिश कर देता था, वो वाला टाइटल है भाई.
Wow.
No way F5 कोई खेलेगा in such a stressful situation. Exactly, with 23 minutes on the clock. Like F5 is the kind of thing you do when you have 1 hour 23 minutes, not 23 minutes.
Plus 20. Yeah, exactly. Because the position becomes even more complicated afterwards. And Arjun to board pe hai hi nahi. Hey, that was Arjun, by the way. Walking around.
Why he's pacing very rapidly. I think he's kind of excited about this position. क्या हुआ साज भाई, क्या पढ़ लिया?
एक comment पढ़ लेता मैं. Gage सरोवर का.
कहाँ है भाई?
That was just very funny.
अब ढूंढना पड़ रहा है भाई मुझे यार, ऐसे फोमो हो रहा है.
just ignore it. It's fine.
दोबारा लिख
भाई
दूंगा,
भाई
पढ़
जो
लूंगा.
chat में अभी भी नाम ढूंढ रहे that someone already won the challenge.
Yeah.
And it's not Hancha, but rather a very good guess because that would be my second guess, but that was not the player. It was actually the one that Ashman Bhai said. Liu Guanchu, I think was his name.
साज भाई पहले, I will not tell the name, it's not fair. बाद में खुद ही ना बोल दिया भाई.
भाई उन्होंने तो अनाउंस कर दिया ना, फिर तो बनता है.
चैट
फिर
का
तो
अनाउंस
बनता है.
करना भाई डिफरेंट है ना.
फिर तो बनता है यार.
By the way, 22 minutes for what, 18 moves. It's almost a minute a move now. This is getting extremely difficult.
Absolutely. 22 minutes, no increment, 18 moves to be played. We might see वो फिरूजा वाला गेम आपको याद होगा साहिल भाई. Maybe this
आप
is the moment
हाँ,
जब Gukesh just plays like a beast in time control and his entire perception just changes. जो हम सब कहते हैं कि fast chess नहीं खेलते, maybe now he will just make this goat come back, and everyone will just,
Yeah.
never say this again. क्या लगता है, Chad? What is the likelihood of this prediction?
Sahaj, the problem is कि it's like जब candidates था ना, for example, या कोई भी event था, even though Gukesh was in time trouble, he would know कि more time is coming after the 40th move. Then he would also know कि 30-second increment is there. यहाँ पे दोनों नहीं है. यहाँ पे increment भी 10 seconds है. So even if you make it to the 40th move, there is no relief. You are in the middle of a desert with no water and your time is running out. And you don't see a water source. So I think as of now, Gukesh, under huge pressure and पूरी remaining game, उनको अब time pressure में खेलनी है, he will not get any relief.
Could be, and I think chat also kind of agrees with you. क्योंकि लोग कह रहे हैं if he plays f5 0%, which is quite funny actually. Yep, exactly. Devang bhai supporting me. Let's go, bhai. Guki's arc is loading. Let's go. f5 is the best move. Rook d1 is the second best move. King h8 is the third best move. All I think very difficult moves overall. And sub में I mean white के पास slight advantage तो है.
Yeah. Magnus blunders. By ये शब्द doesn't make any sense only, by the way.
ये तो possible ही नहीं है.
Can we have the multi-cam angle again, maybe just to kind of check what happened? Wow. ये
Oh, that's a
गलत
great scene.
दो कैमरा मिसिंग है. That's why it's not as great.
आपने 2 कहे फिर 5 चले गए.
They're like, अच्छा ऑफ होके भी चलता है क्या? तो हम भी ऑफ होते हैं. By the way, 6 boards, you can see left में Arjun slightly better, CARLSEN much better, very slightly better. So open में 3 results possible. Women section में I think we are moving towards potentially 3 draws as well. Maybe Humpy is under some pressure, but although even the Khadan game, yeah, does look a bit sharp though. Rook d3, rook g3 आ रहा है.
Oh, Sara actually found some attack because I thought before Juvenjun had a very comfortable advantage कुछ moves पहले. And also Humpy ji looks like you were right, Sahil, where she has kind of equalized there. You were right there. भाई women section में 3 draw होंगे, मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको.
That looks very likely. And in fact, I meant the 2 board, the 2 camera scene wala, जहाँ पे we can see Magnus's game and Arjun's game.
Like Gukesh के पास 19 minutes left.
भाई, this is
एक और minute मतलब 18 चाले in 18 minute. That means he has 1 minute for each move.
Sahaj. So I'm going to ask you a question, and maybe it's not easy for Gukesh fans to hear. Would you say this is now close to an impossible task? You keep looking at how complicated the position is. Would you say Arjun winning is like, let's say, even 60-75% of the chance if you distribute, let's say, Gukesh winning, Arjun winning, and a draw?
It's still tough to say, but yeah, I mean that's what it looks like to me. Yes, but again, that arc could just be loading. This is exactly the type of situation where he could just start blitzing out some really good moves, and it might change his entire perception. It is possible. Remember, chat, Ali Reza ne bhi same cheez kari thi. He was in a dead lost position against Gukesh, and then he had like I think a few, like 1 minute on the clock for I think 7 or 8 moves or something, and then he ended up winning that game in the candidates. Gukesh's only loss, by the way.
By the way, b5, one of the top 3 moves played by Gukesh. So he's still finding the best moves, but it's just taking him too long. And I think, I don't know what the plan is from Arjun's side, Sahaj. Do we still go for the knight h5 check idea? Apparently, it's not as strong now after king f8. Do we take on d7? Do we do something else? What are our plans?
I would say f4 kind of looks interesting to me because I am still thinking about that knight h5 rook d8 वाला जो plan था अपना. f4 kind of interesting लग रहा है मुझे. Queen e3 check आएगा and I'll just move the king to h1. And then I will ask you what now? What next?
That's interesting actually, because black ki piece is tied down hai. You can't really move the rook because knight h5 rook d8 is mate. If you move the knight, then the rook. Okay, where do you move the knight first of all? There are no good squares. If you take, I will take, and now I have again that threat knight h5 rook d8. So bishop b7 maybe.
Bishop b7 can be, yes. Then rook d7, knight d7. No, rook d7 तो नहीं खैर. Knight h5 check perhaps. Knight f6 भी मर रहा है उसके बाद साहिल भाई. That looks scary actually.
It is. It is. I think Rook D1 or Queen D1 is the best. I think Rook D1 felt more logical to me. Rook B7, Knight F6. But even the White King is quite open now. It's very double-edged. Saj, the thing is, the fact that we are seeing there are so many ways for Black to defend, but it's so complicated in every variation. Like one mistake from Gukesh and he's just lost. And this is where we are headed. So I think Gukesh's task is extremely difficult.
I think it is, yeah, 0.23% chance. बचा सकता है वो.
0.23 I think has become an iconic figure now. However, I think maybe it's a bit higher than 0.23, but it's not looking good regardless.
Yeah, absolutely not. मुश्किल तो है.
And it's, I think we are almost into, I think we are into which hour of play? I think 3 hours almost completed and we have no results yet. So all the players fighting it out, they realize the value of the win in the classical section. I think that's what kind of forcing players to not go for quick draws. कई बार तो हम literally वो Berlin draw देख लेते हैं साज भाई in classical games. So I think it's nice to see everybody fighting for it. And that leads us to such sharp games. Open section में तीनों games I think are likely to have a result.
Yeah, I think तीनों games में result आ सकता है. Maybe UAE का game थोड़ा is looking less stressful. यहाँ पर तो I think दोनों games में result आएगा for sure. I think Arjun winning and Magnus winning is a very very likely result. Just
Nirvana,
Arjun की
हाँ सर.
position उतनी winning नहीं है, but लेकिन just based on the time it looks very difficult to hold. And Magnus looks like he's already. I mean ऐसी position Magnus usually छोड़ता नहीं है. So
Nirvana saying not about winning or losing, just about the love of chess. I think for us, for sure, I think, but for the players, I think you only enjoy playing chess while you're winning somehow. Of course, you enjoy, playing the game, but you need those results under your belt to feel good about yourself. Otherwise, chess can also be very painful, right? So, like, it's a very one-man game, and the blame kind of, you've nobody else to blame. It's just you at the end if you keep losing.
it can be very brutal. Yes, very very brutal. I think for sure Gukesh is not having the best time right now because first round also उसके way में नहीं किया. Second round also doesn't look like he's having the best time. And yeah, this doesn't look pretty.
या भाई वो मोहक मंगल की कॉन्ट्रोवर्सी देखी मैंने. आई थिंक विदित का ट्वीट भी देखा. आई थिंक वही है, फेयर यूज शुड बी. आई थिंक फेयर की डेफिनेशन क्या है, हैज टू बी क्लियर. lot of problems there itself ki what is fair use. There is no clear instruction on that. Usually I would say using a few seconds should be fair use, and उसमें कोई middle ground होना चाहिए. But yeah, it's a
What
very
is
very
this, Sahil bhai?
कुछ नहीं. I think he used like 8 seconds of footage and then he had to pay certain amounts. बहुत ड्रामे है भाई. I think wouldn't go too much into it because we don't have the complete facts. But yeah, I think fair use itself is not so clear. हे भगवान, गुकेश को गुड मूव्स खेलने की इंट्यूशन दिला दो. भाई इमेजिन वर्ल्ड चैंपियन को बोल रहे भाई भगवान गुकेश को गुड न्यूज की इंट्यूशन दिला दो. I mean, when Magnus says intuition खराब उतनी अच्छी नहीं Gukesh की, like he's comparing it to maybe himself. Yeah, like Gukesh is not an intuition kind of player, but Gukesh's intuition is still like 2750 level at least. So I don't think he's struggling in the intuition department. What do you think, Saj?
Yeah, I mean we don't know, but let's see. Okay, Sahil bhai, prediction time. What do you think will be the next move by Arjun? If you had to pick one, just one.
I think Queen C1 looks interesting with the idea of Knight H5 and Queen H6 maybe.
But Queen
That
C1 में तो
looks-
Knight B3 है ना मेरे पास. That's the problem.
Queen C1, oh Knight B3. I didn't even notice this. I thought Knight इधर जाएगा कहीं पे. Okay,
Knight
then it
B3 and I
doesn't-
don't have any squares on the diagonal, so maybe I'm not super confident about that.
Because F4 is tempting. Like I like the move. We saw it in some lines working very well. But F4 के बाद ना arcing is also open. Luckily I have the time, let's say as Arjun, to calculate this. But F4 is very very double edged. Like this can easily go the other way as well. So it depends on how much risk Arjun is ready to take. Yes, you have to renew your ASF ID. I think every year. I think April to March चलता है वो जहाँ तक मुझे idea.
नहीं वो पूछ रहे हैं कि फीडे आईडी अगर आपको रिन्यू कराना होता है जस्ट लाइक एसीएफ आईडी या फिर नहीं. आई डोंट थिंक सो. नॉट दैट आई नो.
नहीं, I think नहीं. I think you just pay the ASFP and वो FIDE का अपने आप is taken care of.
फीडे का इज आई थिंक सेपरेट. आई डोंट थिंक यू हैव टू रिन्यू इट.
Meanwhile, 54 minutes for Arjun. Still no moves. We have seen a move in the CARLSEN HIKARU game. I think CARLSEN is writing down the moves. Queen G4 के बाद Rook A E8, bringing the last piece into the attack, and Rook A D1 by HIKARU. I think यहाँ B3 I really like, just to kind of attack the bishop and ask the question कि भाई कहाँ चले?
B1 ही जाएगा वो बिशप और किधर? Then maybe some knight E5. I don't know. Still hard to come up with moves for Magnus, but let's see. Show Arjun confession. कोई confession है क्या अर्जुन का साहिल भाई?
I think Levi let us know. फिलहाल तो कोई नहीं है. Oh, we have a move. We have F4. F4 played by Arjun. He went for
I
your move,
predicted
Saj.
this. I
How you
predicted
did?
this.
And now the queen is stranded. You cannot go back. If queen c7, knight h5 check, and suddenly this is very, very deadly with knight f6 falling. So you have to give this check to e3, and then king h1 is forced, of course. So couple of very quick moves incoming. Let's go full screen back, Levi, to the GUKESH board. Let's go.
F4 and Gukesh having 17 minutes on the clock. He has to play super fast now. Basically, he has 1 minute per move, yeah? It's exactly 17 moves left to be played. Exactly 17 moves. And उसके बाद
18
भी
moves actually, Saj.
अच्छा 23 है अभी 23 है
Oh,
right.
it's less than a minute to move now.
Yeah, it's less than a minute per move and still उसके बाद भी कोई time add नहीं होगा. आपको 10 सेकंड का increment मिलेगा and that's it.
Oh. Meanwhile, we have the first result for today. I think as expected, Vaishali has drawn. We see Queen E3 being played. Just 1 second there. Vaishali has drawn against Tingji Lee. So that is the first result for today. The camera not switching, I think, today. Some issue there, Niribhai. We can check it tomorrow. But filhal ke liye, going back to the Arjun game. So Vaishali, I think, would be pretty content with the result, right? Tingji Lee is the higher rated player. And Vaishali having that unfortunate loss yesterday, I think should be okay.
Yeah, I would say so. And plus, we will get to see some Armageddon match between Vaishali and Tingji. That would be a lot of fun.
That will be fun. By the way, Queen 3 check and King H1 played instantly by Arjun. And now, chat, apparently Rook takes D1 is the best move for Gukesh. Every Bishop B7 is a distant second that is plus 0.7 for white. And everything else just loses on the spot. So he has to find Rook D1 to maintain equality. Or Gukesh is under trouble.
Rook D1 I think feels logical as well. क्योंकि आपको Bishop B7 खेलना है. Bishop B7 directly में कुछ Knight H5, Knight F6 का कुछ danger है. So I think Rook D1 makes a lot of sense.
He has to play it. Chat now. 17 moves in 15 minutes. This is getting extremely intense. He has to play now. He cannot wait anymore. Remember, there is no increment. There is no increment till the 40th move. If he has no time to play the moves, yaad karo candidates against Firuzja. He was panicking. He had no time to find these moves. Against Magnus yesterday, he blundered in time pressure. He has to play now.
And he's also sitting upright. He knows by what's at stake. He has to play fast. He has to play now. भाई अच्छी चीज़ है अगर गुकेश ये गेम बचा लेता है एटलीस्ट क्या कहते हैं आर्मागेडन का वार्म अप हो जाएगा कम से कम.
Sahaj भाई, I think वो आप I think glass half full वाले kind of person हो, but अगर बहुत बड़ा है उसमें, अगर वो बचा लेगा, it's now 14 less than 15 minutes for 17 moves. Vivek भाई कह रहे हैं
very 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 scary.
Blunder incoming. Vivek bhai, I think you are correct. Maybe not on this move. Could be this move as well. But this is difficult. For example, only 2 moves. Rook D1, equality. Bishop B7, much worse for Gukesh. Everything else lost. So he has to find Rook D1. Saj, does he find it?
I think so. I think so. But वो जल्दी खेले, because if he doesn't play fast and let's say he takes like 5-10 minutes in this position and then he plays Rook D1, that's already 5 minutes on the clock. Bhai,
Yeah.
that would be impossible to save. It would be impossible to make 16 moves with that time control.
He's nervous. कोई कह रहा है कोई चिल्ला क्यों रहे हो? भाई stakes देखो ना, world champion है गुकेश. He lost the first game and is worse in second. He takes on D1, finds the best move. Let's go full screen revive. I expect Arjun to take this instantly. Sahaj, queen takes or rook takes?
It's a difficult thing, but I think queen takes probably. Okay, I would go rook d1 without even thinking, क्योंकि आप queen f4 मार नहीं सकते. मेरे पास knight h5 check है. But queen d1 also looks a bit. It has that surprise element. I think queen, because you
हाँ.
wouldn't look at queen d1, and then that makes Gukesh think even more.
Wow. Chat, this is freaky. So rook d1, I think is safer for Gukesh. Queen d1 के बाद, Gukesh has only one move in the position to even continue the game and not be completely lost. And my question to you, chat, is what is that move? Sahaj, this is not easy.
I actually saw it, and it's actually next to impossible, this move to find. And उसके बाद अगर आपको एक और साल दिखाऊंगा, as soon as chat finds it, but after one other move, Black's next move is even more, even harder than the one you're showing right now, in my opinion.
Oh, this is not easy for Gukesh. He has to play, 16 moves in 14 minutes. This is getting extremely intense. He has no time on the clock. He has to play quickly, and the moves are difficult. Sahaj bhai, can you tell us that move?
It's knight d7. Chat में लोगों ने निकाल दिया, पर आपके पास इंजन था for sure. Otherwise knight d7 तो ना दिखती यहाँ पे. But look at this, Sahil bhai. If I play f5 as white, Black has to find king h8.
Oh,
That's impossible, I think. That's very. Also, after king h8, fe6, you have to go queen e6 and give white that outpost on f5, which is also a very difficult thing to do. So some very, very difficult decisions coming in Gukesh's way.
And ये king g8, h8, f8 has often been like the only move. Saj, at least यहाँ पे है कि b4 doesn't lose on the spot. It's worse. It's definitely worse, but it's not completely lost. At least Black can play on. But
अच्छा भाई,
90
b4 के बाद cb4 मारो एक बार. Look at the best
okay.
move now. Play. हाँ, b4 पे cb4 मारो. Now what's the best move for Black?
भाई king h8 भाई, ये क्या logic है भाई?
I told you, because it's a very difficult position for him, Sahil bhai, and I think this is where he can make a mistake.
Oh, this is extremely difficult. I think the idea is to get away from knight f5 check in many cases. But anyways, Gukesh, by the way, oh, he has played something, yeah? Arjun is right now thinking, right? He's thinking, yeah, queen d1 ki rook d1.
So out of the two moves, queen d1 is definitely more challenging, practically speaking, for Gukesh, because the next few moves are next to impossible to find. Knight d7 maybe is, maybe you can find them, but after f5, king h8 is very difficult, especially given the time situation. 14 minutes for Gukesh. 24 moves have been done. Matlab 16 more moves he has to play. Less than a minute he has for each move. Sahil bhai.
Yeah, absolutely. And कई लोग कह रहे हैं कि why is Arjun not even looking at the board? नहीं, वहां पे side में कोई Netflix नहीं चल रहा है, hints नहीं मिल रहे. Basically, chess players have the capacity to analyze the entire game blindfold. In fact, some people prefer it. कि भाई अगर हम board देखते हैं, sometimes the real position gets in the way. अपने brain में they can calculate the entire game. That's why you see these players being very good at blindfold chess. So he's just not looking at the board. अपने दिमाग में ही calculate कर रहा है. कोई अर्जुन के सामने खड़ा होगा, उसको लगेगा कि मुझे stare क्यों कर रहा है, but he's not staring. He's basically just looking. He's just focused on the position in his mind actually.
Very nicely summarized. And just to add on to your point, Sahil bhai, I mean, it's the same thing you saw in Queen's Gambit as well. It's that Netflix series जहाँ पे Beth Harmon used to look at the ceiling, and it's actually based. I mean, it's based on one specific player. I think Ivanchuk it was, but it is a real thing for many chess players. Like they don't look at the board; they will look away from the board. Because दिमाग में you see the position a lot more clearly.
Yeah, so I think players usually prefer a combination of both. Now, how much is it blindfold, how much is actually looking at the board varies for every player depending on his comfort. But I think they try to verify it both ways. फिलहाल के लिए queen d1, rook d1 अगर सहज भाई खेला, I think apparently bishop b7 is the best move, and that just kind of tempts me into not playing this, because if the obvious move is the best move, I don't want to go for this. If Arjun has time, which he does, he should figure out that queen d1 is the bigger challenge, even if it offers Gukesh a critical time right now कि भाई 14 minute है, I can play fast. Temptation में नहीं गिरने का, force him to find that knight d7 idea. Saj, what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Queen D1 definitely is a more challenging move. But Arjun is also thinking, by ke, he doesn't know now if the best move is still working or not. He doesn't know that. So he still has to figure out what which move is gonna give him more challenges. I would have preferred if he played instantly because I think that would put psychological pressure on Gukesh. But now that he's thinking, I'm sure Gukesh ki next move will be fast because he's thinking both Rook D1 and Queen D1 equally. वो ये नहीं
Hmm.
अब गुकेश ये नहीं सोच रहा कि वाइट रुक डी1 ही मारेगा यहाँ पे ही इज आल्सो थिंक
Hmm.
कंसीडरिंग क्वीन डी1 एंड आई वुड नॉट बी सरप्राइज्ड इफ गुकेश रिस्पॉन्ड्स वेरी वेरी क्विकली हियर
And a great question by Mr. PSG. Queen D1 में Queen C3 यार मुझे free का pawn मिल रहा है. Why not this? The problem is chat basically you're trying to play it slow. You're hoping कि ये pawn queen होगा, but it's actually mate in 7 and you can start with check. अगर आप king पीछे जाते हो तो queen d8 is mate in 1. आपको आगे आना पड़ेगा and now queen d8 anyways and हम यहां से घुस चुके हैं. You cannot move the bishop because the rook is hanging, so the bishop is pinned and the king is gone. There is no way to save this endgame and you will have to resign. So your pieces are too awkward. Look at the bishop on c8 by the way. Sahaj, it has not been even developed and Arjun about to play the move.
okay I think queen d1 incoming for sure I think queen I think 90-10 yeah there we go
Oh,
queen d1 played best move by Arjun and I
Gukesh
told
plays.
you 97 he knows he actually thought about this move now that's why he responded so fast and I think next move jo Arjun khelega then Gukesh will think.
Oh, that was a beautiful pickup by Gukesh there, not wasting any time. And now he needs to play 15 moves in 14 minutes. Still very difficult, but at least he kind of got that move in quickly. Sahaj, I think f5 is the move. Now, one move that the engine is screaming is bishop c6. What do you do here?
I have no idea. Maybe knight f8 तो मतलब बहुत खराब लग रहा है because knight h5 check I'm guessing. Oh, the bar is
Yeah,
taking a huge jump there. Am
yeah,
I supposed to sack? No, I can't sack. I don't have enough compensation.
yeah, this is
What do I
crazy.
play?
The thing is,
This looks very scary actually.
Sahaj,
Ah, queen
it's
b6
your
maybe.
move.
Yeah, queen b6.
King h8.
No, no, no ways. What? Ah,
Yeah,
you have bishop b7 check. You have bishop b7 check.
if you take this bishop b7 and guess who wins? It's actually black.
Hmm. So maybe not bishop c6 then. I still like the move f5 a lot because I
Yeah.
think the next move for Gukesh is going to be extremely difficult to find.
And of course, chat, there might be an idea कि भाई मैं e5 खेल दूं, but now I play g5. Look at the tactics here. First of all, if you take with the pawn f6 check, sacking another pawn. And after knight f6, there is apparently queen d8. And it's over, Sahaj. It's over.
Yeah, this is GG. Game over.
And so if you take with the queen, of course, then I think there is knight e4. You attack the queen. And the queen, I think, is close to being trapped, Sahaj. I think, kahan jayegi? Queen e3 maybe? I don't know where you want to go.
Yeah, probably. Queen e3.
And then rook g1. This is just devastating.
Oh, Niribai says that that line after queen d8, queen b6, there was a nice tactic for white. Let's actually have it on the board side, right?
Which line?
I think it was bishop c6 and what did you say here instantly? Bishop c6 नहीं था f5 था ना?
f5.
Knight e5. I'm
नहीं,
guessing.
not knight e5.
f5 g f5 e5 लाइन बोला ना आपने?
नहीं, g5 में queen d8 तो गया नहीं ना भाई. Okay, here. f6, knight f6, queen d8. I think this is what Navy meant.
Oh, by the way, he goes bishop c6.
Oh! He
Okay.
does not play f5, so he's trying to grab the knight, but there is bishop b7. No way he misses that. I mean, that's pretty obvious.
What is he thinking after something like king h8? But okay, king h8 is not a move that comes to mind that easily.
Yeah. Gukesh, by the way, 13 minutes. And the thing is, maybe that's the point, Sahaj. Bishop c6 maybe is a move Arjun thinks Gukesh might not have considered.
Yeah, exactly. Because maybe f5 is looking more logical because you're just going for the throat right there. Yeah, you're just going, कि भाई अभी if you make one mistake, you're lost. Maybe this is what Gukesh calculated and this completely throws him off. The fact that Gukesh is thinking, by the way, look at his chair, by the way. Gukesh's
Yeah.
chair. It's moving a lot. Means he is
It's
definitely in in
Yeah.
pressure for sure.
Yeah, it's vibrating 100 beats per minute, literally. Like you can't see the vibrations that fast. He's really nervous. And now, chat, less than 13 minutes to play 15 more moves.
15 moves and फिर भी 10 second का increment है. There is no breathing time there whatsoever. So
Yeah.
Gukesh has to play and he has to play really, really fast.
Chat, bishop b7. If you play directly, there's queen d7. And unfortunately, the game is over because bishop c6, I take with the queen now and there is no more checks. So bishop b7 is no longer possible.
So we were looking at the move king h8, right?
Yeah.
So king h8 I think is very unlikely. Maybe he will go for something like अगर bishop d7 threat ही नहीं है मेरा यहाँ पे, तो he will go for something like b4 ना, to just
Yeah.
activate his rook and get some space there.
Yeah.
12 minutes for Gukesh.
Less than 12 now soon, Sahaj. This is getting, I would say, to that line, that gray area where you don't even know if it's possible to play good moves in this time.
I think still some chances, but the position is not simplifying anytime soon. And I think Arjun has done really well in this regard.
And if Arjun wins this game, he will jump to 2786. And if HIKARU loses, he will go down to 2803. So वो difference थोड़ा सा उनका 2804, sorry. तो difference कम हो जाएगा between world number 2 and 3.
Absolutely. So bishop c6, what does he go? King h8 तो भाई impossible लग रहा है मुझे. King h8 तो बिल्कुल ही impossible लग रहा है.
That's a blunder! That's a blunder for Mukesh! It's a mistake! And apparently knight h5 is the only move and Arjun is potentially winning. Let's have a look how. Knight h5 check. First of all, king h6 should be illegal. I mean, rook f3, rook h3 is the plan. The king is right there. You can't go there. Saj, king h8 does feel like the best move, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
And now rook f3, that was the idea, Sahaj. यही हम लोग समझ नहीं पा रहे थे actually. Rook f3 is the plan.
Queen c5.
And now takes.
Rook d6.
And now, chat, question to you. What is the only move for Arjun? Not easy to see, by the way. The only move, but that is apparently winning.
Winning? Are
Let's
you
go.
sure it's winning? Oh,
It-
queen e1, queen h4.
Yes.
Oh,
It is
that's
over. But also, by the way, very important, rook d7, you don't, I think queen h1, there is rook d1 check. Is that a problem?
king g2, king h3 है ना आपके पास, इस तरफ दो ही checks हैं.
Oh, wow. King is safe on h3. That is
Yeah.
easy to miss, Sahaj.
Absolutely. This is a huge, huge, huge mistake by Gukesh. Sahil, what do you
Knight-
think? Will Arjun find it?
100%. He has time. He has time. And look at Arjun's perspective, right? So he saw bishop c6. He saw ki bhai, the obvious moves b4. I don't know if he saw king h8. But this move might not have been part of his calculation. And now he feels maybe there could be, his spidey sense should be tingling right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're correct, Ashwan bhai. It was queen e1 h4. And okay, so knight h5. Sahaj, and by the way, king f8, yeah, our plan. We were thinking कि king यहाँ से घूम के बहुत lines में आएगा. But
Rook
now
f3.
there is no queen h7. There is queen d6 check.
Oh, queen d6 is GG. Game over. Oh, knight h5
Oh,
is
not
a
knight
very,
d7
very
actually.
strong
Knight d7 king
Knight
d8
f6
भाग
है
रहा
ना भाई? Knight f6.
है. हाँ, bishop d7 is also possible actually. And
अच्छा,
now
knight f6
h6.
just queen d7 mate, yeah. Simple,
This is
simple,
me.
simple.
So king
So
g8
simple.
जाना पड़ेगा. And now Sahaj, queen c7. Oh.
Yeah, again we are seeing the combination of queen and knight, which is the most lethal combination in chess, and you can see why that is. What's the
Chat,
point of playing rook b6? Chat, rook b6 का point was to make Arjun play bishop takes d7 ताकि bishop b7 check Gukesh के पास हो, and which gives him a good advantage. But I think this is a move that he hurried because he doesn't have enough time. And now and now Arjun can take all the time that he needs. He has literally 42 minutes to decide the way forward. And I'm pretty sure at that level, when your opponent makes a mistake, you can almost feel it. You can almost smell it. So I'm sure he senses something is wrong.
Do you know what Arjun is smelling? I don't know that, but Saj bhai, what I do know is कि यहाँ पे एक गलती करने का chance है. So knight h5 and then rook f3 is our plan, right?
Yeah.
But he should not change the move order. Apparently, if you start with rook f3, queen c5 seems to be a good defense.
Yeah,
And
because
if
after
knight
king f8,
h5,
you don't have queen d6 check anymore.
yes, exactly. And now black controls this, and the game is actually completely equal. In fact, black might have better chances. So you have to be careful here that you start with knight h5. You cannot play, rook f3 first. That's very important.
Right, right, right. That looks very, 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 very good. So knight h5 check. By the way, Vaishali versus Lee Tingji chal raha hai Sahil bhai. Can we have a quick look at that? Armageddon match.
Uh, yeah. So one brief look there. This is the current position chat. You can see ek wo hai. I think this is the Petrov defense, if I'm not mistaken. Looks kind of solid for both sides right now.
Yeah. And remember, chat, Vaishali started with 10 minutes and Lee Tingji had 7 minutes. So she only has used half a minute in her entire opening so
Yeah.
far. And position abhi thodi equal si chal rahi hai.
Either way, can we have the Vaishali game on one side and the Arjun game on the left? I think that might be helpful if possible, because we don't want to miss that move where Arjun could be winning actually. So gonna go back to that board instantly. And right now he is thinking.
Absolutely. I'll take मैं देखता रहूंगा. By the way, big mistake by Lee Tingji. Now Vaishali looks seems to be a bit better. But I'll keep looking. कुछ होता है
Meanwhile,
तो.
you can see Gukesh using every second he has uh, to the fullest. He can. Oh, look at him! How nervous he is! Yeah, he's not. He's constantly moving in his chair. It's a stark contrast to what we saw during the World Championship. This is nerves talking.
Absolutely. And by the way, Sahil bhai, the second game between Sara Khadim and Ju Jun also ended in a draw. तो हमारी prediction सही थी in the women's section. They are all
Yeah,
looking kind of equalish.
I think.
तो वहां पे भी
Uh,
Armageddon होगा. And Humpy
yeah,
G is still playing.
yeah. Armageddon बहुत सारे होने वाले हैं आज. I think तीन तो मुझे दिख ही रहे हैं. Uh, Come on, come on, come on, Gukesh. You need. Oh, sorry, Arjun. Sorry, right now, Saj. So, would you like Arjun to find knight h5, or would you say ki rehne do?
I mean, it's the best move in the position. Of course, he has played, I mean, fantastic chess so far. I mean, of course, you wanted to finish it off. Just for context, chat. I mean, we are on move 26 right now, and Arjun's accuracy is 98.7. That is commendable. Come on.
That is
Oh, that's a
actually
beautiful
quick.
scene. Thank you, Niribhai. So on the right, we can see Vaishali versus Lee Tingji. This is the Armageddon match. Knight c6, by the way, played by Vaishali, जहाँ पे एक pawn मिल रहा है. Queen takes c6 के बाद rook e7 मिल रहा है, and she will just be a pawn up. And if she wins this, then she wins the match. And this would
Wow.
be huge for her considering, pehla round, she was pushing all the way against Humpy G, and then in the last minute, she blundered that one move mate. No, not one move. It was like a mate in five or something that she missed, which was very, very
Yeah.
heartbreaking. So this is huge for Vaishali.
अर्जुन ने फील्डिंग लगा दी, इसका क्या मतलब है भाई? मुझे नहीं आया. Check Magnus game once. Magnus game
I think
में I. Yeah, Saj bhai.
Sahil, matlab, I think let's stay here, na? Because one game is going really
हाँ.
fast. When it finishes, we can move back to Magnus's game. Magnus's ka game abhi bhi, by the way, both players having 24, 25 minutes each. Magnus has a minus 0.4 advantage. And game abhi bhi ye chalega. But this game, I think, will finish much faster.
And also, I think Vaishali ka to वैसे भी tiebreaker ही है, so that will end soon, and then we can also have Magnus. By the way, rook e7 दिख रहा है वहाँ पे. Vaishali does have a slightly better position. Opposite color bishops हैं दो, so it can go either way. And Arjun, meanwhile, still trying to calculate the best move.
And by the way, 1900 people almost watching. मैं just एक बार आपको फिर से याद दिलाना चाहूंगा कि 1000 likes पे I'm going to do this crazy challenge at just right at this very moment. I got confirmation from Rakesh bhai and I can do the challenge. So please do hit the like button and subscribe भी करना साथ में. So we can do the
भाई
challenge. Let's go.
भाई अर्जुन की मूव से पहले जाने चाहिए, वरना वो चैलेंज कैंसिल हो सकता है भाई. लेट्स गो चैट, जल्दी से लाइक कर दो भाई. अर्जुन की मूव से पहले 2000 लाइक हो जाने, 1000 लाइक हो जाने चाहिए. सॉरी, 2000 तो नहीं भाई, इतना ज्यादा बोल दिया भाई. आईआईटी क्रैक करने के ज्यादा चांसेस है भाई 2000 लाइक होने से.
हाँ 2000 तो ज्यादा हो गया साहिल भाई. But I like the optimism. Let's go.
मैं भी ग्लास हाफ फुल वाला बंदा ही हूँ लगता है साज
हाँ.
भाई.
Absolutely. And by the way, rookie one played by Vaishali takes 6.5 minutes versus 4 minutes. दोनों players के पास फिर भी अभी यहाँ पे भी increment नहीं है. 40 move के बाद they will get a 2 second increment in the Armageddon. So please don't forget that. B3 played. I think Vaishali is definitely pushing here. Opposite colored bishop है, pawns equal है, but white का rook 7th rank पे, bishop ऐसे एकदम strong बैठा हुआ है. Queen भी D4 पे आ सकती है. Looks very very promising for her.
या कोई साज बाकी वो एब्सोल्युटली बोल रही है कंपाइलेशन बनाओ भाई. आई थिंक वो वीडियो इस स्ट्रीम से भी लंबी होगी.
अरे absolutely साहिल भाई, let's go.
आई थिंक मेरा मेरा भाई बोलने की और साज भाई की एब्सोल्युटली बोलने की कंपाइलेशन बनाए तो
अरे
यूट्यूब के
absolutely
आई थिंक
भाई.
हम सारा ब्रेक ही कर देंगे भाई. मुझे लग रहा है.
चैट सीरियसली मैं बहुत ज्यादा एब्सोल्युटली बोलता हूँ क्या? प्लीज लेट मी नो.
Come on, chat, let's go. Can Arjun find? And now Arjun's time is also kind of nearing that phase where he has to play 14 moves in 36 minutes. I know he has a lot of time and nothing compared to the stress Ukesh is facing, but yeah, I mean, it's starting to get a bit interesting.
Interesting is an understatement, Sahil bhai. I know that there are about to be fireworks in in this situation.
Saj bhai chat pad.
Oh, क्या बात है chat. Let's go, let's go. एक पोल डालो ना, एक कौन कौन ज्यादा बोलता है? जस्ट डू आई से एब्सोल्युटली ज्यादा या फिर साहिल भाई बोलते हैं भाई ज्यादा?
नहीं नहीं, आई थिंक मुझे लग रहा है भाई कि हमें ये
भाई
पोल नहीं
इतनी
करना चाहिए.
भाई इतनी इतनी यूनिटी तो मतलब क्या कहते हैं अभी कि किसी पोल में नहीं देखी मैंने, एक बंदे ने
अच्छा
नहीं लिखा.
अच्छा, मेरा अपेरेंटली भी है. ओ अच्छा, मेरा अपेरेंटली है उसका काउंटर, नॉट भाई. अपेरेंटली चैट इज टाइपिंग एब्सोल्युटली. ये क्या था भाई?
अरे फायराम भाई, ये पहला फनी कमेंट मारा आपने पूरे इतने टाइम के बाद. जी जी.
भाई भाई आरसीबी का हिट रेट बेटर है भाई फायर आर्म के हिट रेट से भाई. यूजली तो डट कमेंट्स ही होते हैं. सो अर्जुन
तो
भाई
मैं
कह रहे हैं
एब्सोल्युटली को
क्या?
चेंज करूंगा, ठीक है? अब मैं कंप्लीटली बोलूंगा. लेट्स गो.
तो अपेरेंटली का क्या होता है भाई सिनोनिम? कोई बताओ भाई, अपेरेंटली का सिनोनिम कोई.
अरे अपेरेंटली ना निकल जाता है मुझसे, आई थिंक स्पेशली व्हेन यू आर, आई मीन अमंग्स द टू ऑफ अस, आई मीन वन ऑफ अस हैज टू लुक एट द इंजन ना. एंड मेरे साथ भी होता है बहुत
हाँ.
यार ये, बिकॉज व्हेनेवर आई एम डिस्कसिंग चेस विद अ स्टूडेंट और समथिंग, मेरे मुंह से अपेरेंटली हर हर दूसरे वर्ड में निकलता है, बिकॉज इट्स अ हैबिट, इट्स अ फोर्स ऑफ हैबिट. सो आई डू अंडरस्टैंड वेयर यू आर कमिंग फ्रॉम.
हम्म. Where am I coming from, Saj bhai? मुझे नहीं पता भाई. But anyways, okay, I think I see Vaishali slightly better, so we also want to keep eyes on that game. Black ने A5 खेल दिया है, trying to create counterplay on the queen side. Maybe A4 खेलना चाहिए Vaishali को वहाँ पे to stop that attack in his tracks and try to create some pressure along the 7th rank. Meanwhile, Arjun still calculating. I think we are waiting for him to find knight h5. If he does, he seems to be winning. But Saj bhai, it feels like he yeah, but I I wouldn't want to be Gukesh. Even if Arjun doesn't find knight h5, I wouldn't want to be Gukesh here. It's just too difficult. It's just too difficult.
सर्टनली साहिल भाई, सर्टनली.
Hmm.
लगता है साहिल भाई समझे
मैं ये
नहीं.
समझ गया, बस certainly सुन के ऐसा लग रहा है कि मतलब I'm listening to some other language. Imo como estás? Imo amo castas? Certainly. ऐसी फीलिंग आ रही है मुझे.
सर्टनली भाई, सर्टनली. सबसे सर्टनली बोलूंगा भाई. लेट्स गो. बाय द वे चैट, डोंट फॉरगेट 1K लाइक्स पे विल डू अ चैलेंज. अर्जुन की मूव से पहले होना चाहिए 1K लाइक्स, एंड विल डू अ वेरी वेरी कूल चैलेंज विद यू फॉर
Yeah.
फॉर अ मेंबरशिप. सो डू हिट द लाइक बटन.
Come on, chat. Let's go. We're waiting for Arjun. I think, oof, I really want to go full screen also on both games, literally, just to kind of deep dive into Gukesh's expressions, man. I don't know how much pressure is he facing.
भाई एक्सप्रेशंस
11,
कहाँ से, पूरा तो चेहरा वो पकड़ के बैठा है.
भाई
लाइक
वही तो.
हाउ विल यू? Oh, by the way, she
14.
played c4. Oh, Vaishali just played c4 and allowed a4. That's not a good move at all. I think now she's in trouble. She
Oh,
has to
she's
win.
lost. Bishop e2 is a blunder apparently, and now
Why is it a...
Vaishali is losing.
But क्यों? Is a3 check
I
is
think A3
happening,
check ही
or
होगा
what
भाई. I
happened?
cannot imagine anything else.
a3 check ही होगा ना?
Actually, AB3 and Queen A6 ideas are also in the air.
Oh, certainly, Sahil bhai. That looks scary.
Okay, I think, but we have 2 minutes each, Sahaj bhai. 2 minutes each, so anything is possible.
Hmm. Yeah, you're right. AB3 Queen A6 looks very very scary. AB3 CB3 में क्या हो रहा है लेकिन?
AB3, CB3.
Queen H1 आ रहा है क्या?
Oh, Queen H1 is brutal. By the way, A3 check played anyway, so that bar nahi hila, matlab that is the best move. And now Queen H1 pe there is Queen E1. I don't know how does Black kind of finish off here. Your gambling for Gukesh. Yeah, Arjun ke against would not be fair, I feel. Like, that's misusing our power, Saj bhai. What do you feel?
No, I think yeah, Arjun के against तो नहीं होना चाहिए यार. Arjun के against तो नहीं.
And D5, great move. If he takes, C2 falls.
भाई
So
that
that's
opposite color pistol looks very very scary for Vaishali. By the way, time भी situation भी एकदम almost मतलब बराबर ही हो गई है. Looking a bit scary. By the way, look at how much time Arjun is taking. I mean, this is so impressive that at this level, he knows exactly when to think. You know that's what makes these players so great. I mean, it's so impressive that वो उसको sense आ गया. He can smell the move. He knows कुछ है यहाँ पे इस position में. That's why he's thinking so much.
भाई अर्जुन जित 1 घंटे से वेला बैठा है, स्मेल तो करेगा ही ना भाई, क्या करेगा? और 1 घंटे से कुछ चलने का इतना सोच रहा है योगेश.
True, absolutely. अरे यार.
By the way, Caruana seems to be completely winning against Wei. So our prediction of 3 results in the open section as of now seems to be on point. And bada maza aane wala hai. 2 draws in the women's section. Third one slightly better for Anna Muzichuk. Open section mein 1 result I think is looking likely. Arjun finds knight h5. Caruana winning. And Magnus, I think the game is now closer to equality than it was earlier. So maybe Hikaru draws.
Yeah, I think सही बोला आपने. And I think
Vishali just blundered, I think.
what did she play?
She played King Bishop C1. And now
No.
Queen D6 is apparently winning and played.
Oh, DC4. Oh, that she just completely collapsed her. By the way, time देखो वैशाली का यार. It's less than leading G. That is crazy.
And there is no increment. I think the only hope Vishali has is time now.
Yeah.
So if I was Vaishali, I would just play very quickly and just hope that I don't get mated.
Yeah, certainly, by certainly. Keruki to play. Chap में पढ़ रहा हूँ किसी ने लिखा Sahaj's streak is lost and it just was very very funny. But Haruki 2 played. I think DC4 is I think a logical move now.
Even D4, D3 looks extremely dangerous.
D4 D3. Arey. That looks very scary actually.
Or DC4 or what? Oh, Queen D2, Queen blunder. Oh, there's a Queen sacrifice. She misses
But
it.
क्या
Vaishali is
जरूरत?
back.
नहीं
Oh,
अभी भी तो lost है ना.
like Queen D2, Bishop D2, Rook D2 was actually just winning on the
Crushing.
spot.
Wow, Queen E3. Okay, but now even if you take it twice, you're still gonna hold this position. Oh, by the way, like in time, by the way, Knight H5 played by Arjun. He found the
And
move.
King H8 played by Gukesh. Wow.
They both see it. That is insane to me that they both see it.
Rook F3 played by Arjun and Queen C5 played by Gukesh. They both have seen it. Sahaj. Now Bishop D7. We saw this, right? Bishop D7, Rook D6, and Queen E1 is the winning move for Arjun.
I think he must have seen this by now. I think both players have seen this move already. That's why they're playing so fast. Looks like Vaishali can hold this position, but abhi bhi time is a very big problem here because remember, chat, there is no increment. 40 move के बाद increment होगा. We are still at move 30. So 10 moves और हैं, and then it's basically a blitz match. Queen D2, what? पर Queen D2 खेल के अब जीत कैसे रहे हो? अगर मैंने Queen D2 ही मार दिया तब कैसे जीत रहे हो?
Yeah, I think Vaishali is just going for the draw. Maybe she understands Keats is over. By the Rook D6 and Queen E1 played by Arjun. Queen E1 played by Legacy Arjun, and he is currently just in a winning position. Of course, it's not over yet, but objectively, he is winning now. Plus 2.1 evaluation, Sahaj.
Yeah, that looks scary. Queen भी एकदम paralyzed है, Bishop भी paralyzed है, and time भी आपके पास 20 सेकंड है, तो I think you have no chance of holding this. No chance whatsoever.
Yeah, Vaishali's position is so hard. Yeah, she's forced to kind of wait. What happened there for a second? I don't
That's
know.
a repetition. And Vaishali
Yeah,
makes a draw. That means she loses the Armageddon. But still, 8 point to aaya. I think that's good. And she had some chances,
yeah.
but unfortunately, she couldn't convert it. But yeah, I
Ritika,
think
can we go full screen on the Gukesh board now? I think that's the most important game. Let's see what happens. Don't forget, if Arjun makes a mistake, we will also have Armageddon. But as of now, it looks like Gukesh could lose both his classical games back to back. And Sahaj, his task does not become easier because tomorrow Gukesh plays, I think, Hikaru. So it's looking like a field where, याद है हमने डे वन को कहा था, if let's say either of the Indian players loses like a couple of games, I think this tournament is such a tournament जहाँ पे you just kind of go down a spiral of losing games back to back because there's no weak opponents at all.
yeah, exactly. So that feels very, very scary actually. And you would be in a very bad mood because you lost both games back to back. Pehla game, though, I think you had good chances, but this felt like this was Arjun's game, yeah, from the very beginning. From the fourth move itself, the moment he played G3, Gukesh it felt like Gukesh was completely out of prep. I think this was very, very smart play by Arjun from the opening itself.
Yeah. Meanwhile, chat, I'm not gonna switch. I think I'll just show you briefly the keeping the same यहाँ पे camera. This is Hikaru versus Magnus. It feels like it's close to equality. Magnus is still slightly better. This is the current position. Magnus will push, of course, 20 minutes versus 16 minutes. And meanwhile, Caruana seems to be completely winning. This is the Caruana position. You can see there's a queen on a2, but the queen can go back and attack on f7. There's attack on d3, and it seems like Caruana is winning. And where he has 5 minutes on the clock. So with 14, 5 minutes to play 15 moves, 14 moves for Wei. I think it's almost impossible.
Yeah, Gukesh ke baad. Oh, by the way, some updates in the Gukesh game. He played Rook
Oh,
D6,
wait.
Queen U.
So Bishop B7 and E4 was obviously the only move. Yeah, the rook is
Yeah.
pinned.
So if you go Rook takes D7, which seems like a very logical move, White has Knight takes F6, and again we see that lethal combination of the Queen and the Knight, because Queen is coming to H4, H7 ke pawn pe mate in 1 ka threat hai, and at the same time the D7 Rook is also under attack. And remember, Sahil bhai, we looked at this earlier. If Black goes Rook D1 check, Queen G1 check, White ka King H3 pe ekdam safe hai. कोई चेक भी नहीं है
Yeah.
आपके पास वहां पर. So this looks very, very scary for Gukesh. 9 moves to go, 8 minutes left. This is, I think, close to being over.
Yeah. So clearly King on H3 very safe, and there is mate on H7 13. So Arjun right now playing beautiful chess. And just to point out, chat, the accuracy in this game, Gukesh is 95.2, Arjun is 99.3. This is not even a joke, yeah. So, and I am pretty sure the accuracy he lost, Sahaj, was for playing that A4 move, yeah, which was the opening idea itself that he had.
True. That I mean that the whole entire variation with G3 was, I think, a brilliant idea by Arjun. It was executed perfectly. Gukesh pehle wo ek ghanta, I think he was down after the first 10 moves, and then he very smartly just complicated the game further and further and further and got him into that time pressure. And Gukesh made one bad move, and then he doesn't give him a chance. Perfect
And also,
execution there.
correctly said. And now it's only 7 minutes to play, 10 moves. 10 more moves to go. And question for you, chat. Do you feel Gukesh will hold this? Either a draw or a win for him? Or do you think it is over? Do you think Gukesh holds? Yes or no? Sahaj, what do you think?
You see, I think the question itself is, it's a bit misleading because Gukesh is not the one who holds here. It's Arjun who messes up this position. क्योंकि दोनों sides अगर best chess खेलेंगे यहाँ पे, even computer की भी best chess खेलेंगे, तो white wins because it's a +2 advantage. So the real question is, do you think, Sahil bhai, that will Arjun mess this up?
I don't think so. I think Gukesh is gonna crumble, and this will hurt a lot. And did you see that expression? He looked at the
Yeah.
clock and he did like a kind of thing there. Oh, this is getting to his nerves. Look at him moving in his chair constantly.
Yeah, definitely. And let's not forget, he has 6 minutes on the clock with 9 moves to make.
10 Sahaj,
10
10
यार,
moves.
मैं हर बार ये मिस्टेक कर देता हूँ. 10 moves to make. That is a lot of moves to make. भाई ये तो अली रेजा फिरोजा ने एक बार किया था, and he's a speed king. मतलब यहाँ पर तो it feels very very unlikely, Sahil bhai.
Arjun just gave Gukesh a slight stare there. I think he knows he's in the driver's seat right now. And we have to admire. Oh, look at the stare at the clock. What a beautiful game Arjun has played today. I think almost flawless, like literally flawless. There's not been a single
99%,
move.
99 point accurate, 99% accuracy, Sahil bhai. I mean, that's
And
flawless chess.
and it's 100% Sahaj because the 1% he 0.7 he lost is because the opening idea itself, it was not the best idea according to the engines. So it's
Hmm.
actually 100% accuracy from Arjun so far.
That is insane. That is insane.
Wow.
Insane, insane, insane. Very, very, very impressive play by Arjun there. By the
But
way,
it's not
he
over.
committed another mistake. I think he made 2 mistakes in a row and he's in a dead loss position, a completely lost now. He has 13 moves to make under 5 minutes. And I think Fabi is going to take this one away. So I think still only Hikaru and Magnus is the only. By the way, Hikaru seems to have equalized completely now. So I think that match is definitely going into an
Sahaj,
unfair side by.
4 minutes for 10 moves. What's happening here? He has to play now.
Do
This
you
is
think
getting.
Gukesh loses on time, Sahil bhai? Do you think that's a
No, I
possible? I
think.
think it's definitely possible.
No, I mean, he will play the moves, but he will have no time. He'll blunder the game in one move at some point. He's already lost. It like against Firuza, he was better, Sahaj. That's
Hmm.
where he crumbled. This is already borderline lost.
But against Firuza, it wasn't Gukesh who had less time. It was Firuza, and still it didn't go his way. So this shorter formats that do not suit him. We know that. Knight f6
By
played
the
on the
way,
board.
in a second played by Arjun, rook d7, knight. Let's just calculate the material chat. We have rook for a rook, knight for a bishop, queen for a queen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pawns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pawns. But it's the king. It's the king. The king having a beautiful square on h3, and the queen and the knight are a deadly pair. These 3 pawns, I mean, doing a magical job of stopping the queen, coming back to defend. The rook is attacked. If you save the rook, queen h4.
True. Very nicely put, Sahil bhai. So rook d8 definitely not working because I have queen h4 incoming. कुछ अगर आपने रुक को नहीं छोड़ा, which I think might be the best scenario in this situation, then knight d7 would just lose. Rook d3 played.
Wow. And now chat, queen h4 is the only move for Arjun, but I think it should be the most obvious one. It's literally a melt in one threat. Oh, Gukesh nervous in his chair. This is difficult to watch actually from Gukesh's perspective. Arjun playing a beautiful game, his accuracy only rising, and it's a simple idea, queen h4 chat. If you take the rook, it's a free rook, but it'll cost you your king. And if you, Sahaj, where do I move the king first of all?
G7, I guess. Or there is nothing else, no?
Oh, this is maybe it's not so easy, Sahaj, because apparently the only clear way of winning is f5.
So I mean, I with 26 minutes on the clock, I don't think it's a hard move to find. With 26 minutes on the
True.
clock, definitely not, I think. I mean, I'm sure even Gukesh has seen it. So, and he has 3 minutes on the clock. So,
Oh, this is not easy. This is not easy. So queen h4, I think, should be an obvious move. And then king g7 could be one of the ways to defend for Gukesh here. And not to forget, he still has to play 8 moves in 3 minutes. A great point made by Kostov ki black ke sare piece attacking piece hai.
Queen
But it's
h4 on the
simply not
board,
enough.
attacking the h7 pawn. Queen h7, mate in one ka threat. King g7, I think, is forced by Gukesh, which I think we will see instantly. There is nothing else. You can play rook d1, queen g1, but we know that king on h3 is completely safe.
Yeah.
If black plays king g7, then f5, and the game is over. I think you can just resign there. No, there is nothing else. Maybe you have h6 or something, but it must be lost at position.
First of all, if you take the pawn here, king f6 and king e7, and apparently black wins. So you have to be careful. If you play a move like g5 threatening some mate, there is bishop e4 defending h7 and attacking the rook. King e7 played, by the way. We have it on the board. And now Sahaj, f5 is the only winning move. Rook d3 is a close second apparently. You maintain some edge, but f5 is the only move. Chat question for you. Does Arjun does Erigesi Arjun, world number 3, India number 1, find f5 against the world champion here and win a crushing game? Yes or no?
Actually, the follow-up is not so easy, Sahil bhai, because I can show you a line here. So if after f5, black plays h6, right? Then rook takes d3 only move, by the way. cd3, g5 only move, by the way. Black plays h5. Now knight takes h5 check only move. Queen h5 is not winning, apparently. King f8, and now g6 another only move to win. So ye follow-up is not easy. I think g6 wala follow-up is not easy.
Agreed. Agreed. And Sajbhai, I think it's all about your point itself, what you made. Yeah. So Arjun has the time to figure it out. And looking at Gukesh's time, I don't even think he has time to come up with the best defense. So if F5 is found, I think likely Gukesh crumbles. He simply has no time, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think you're right. कितने लोग एब्सोल्युटली लिख रहे हैं भाई? अब देख रहे हैं कल। मैं एक भी बार एब्सोल्युटली नहीं बोलूंगा चैट। एक भी बार। वॉच मी।
क्या नहीं बोलोगे साज भाई कल?
क्या? आई
क्या
वाज
नहीं
टॉकिंग
बोलोगे
अबाउट
कल?
आई वाज टॉकिंग अबाउट एब्सोल, मेरा फेवरेट पोकेमॉन।
ओह नाइस नाइस नाइस। आई बल्बासर होगा भाई। एनीवेज चलो ठीक है। और चैट भी कह रही है कि नो ही विल नॉट सेव दिस। कुछ लोग हैं अभी कह रहे हैं कि दे कैन सेव दिस। आई थिंक सो सम पीपल हैव फेथ इन गुकेश, बट आई थिंक एज वी डिस्कस्ड, आई थिंक it requires a mistake from Arjun, not really.
या एग्जैक्टली वो जो f5 h6 वाली जो लाइन है, दैट फील्स अ बिट डिफिकल्ट to convert. You have to see the line until g6. But of course, I mean, if you expect anyone to find this with more than 20 minutes on the clock, it has to be Arjun, right?
Yeah, and also just to consider a second move, yeah, rook d3, cd3, and knight h5. Like this feels more human to me at first glance. So, for example, king h6, already queen f6 is made. I understand that. So king g6, of course, queen f6 is made. So king, I think h8, queen d8 made. So king g8 is the only move. So after queen d8, you have queen f8, knight f6 check, king g7. And do I have something here, Sahaj, where, you know, because bar does seem to say white is still winning.
मेरे को तो बाहर ही दिख रहा है। अब नाइट एच फाइव चेक देखिए, क्वीन डी3 मार दिया मैंने, तो आई एम जस्ट अपॉन अप ना। दैट्स, आई मीन, दैट्स अ बैकअप ऑप्शन फॉर मी। ये तो है ही कम से कम। ये भी तो बेटर ही है।
Yeah, but apparently after f5, it's not completely clear. So I think apparently the best move here is queen d4, but d2. So I don't know, Sahaj. I don't know.
नाइट डी7 चेक आ रहा है ना?
Knight d7 check and e5.
अरे यार, लेकिन ये मूव्स आपको लेकिन इतने कम टाइम में दिखेंगी क्या? विद 3 मिनट्स ऑन द क्लॉक, लेट्स
No
11।
chance, Ukesh. No chance, Ukesh sees
दैट्स
this.
या।
So rook d3 does win, but I think the continuation in both cases is not easy, as we have seen.
Yeah, I think now he's again very smartly thinking and calculating his way out of everything. F5 is the winning move, and again Arjun can smell it.
भाई अर्जुन के स्मेलिंग के ऊपर आज साज भाई पीछे पड़े हैं भाई।
मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई, ये he can sense it. He knew rook b6 was a mistake, and वहां पे वो रुक गया. I think it was the only moment, if you go back to that moment जहां पे rook b6 खेला गया था, कितना टाइम लिया उसने नाइट h5 खेलने से पहले?
16.5 minutes.
That's a lot of time. He exactly in that moment he knew it was a mistake, and वो वहीं पे रुक गया वो, because they can smell it, they can sense it. यहाँ
So
पर भी आई
Arjun
थिंक किंग
can
d7 के बाद दिस फील्स लाइक ओके, रुक d3 वाज अ सरप्राइज मूव फॉर अर्जुन, एंड वहां पर वो रुक गया अगेन फिर से, क्योंकि इसको पता है यहाँ पे कुछ एक यहाँ पे विन है, पता है, बट कैसे वो अभी ढूंढना जरूरी है, बिकॉज आई हैव द टाइम।
and this means if Arjun wins, he will have a 6-0 record against Gukesh now. It's only getting worse and worse. So clearly, I don't know what you think, Chad, but if Gukesh's challenger turns out to be Arjun, looking at what we are seeing right now, I mean, Arjun would be a favorite, looking at his personal scores of 6-0.
That is true. By the way, interesting question from the chat. Why can I not play g5 here? Because rook f3 में queen h6 check should be a mate.
G5, I think, would be a great move, but unfortunately, this bishop takes e4. And now the bishop defends this. But we have a move, I think. Oh, rook d3 he plays! He went for rook d3. So no f5. Apparently, it was difficult. And now knight h5 is the only move played by Arjun.
King g8, queen d8 check. I'm a bit surprised, by the way, by this. But he must see something here, yeah? Gukesh playing super fast. By the way, he's not notating anymore. I'm assuming जब 5 minutes से कम होते हैं आपके पास, then you don't have to notate. I'm
Sahaj,
assuming.
yeah, but there's one good thing about this variation is कि यहाँ पे there are few moves that are forcing for Mukesh, like Queen F8, King G7, like everything is forcing. So he gets in a couple of moves very quickly, like CD3, King G8, Queen F8 are only moves for him. So time थोड़ा cover up हो गया. So now if Arjun messes up, he will have time, Gukesh, at least some 10 seconds increment to at least save the game. So Arjun has to be on point.
Right, Arjun, I think Gukesh एकदम time के I think screen की तरफ देख रहा था just to see whether like कितनी moves हो गई हैं board पे. He has to make 5 more moves under 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Not, I mean, I would say it's a very difficult task, but position is still winning for Arjun.
Can Arjun convert this game and hand Gukesh his second defeat in a row?
So difficult,
Wow.
difficult choice.
Sahaj, so from Gukesh's perspective, assuming he loses, which is not clear yet, assuming he loses this, what is he telling himself going back after losing 2 games in a row?
I'm not sure. I'm not in Gukesh's head, Sahil bhai, but I'm sure this must be not the best feeling to start the tournament with, because all eyes are on you. You are the world champion, and you start off with 2 losses. I'm not sure how many times that has happened in history, so it's not the best feeling.
Agreed, agreed. I think it's gonna really pinch Gukesh hard when he goes back, sees that zero. I think he'll be last in the standings again, and that's not gonna be a good feeling. Meanwhile, Arjun trying to find out the way to finish. This is not just over yet, because as we saw, knight f6 check is the only way. Queen d3, the other move. Apparently, there is f5, and it kind of exchanges a bunch of pawns, Saha. So maybe there is some hope for Gukesh if Arjun just takes the pawn.
Yeah, Queen d3 looks good, but knight f6 check देखे Queen d4 was better. It's possible that after Queen d3 he didn't see f5, but I think it's very unlikely that he wouldn't see something like that.
He will see it now for sure. Like even if he missed it
Now,
earlier,
though,
he
for
will
sure.
definitely see it now.
Hmm.
So f5 is Gukesh's idea. The last thing he really wants Arjun to take this. Arjun should play knight f6 check, and then king g7 ke baad, I think queen to d4 is the move.
Yeah, the position is still objectively winning for Arjun with knight f6 check and queen d4. That's the correct way to go forward. f5 push नहीं करने देना. Imagine यहाँ पे f5 again golden pawn है, but it's being used for tactical reasons, chat. So tactical reasons के लिए golden pawn it can work. So knight f6 check is what he has to play to stop that
Absolutely.
golden pawn from moving.
Yeah, yeah.
ये तो आपने मेरा शब्द बोल दिया साहिल भाई.
अरे भाई तो जो
Apparently,
मेरा है,
apparently आपने मेरा शब्द बोल दिया साहिल भाई.
हाँ जो मेरा है वो तुम्हारा है, जो तुम्हारा है वो मेरा है, और गुकेश के सारे पीस फिलहाल अर्जुन के हैं भाई. समझ में आ रहा है मुझे.
Question for Sahaj: does players like Arjun don't see f5 like f5 like moves, or just think there is a better move? Um, I cannot tell you for sure whether he saw f5 or not, but it is possible that he couldn't figure out how to move forward, or he couldn't see that whole continuation with g6, जो बहुत difficult था, I think. And then again, I think एज अ प्लेयर आपके दिमाग में ये भी चीज़ बैठी रहती है कि आपके अपोनेंट के पास 3 मिनट ही पड़े हैं, तो मैं आपके अपोनेंट को ज़्यादा टाइम ना दूं सोचने के लिए. सो लेट्स गो फॉर दिस सॉर्ट ऑफ सिंपलर लाइन जहाँ पे आई नो मेरे पास एटलीस्ट एक ड्रॉ तो है, नाइट जस्ट पुश कम स्विच मेरे पास ये तो है ही कम से कम. एंड देन आई हैव मोर देन वन वे टू प्ले हियर. सो ही नोज कि यहाँ पे वो कितना भी पुश कर सकता है मुकेश को. सो probably he did see f5, but I would doubt if he saw the entire continuation.
Yeah. Meanwhile, chat, Riva, can we have the double screen for Magnus game and Gukesh on the left? Would love to have both. By the way, Caruana has won his game, so Wei has resigned. That's one result. Would love to have. By the way, Vishali's Armageddon game did end in a draw, and Sara Kadam and Venjinju are playing. But we'll focus on the game of Arjun and Magnus. Apparently, Hikaru has equalized, and now Magnus has 6 minutes on his clock, so would love to see him under time pressure as well. Maybe we'll see some emotion from Magnus.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, thank you.
हम्पी जी का गेम अभी भी चल रहा है by the way against and she seems to be in a slightly worse position against Anna Muzichuk. ये गेम भी इंटरेस्टिंग होगा, we can come back to that later. And अभी के लिए
Yeah.
2 गेम्स जहाँ पे दोनों में रिजल्ट आ सकता है by the way. दोनों का टाइम काफी थोड़ा सा ट्रबल लग रहा है देख के. Props to Hikaru by the way for saving the position.
Yeah. भाई आज का दिन क्रेजी, आज रिजल्ट ही रिजल्ट आ रहे हैं, आरसीबी भी जीत गई तो क्लियरली कुछ भी हो सकता है, एनीथिंग कैन हैपन टुडे एंड वी कैन सी अर्जुन देयर कॉन्टेम्पलेटिंग द बेस्ट वे. Do you think like he saw F5 now and is regretting playing this variation? I don't think he's focused on F5, yeah?
F5 किधर, यहाँ पे या फिर वो
जो
पहले?
पिछली वेरिएशन में था, जो F5 था विनिंग,
हाँ
जो
हाँ,
पिछली
वही मैं
वेरिएशन.
पहले डिस्कस कर रहा था.
He played Queen D3.
हाँ, so he
There
allows
is a
F5.
twist. If he plays F5, Gukesh is maybe unplayed on the board.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Okay, the game is on.
Wow.
Stellar defense, by the way, by Gukesh as well. Queen D7 played by Arjun. Bishop E4 check,
That,
only move.
yeah, that is the best move, and Bishop E4 sacrificing a pawn is apparently the way to go.
Yeah, but still that follow up is really 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 difficult. First of all, queen endgame हमेशा सबसे ज़्यादा difficult होती है because आपके पास बहुत सारे
Yeah.
chances होते हैं जीतने के. And secondly, you have a queen and knight combination, so it's really really difficult I think for to hold this, especially considering कि 2 मिनट पड़े हैं अभी गुकेश के पास, but he's about to hit the 40 move mark. He has to make 2
Yeah.
moves, bishop e4 and bishop d5. I think bishop e4 is a, ये तो मतलब forced ही है, तो bishop e4 तो पहले मार दो ना, फिर उसके बाद next move में सोचो.
And इसके
I
बाद
don't
queen,
get wise thinking.
and then queen b5 मारना है, which is also not as easy, yeah, to basically give up the pawn and then play c4. Chances of maybe Arjun missing something, but it is completely winning apparently, Sahaj. So maybe Arjun is stronger than the engine.
Really, it's still winning that position after
Yeah,
queen
it's
d5. Really?
yeah, it is.
Wow.
It is winning. It is winning. So Arjun calculated better than Stockfish right now, to be honest.
भाई crazy crazy crazy. अच्छा, c4 queen e5 है मेरे पास, इसलिए bishop e4 king g1 on the board. Now bishop d5 has to be played by Gukesh.
Yeah,
Only move, ये भी forced ही है क्योंकि otherwise your e6 pawn is hanging, so you have to play bishop d5. Oh, queen
yeah. That's
c5 check looks a bit interesting. कुछ हो रहा है क्या उधर?
so queen c5 check. Apparently king f1, and there are no more checks. I mean, queen
Queen
c4 is
c4 है ना
there.
मेरे पास.
King f2,
Queen c5 check again.
and
अच्छा,
now
king
king
g3, king
e2.
h4. साहिल भाई, remember that game? चैट, चलो आपसे सवाल. एक बार वो
यहाँ जा रहे
पोजीशन
हो क्या?
लिखा दो एक बार साहिल भाई बोर्ड पे.
भाई king g3 is mate.
मेट
भाई
किधर है भाई?
साहब,
मेट किधर है?
mate.
क्वीन जी1 चेक है मेरे पास. ओह अच्छा अच्छा, नेवर माइंड चैट, नो वरीज.
भाई 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 गुकेश भाई तो खुश हो गए होंगे भाई वेरिएशन देख के.
हाँ. अच्छा, किंग e2 किंग d2 होगा फिर. राइट राइट राइट. मतलब क्या
हाँ,
अर्जुन कैलकुलेटेड ऑल ऑफ दिस, मतलब दैट्स रियली रियली इंप्रेसिव.
and the king goes to d2 basically, and now okay, if this check then king e3, and there are no more checks. Oh, this is getting extremely interesting. Arjun could be on path to win this. नहीं भाई, सब ऑन है भाई, सब ऑन है. I think I can refresh, maybe that works. Let me know if that
By the
worked.
way,
But फिलहाल
Gukesh
के
having 16 seconds on the clock as he plays bishop d5. 10 सेकंड का इंक्रीमेंट अभी भी नहीं है उसके पास. इस मूव
so
नंबर 39.
so he has to play one move in 16 seconds now, and then he gets 10-second increment. Yeah.
Exactly.
Wow. Chat, 39 moves हो चुके हैं. We are one move away from the 10-second time increment that both players will get. And Gukesh still has to play one more move. That's all he has, 16 seconds. Basically, he's playing on increment now, Sahaj. Yeah, matlab, it's like he's playing on increment, basically. In fact, he has more time on this move than he will have for the remaining moves, honestly.
Absolutely. अरे यार, मुझसे निकल गया. अब अभी बहुत स्ट्रेस हो रहा है मेरे को. Okay, so queen takes b5 is what he must play. I'm sure Arjun would have looked at this. No wonder सहज. अच्छा भाई राम जी, कभी तो कुछ अच्छा बोल लिया करो यार.
Meanwhile, we can see Hikaru and Magnus there also fighting it out. The position is equal right now, but with 7 minutes for Hikaru, 6 for Magnus. And still 7 more moves to go. The a4 pawn hanging. Anybody's game, Sahaj, I would say. So both players could definitely do something.
Yeah, true. Queen b5 is the only winning move, if I'm not mistaken, in this position.
By
अगर
the
वो
way,
नहीं मारा, क्वीन बी फाइव इज नॉट एन इजी मूव टू प्ले फॉर श्योर, बिकॉज क्वीन बी फाइव एफ जी फोर के बाद आपको सी फोर देखना है एंड क्वीन ई फाइव देखना है,
yeah,
विच
yeah,
इज नॉट एन easy thing to see.
yeah.
But still he has 13 minutes on the clock. गुकेश knows के अब थोड़ा चांस है बचने का यहाँ पे.
I think he'll be happy with what he has, basis what he had, let's say 5-10 moves back. So at least he's gonna use the 40th move. He will have at least 10 seconds per move. He also understands कि pawn 4-4 ही बचे हैं, उसमें से भी एक trade होने वाला है. So at least there should be some chance, some check, some chance for white to go wrong. As we saw, king h4 ho, कोई perpetual ho, maybe enough pawns get exchanged. I don't know what that is, but he's still hoping for a miracle there. Meanwhile, Sara Khadam loses to Wenjun Ju in the tiebreak, so that's one more result. So in total,
Yeah, I see that.
3 games going on. Chat. Anna Muzichuk Humpy headed towards a draw likely, so we'll see Armageddon there. Hikaru Magnus might also be headed to a draw, and then we might see Armageddon there. And Arjun Gukesh, of course, Arjun right now cruising. There we see it. All the 6 games, 3 results, and 3 games going on. Wait, did they draw? I think Magnus just drew.
What?
I can see them talking and shaking hands, right? Something happened. Yeah, they're talking about the
So we're
game.
getting an Armageddon. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah. Hikaru and Magnus have drawn. So we are going to see a Armageddon between the two strongest fast time control players in the world. So chat, ready now? ये Armageddon crazy होने वाला है. So let's jump to the game of Arjun against Gukesh for now. Saj bhai.
Yes,
Oh, look at Gukesh. Look at Gukesh. He's moving in his chair. Oh, look at the adrenaline flowing through his veins. Oh, that's a blunder from Arjun. Oh my God.
क्या हुआ?
He has blundered the game away. Arjun has blundered the game away. GF5 was a blunder. Gukesh is back. Gukesh is back. What a mistake. He completely missed Queen C5. And we have reached the 40th move. 10-second increment. And now King G2 only move and Queen D5 only move for black. And he draws.
Are you sure this is a draw, Sahil? Why?
It is. ED5 has to be played though. ED5 is the only move. ED5,
Of course, ED5 has to be played. But why is this a draw?
Sahaj, D4 and B4. And it is apparently a draw now. What a miracle there.
Oh, wow. That is crazy.
So Gukesh fans in the chat, you got what you wanted. एक बार Gukesh OP डाल दो भाई. We are gonna see Armageddon now.
क्या बात है. Okay, the game is not over yet. Still, he has to find D4 and B4. What a scene, by the way. Thank you, Neri bhai. ये game थोड़ा लेकिन पहले, I think.
हाँ. Wow, what a turnaround. 15 seconds true. That is still, I think white is still better, chat. If anybody wins this, it's still gonna be Arjun. But it's objectively at least equal. Gukesh will grab it with 2 hands.
Bhai, it's a very difficult end game even afterwards. I don't think this game is over, especially considering how much time Gukesh has. It would be very impressive if he's able to hold this.
Sahaj,
First thing he has to do
D4
is find
only move.
D4.
D4 is the only move.
By CT4, B4 के बाद भी it's really not an easy end game for him. He has only 15 seconds on the clock.
Oh my God, Gukesh finds the only move. He is playing. And by the way, chat, Sahaj, black can win this.
No, absolutely not. Just King E3. वो कैसे?
King E3 and Knight F. King E3 was the only move, by the way. He had to play that.
Yeah, but you are putting the king in the box, no? So if B3 there is King D2, and again it's lost for black. It's really not difficult. I think really not easy for black to play even now. Like abhi King F7, I think is the only move. Yeah, you have to keep the pawn on B4.
I think you can play anything now, Saj. Even Bishop A2, King F7, Bishop B3, everything is winning. Drawing, sorry.
I really don't think this endgame is that simple. Okay, king f7 played. Knight g3 maybe?
Knight g3, then if I play king f6, I think you want to go knight e4 and knight something. Yeah, that's a problem because I can't take the pawn because of knight d6 check.
Exactly.
So I don't. If you play knight g3, then I have to kind of move the bishop somewhere. Then
Yeah, and by the
bishop
way,
a2.
great point by Niri Bhai. If you play king e4, then there is b3, and that would be lost for white.
Wow, wow. So and look at I love this angle. Look at the clock. We can see the clock literally 10 minutes and 15 seconds for Gukesh. It's a beautiful angle actually. And boards भी मस्त setup हो गए ऊपर और light में.
Very nice. So king f7, 15 seconds for Gukesh. Knight g3, I think looks very logical to me.
Wow. I think Gukesh was definitely, I think, lucky to kind of get that break, but his defense has been phenomenal. I mean, to find all those resources with no time on the clock, like this is what world champions do for sure.
Absolutely. अब क्या king d2 लाएं या फिर knight g3 लाएं?
Mm, King D2 is kind of saying कि I think it's a draw. ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है सहज. I don't know why. It feels like I'm moving backwards and I'm not gonna really
But
reach
वो
this
knight जो
pawn.
h5 पे बैठा है, it's kind of holding that king on f6, ना? So that's why I'm more
Yeah,
um
but then when you bring the king, I'm gonna go bishop e2 once maybe. So okay, he goes knight g3.
knight g3 king f6 पे there is knight e4 check. Obviously, we saw that just now.
Yeah, yeah,
Now
and
9
then
seconds for Gukesh.
oh,
King
that's a
e7.
mistake. That's a
Why?
mistake apparently. Slight error. King d2 now, and white has some chances.
Yeah,
Sahaj,
king
maybe you're right.
d2. Yeah, exactly. I mean, whenever there are knights on the board, it's always going to be a tricky game. I mean, I'm not saying the game is over, but I think it's definitely not equal, not draw so far.
Hmm. Oh, 14 seconds. And chat, remember, वो 14 seconds 14 ही रहने वाले हैं. He only has a 10-second increment. I can't imagine him saving a bunch of time there. So Yukesh is under constant time pressure now for the rest of the game. So it just takes one move to lose this.
Yeah, exactly. 14 seconds by the way, भाई time देख के अब डर लग रहा है थोड़ा.
I think what Gukesh needs is like a simplification. जहाँ पे कुछ pawns trade off हो जाए, which he's not gonna get because white will just hold this position and there's no way for black to really progress. Yeah, he's just kind of. Is there a way for black to kind of start going here? No, no, I think white is just too fast.
Difficult. I think the problem is after king d2, he can play king f6 and he will sacrifice that bishop. So knight e4 check पे king f5, knight d6 check पे कुछ तो king f5, knight d6, king f4, knight c4 and king e4. And somehow this is holding.
Wow. And that's the only way to hold actually after king d2. That's the
Yeah.
only way. Even now, I think it's a bit. It's still
It's a
tricky, but
very weird position though.
and assessing this Sahaj as equal is not easy either.
Exactly.
Wow. So Gokesh, maybe the game might not. And with 14 seconds, I think I can assure you, chat, Arjun का एक second वो literally अभी light years की तरह इस्तेमाल कर रहा है उसका. I know light years is a measure of distance. मुझे astronomy मत सिखाना भाई please. Just joke था भाई. And फिलहाल के लिए हम लोग देख रहे हैं game King E7 played.
Of course,
Will
Interstellar साहिल भाई की favorite film है. So let's not forget that.
भाई क्या मूवी थी भाई यार. Legend.
वो एंड गेम डिस्कस कर रहे हैं. बाय द वे, इन दैट एंड गेम इफ यू प्ले h5 इट्स लॉस्ट फॉर यू. So it's really not simple to actually draw that end
Yeah.
game style, right? You have to
Yeah.
find a very forced sequence of events. जो I think I think this is probably what Arjun misjudged. I'm guessing.
Hmm.
फिर से end game
Yeah.
आ रही है board पे.
And I'm pretty sure अगर तुम ये pawn यहाँ रख दोगे, maybe it's again winning. Like it's just completely random actually.
Yeah. I think he will go king d2.
Let's see which is that move. Can he
Arjun having
find?
6 minutes. Also, Arjun का भी time pressure आ रहा है.
This is so exciting. India number 1, India number 2, battling it out for the crown.
What a
Chat,
time, yaar. What a vibe.
chat,
Let's go.
let's get to 1,500 likes quickly. Jaldi se like kar do as we look at both these players in time pressure, trying to come up with the best move. Not an easy task. Even it's getting difficult for Arjun with only 5.5 minutes.
Okay, so does he... Okay, he's still thinking. I'm actually very amazed that this endgame is a draw. I'm still analyzing it, trying to find something, but it looks like it's a draw, Sahil.
Does Gukesh not, Sajbhai? That's the question.
But really, really difficult to make a draw here. Very difficult, I
Yeah.
think.
I think Gukesh needs to know that. That's the problem. I think it's so complicated that endgame. I mean, for example, if Arjun had played this move, King D2 in 2 seconds, I think Gukesh would have made a blunder, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking the same. If 2 seconds में चलता तो I think there was a higher chance. But I'm just thinking. I'm trying to make like normal moves from the black side in that endgame where black sacrifices his bishop and goes into that king 2 pawns versus king and knight and pawn. वहाँ पे मतलब black की normal moves are also losing. You have to play a specific sequence of events, which is not easy. I think both of them are calculating that exact thing right now because he knows the game is right there. Chat, आपको क्या लग रहा है? Win, draw, or loss?
Oh, he blundered. He blundered. King D6 was not the move. And now Gukesh is lost again. 94. And if King D5, King E3 back is apparently winning.
Oh, I was not expecting this from Gukesh. I thought King F6 खेलेगा वो for sure. Maybe he also assessed that endgame as lost for him. Oh, that's tough. Okay, but the follow for Arjun is also not easy. I'm sure Arjun didn't see this. See, he's still thinking. Matlab, he didn't calculate this at all. The question is, does he realize it's a mistake?
Chat 94 check. And if you go, let's say King E7 back, there is F6 check. And if King F7, now Knight D6 check. And that's
एक
the
बार
problem.
King
I think
E6 भी दिखा दो साहिल भाई. After Knight D4, King E7, F6, King E6, there's F7 immediately.
There's actually F5 as well.
Oh, F5 is actually nicer. You're right.
And
you're
now
right.
I
That's
think... Oh, by the way, he played 94. I think Gukesh is going down maybe. He
But
might
King
be
D5.
going down.
He will play King D5 for sure. And now King goes back to E3.
13 seconds. Plays King D5 and King E3 now is the only. But it's also a logical move, yeah? I mean,
very
you cannot...
simple.
Yeah, it's not a difficult one. And chat, next move white ki F6 hogi after King E3. So it's pretty obvious that this is... Oh, this is sad actually. Okay, she had a chance there, but he spoiled it. Yeah, and it was very difficult, Sahaj. You were absolutely spot on. I think Sahaj OP in the chat banta hai bhai. हम लोग बाहर देखे खुश हो गए थे, but this was clearly not easy. And now, I think Gukesh
Also,
is...
I'm saying this because I know jab, if the game doesn't go his way, then I see the comments and I'm just trying to explain to you that this endgame was extremely hard to kind of draw, especially with this time control. जब night होता है board पे तो it's very 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 tricky to mess this up.
What? Bhai, this game promises to be a treat. That's a mistake from Arjun.
ये क्या हुआ? King E6? What?
Why not Knight C3 check?
I have no clue.
Wow.
I have no
Chat.
clue what's going on.
Chat stream like करना बनता है. अगर 2000 like नहीं हुआ, I'll be disappointed भाई. जल्दी से like करो भाई. क्या crazy game है भाई. I've not seen this. Let's go chat.
क्या हो रहा है आज?
भाई कुछ भी हो रहा है.
Wow, I did not expect that from Arjun though. Crazy bhai, crazy.
And now if
Gukesh
F5
finds King
very...
E6.
Chat F5 पे King D7 खेलना है. So it's still tricky. Because you can't take this, and if you take this again, Knight D6 wins. So it's still tricky. By the way, accuracy, suddenly Sahaj, 93 hai Gukesh ki and 93.3 Arjun ki. So his accuracy has also dropped down drastically.
Wow, that was a huge blunder by Gukesh. by
Raj,
Arjun. Sorry.
I want to ask you a question and chat तुमसे भी, ठीक है? If Magnus was playing this with white and black, do you think he would have drawn with black and won with white in this endgame?
For sure, yeah. Come on. ये game अभी तक खत्म हो गया होता है, I have to say. Because Magnus sets that standard. I mean, it's he makes these
By the
endgames look
way,
so easy.
B2 is the only move and played by GUKESH. Beautiful move in time pressure. Chat,
I'm not
important.
sure.
King C2, Bishop D3 wins for GUKESH. So be careful.
Knight C5 check, King E8 only move. I think GUKESH will play that for sure.
Are you sure? Okay, King E8 has to be played actually. There's no other move.
Yeah, there is no other move.
He has to play King E8. I cannot imagine any other move being played.
Yeah, I think GUKESH is saving this now. There is actually the position, the endgame that we are facing. It looks easier to hold than the position that we had before. So very good chance now. But let's see why दोनों players के पास time pressure होगा अब. This is so exciting because I have no idea how this game is gonna go now. King
Yeah.
H7, King takes
By the
B2
way, King
played.
F6 you can't play.
Yeah, there's 94 check.
Yeah. And
So
King
he has to
F5,
go bishop
96.
D5.
That's a blunder again. Bishop
That's a huge
D5 was the only move. And now you take controlling the E4 square ताकि King F5 मारने के बाद Knight E4 ना आए, King S6 मारने के बाद. And now that's a blunder. Arjun is now completely winning.
So what does he do? Knight E4 and Knight G3. Yeah, it's simple.
Even
भाई
King
क्या हो रहा है अजय?
Sahaj,
क्या हो रहा है?
King C3 wins, Knight E4 wins. I think that's a sign कि I think D5 wins. That's a sign कि GUKESH is winning. Arjun is winning this now.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're absolutely right. Bhai, I'm sorry, chat. I said absolutely again, but मुंह से निकल गया. But now, actually, if Black played Bishop D5 ना instead of Bishop F1, F6 और F5 दोनों मर रहे थे. अब F5 नहीं मर सकता because मेरा Knight E4 से G3 पे आ रहा है.
Yeah.
F6, F5 दोनों मर रहे थे पहले, and वो position hold करना was easier. But and I think what happened is, Sahil bhai, if you could play Bishop D5 for a second,
हाँ.
I think after Bishop D5, what GUKESH thought was White can play Knight D7. अब आप Bishop C6 खेल के Knight को kick नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि मेरे पास Knight E5 check है. But you had to find Bishop E4 here. That's a very very tricky move to play. I think that's what happened here.
And this would be an instant draw actually. सारे pawn मर गए, खत्म.
Exactly. अगर ये दोनों pawn मर गए, then it's very easy. But he didn't see that. I think now White can play Knight E4 and Knight G3. And again, those extra 2 minutes that Arjun kept is really going to help him win this now. Knight E4.
And now of course chat, the idea is कि ये मार के ये मार दो and then F6 भी मार दो. If White does nothing, of course Black will win. But D pawn बच गया यहाँ पे. And of course Knight E4, Knight F G3 also saves the F5 pawn. तो ये दोनों pawn बच जाएंगे. And that means it is unfortunately over for GUKESH.
Yeah, I have to say, I think if he finds Knight E4 and by the way, look at Arjun under a minute. कितने लोगों ने सोचा था कि in this game Arjun will have less than a minute.
भाई एक बंदा प्रेडिक्ट किया था कि जब गेम खत्म होगी तो 1 घंटे का डिफरेंस होगा, याद है?
वो मैं था.
भाई साहब.
Okay, what does he play now? Does he find Knight E4? 30 seconds on the clock.
Will
He
we
has to
have-
play fast.
No, he finds the best move and now GUKESH unfortunately is
भाई,
gonna
no क्यों
struggle.
यार? No क्यों?
No, yeah, of course not.
I mean,
Yeah,
they are
of course.
finding
He's
the best moves. Let's go.
Yeah,
King
he
F6
takes
and
one
now King
pawn.
G5 से कुछ counter play मिल सकता है. H4 exactly, shutting everything down. And now all he has to do is bring his king to F4. जैसे C3, D2, E3, F4. Dark squares पे खेलते रहो ताकि bishop kick ना कर पाए. And then the knight gives a check and it's lost.
Wow. Can
I
we go
think this
back?
game
I
is
think
over.
GUKESH expressions देख रहे हैं नीरी भाई. Can we go to the full angle जहाँ दोनों player दिख रहे हैं? I think we'll see. Let's refresh it also if it's not live right now. I think, yeah. This is really hard, and I think GUKESH realizes now it's over. Yeah, he knows this is completely over.
Yeah,
Okay,
see, he's going for that plan. King E3, King F4. And then knight gives a check and this would be lost.
Maybe we can remove the board. I think ये जो center वाला है. I think we're gonna see the moves directly. And this is going to be heartbreak for Gukesh. Sahaj, I think 2 losses in 2 rounds. Oh, he is not happy at all. Oh, this is hard. This is hard to watch. And
Yeah,
and
by
he
the way,
loses on
this
time. He loses on time and resigns. Oh, Gukesh is not happy at all. He is emotional. And he has lost 2 games in a row. First it was Magnus, now it is Arjun. And you can see him. I think he's crying. I don't know if he's crying, but he's definitely really, really sad there and not happy with the game, how it went.
Yeah, I think a very, very tough loss for Uvish. I think especially knowing that there was something in that end game, he could have drawn that. I'm sure the moment he goes back and checks the game, it would not make the day even better. You see, the players usually right after they finish the game, they actually analyze the position, and here doesn't look that way. It clearly shows the emotion that both of them are feeling at the moment.
Yeah, Gukesh, I think, especially because Gukesh had a magical 2024, right? I mean, he won everything in the book. Be it the candidates, be it the Olympiad, be it the World Championship, be it like other events he played. And somehow 2025, it started off well with Tara Steel, but since then it's not gone well. And um, 2 losses, Sahaj, is definitely not something he expected when he came in.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Lokesh just walks off. Yo,
So,
it was
congrats
it
to
was
Arjun for a
of
well
course
deserved
kudos for
victory.
Arjun. Yeah.
Congrats to Arjun. Beautiful game there. I think he did miss at the end a couple of tricks, but he played a beautiful game till move number, I think 35 or 40. It was just flawless chess. So I think it's time to go to the Armageddon of HIKARU against Magnus. Let's go there, Nidhi Bhai. Let's go full screen on HIKARU Magnus and try to see what's happening there. Meanwhile, chat, I think we've pretty much finished all the other games. I think Anna Mizuchuk and Humpy still playing. किसका है किसका Oh, let's play Confession of Hikaru Magnus before the confession. Let's go. Ha, interview. Let's go.
Thought professional, and then it was a situation where the middle game is very tricky for a few moves. But I was actually very proud of the way that I started using my time, just playing quick moves, because otherwise I would have just lost on the clock. So I don't know if I had chances later, but it was a good game, so I'm pretty happy with it.
Congratulations on a great rest.
Oh,
We are
I
back.
couldn't listen to the interview because as soon as it loaded on my phone, it just
Aha.
we were just
Det var i hvert fall ikke noe tvil om at dette ble et kampparti, Magnus.
Ja, det ble jo på en måte Ja, det på en måte ja, det døde jo litt ut til slutt, men det var et veldig vanskelig parti. Jeg føler jeg har en haug av gode muligheter på et tidspunkt, men jeg klarer ikke helt å finne hva jeg skal gjøre, og så ble jeg på en måte dratt med i tidsbruken hans, og jeg sitter og tenker, nå burde du flytte, men jeg klarer ikke å finne noe spesielt, for jeg føler at det er noe i stillingen min som jeg ikke finner, og så til slutt så ender jeg opp med å bare ikke finne noe, og så går jeg for et sluttspill som jeg tenker er litt bedre for meg, men der måtte jeg etter hvert finne et par gode trekk for å holde balansen, så det var jo ikke...
Come back, yeah. Yeah. So we are back, Chad. I think that was Norwegian, clearly. My Norwegian has not been up to date, I think.
अभी Duolingo पे अभी सीखूंगा मैं थोड़ा I haven't brushed up on it in a long time. It's been like some 29 years I haven't brushed up on it, so
Yeah, मेरी bird थोड़ी सिखाती नहीं है बहुत कुछ करता हूँ, but सिखाती नहीं है. So yeah, फिलहाल के लिए chat, I think it's gonna be Hikaru Magnus Armageddon. Let's go to that camera. By the chat career, I understand it completely. And the game has begun just in time, Sahaj.
अरे perfect. Why is the timer showing is 10 minutes for okay.
Yeah,
Magnus having black, 7 minutes for Magnus and 10 minutes for Hikaru. Knight f3, d5, g3, g6. Reti opening खेला. I think it is called Neo Grunfield. It's called Neo Grunfield. Okay, Queen b3. अभी d takes c4 is the move. Queen takes c4 and कुछ तो b5 खेलता है black.
मेरे भाई
um,
कार्लसन और हिकारू थोड़े डिफरेंट लग रहे हैं आज मतलब
मेरे को कोई दिख नहीं रहा.
वही क्या.
So okay, we'll be right back, chat. Okay, knight c3 खेल दिया उसने. Let's keep continuing on the game though. There it is. Okay, knight c3. अभी भी कैमरा नहीं दिख रहा, but it's okay. Knight bd7 खेला उसने. Queen b6 का प्लान हो सकता है, maybe queen c7 का प्लान हो सकता है to push e5.
Yeah. And by the way, Magnus, of course, with the black pieces, has to be very, very fast because, he's 3 minutes behind. I like Hikaru's position, Sahaj. Rook e1, e4, having the center. It's like a dream position as white, honestly.
Yeah. It looks quite good, but okay, we are still very much in opening preparation here. अभी भी theoretical battle चल रहा है यहाँ पे. By the way, we do have some update from Rakesh भाई that कुछ कैमरा में कुछ तो issue है and it will be back soon.
Yeah. Okay. Ashwin saying, अरे भाई बड़ा, अरे भाई ये क्या चल रहा है? मैग्नस ने बोला साहिल भाई चाहिए ओपोनेंट अगली बार. भाई मुझके हरा के मैग्नस को आधा पॉइंट भी नहीं मिलेगा, सो इट विल टेक हिम इयर्स टू रीच 29. सो बेस्ट इफ ही प्लेज अ टाइप्स ऑफ प्लेयर्स.
Okay, knight b6, queen I b3 पे वापस. Black has to go for some c5 or e5 break, which I think would make a lot of sense here. Knight ft5 खेला वो. Okay, bishop f4 पे कुछ तो pressure. Bishop d2 आ सकता है वापस perhaps.
नहीं, bishop g5 trying to just spin this pawn.
मतलब बिशप नहीं देना, बस बिशप मत दो. That feels a
हाँ.
bit odd. हिकारू मेंटेनिंग दैट टाइम डिफरेंस क्वाइट नाइसली सो फार. यूजुअली हमने काफी बार देखा कि यूजुअली टाइम बहुत जल्दी बराबर हो जाता है बिकॉज व्हाइट थिंक्स अ लॉट एंड ब्लैक कैन इक्वलाइज इट. बट इफ वन पर्सन कैन मेंटेन दैट टाइम डिफरेंस, इट्स हिकारू.
By the way, very interesting. Yeah. So the best plan apparently is to exchange knights and then play bishop h6, which is very, very rare.
Weird.
You see
Also
black
weird.
avoid this like this. You know?
Yeah, it's a weird move for sure.
Wow. Unlikely to happen.
He
If
played knight
Magnus plays
c3.
bishop h6 ना, तो भाई फिर उसके चरण स्पर्श करने पड़ेंगे भाई. He's अलग लेवल पे ही है भाई. There is no way he plays bishop h6, Sarge. There is no way. I think bishop
Either
e6
you
looks
play
more
bishop
logical.
h6 immediately or you play bishop e6 and then bishop h6. Both of them make no
Oh,
sense.
thank
Okay,
God
bishop
भाई.
e4 played.
इंसान.
He's still human, guys. We just checked.
हाँ. He's human. इंसान है भाई. Draw पे Magnus जीतेगा. Exactly. So if it's a draw, then Magnus, I think, wins. And by the way, Arjun is right now, I think, leading the standings, right? Because he has one win and one draw. So whosoever kind of wins this match joins Arjun in the lead, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think you're right. Sorry, my internet got cut for a second. I should be back now. King c7, rook c1. Hikaru having I think a decent advantage so far. In time
Yeah.
maybe अभी 2-2.5 मिनट का फर्क तो है अभी भी. So, Alvai, any chance that Hikaru can beat Magnus? Because I think he has done it before, no? In Armageddon, in this exact tournament before,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken.
But I mean, I just saw a stat ki in total Magnus has played like I think 34 Armageddons at Norway Chess. And do you know how many he has won?
How many? 33.
29 out of
And
34.
how many did he lost?
I mean, remaining 5, yeah? I mean,
With
there's no
against
drawing.
sorry, that's a stupid question, but against who did he lose?
ये मुझे याद नहीं है. I'm sure he lost to Hikaru once, but
I think I saw while I was researching this
Yeah.
match between Hikaru and Magnus, I saw one game where he lost in the
Yeah.
Armageddon. I'm sure 2023 mein hua tha, I think, where one game he lost.
Yeah. You're right. You're absolutely right, I think. But as of now, it is the kind of position where you can win, though. That's one good point.
True. Okay, c5 played. Healthy advantage for white here. e3 possible, rook d1 possible.
Apparently, c4 is a move. That's very interesting. After cd4, you play rook fd1. Not an easy move to find for Hikaru.
Yeah, c4 is a bit weird. Yeah, you're right. Okay,
Oh,
d takes c5.
dc5.
Knight
Hi.
d7.
dc5 is the kind of move which can go south for Hikaru as well. Like,
You
this
have
is
to take the
exactly
risk,
what.
no?
But like this is exactly what Magnus also wants, I think. And we have the cameras. Awesome. Thank you. There we see it, chat. Hikaru with the white pieces and Magnus with the black pieces. And chat, not to forget tomorrow when we have the matchups. It's gonna be Wei Yi. No, I think that is over. Round 2 kahan hai? Yeah, round 3, sorry. Yeah, it's gonna be Caruana against Arjun Sahaj. What do you make of that match?
I think let's just finish this game that we have in front of us, and then we can move on to
Huh,
that game after that. Yeah, I mean,
huh.
looks pretty tense though this position.
I think
Oh,
फिलहाल knight d4 के बाद तो दो I would even prefer black. I think c5 pawn is weak. Oh, he exchanges. I thought he would try to attack it.
yeah, by the way,
By
look
the
at the time difference. Yeah, 2.5 minute का फर्क अभी भी है. So that
हाँ,
speaks a lot. But b6 feels like he has kind of already equalized more or less. अगर cb6 मार सकता हूँ मैं इस position में, knight b3 भी खेल सकता हूँ I guess. White
anyway,
still
camera
has
is gone again.
an extra
So
pawn.
can we have the board, please? हाँ, साज भाई.
So knight b3 or cb6 feels logical. Knight b3 I think is probably more logical क्योंकि इसमें मेरा c pawn तो बच रहा है कम से कम.
Hmm. And you also don't open the a file where your weak pawn lies. So makes a lot of sense. But this means कि Hikaru doesn't really have, what he wanted, I think. Magnus has equalized to some extent.
Yeah, I mean Barbie also is sort of in Magnus's favor, but time को देख के लग रहा है अभी भी maybe Hikaru has some chances.
Hmm.
Okay, so knight b3, a5 तो नहीं. What do you play after knight b3? A move like knight b3 even Sahil bhai.
Tough question. I think rook f d8 comes to mind कि d5 ले लो and you just wait for white to react in some way. If bishop थोड़ा loose है यहाँ पे, would also have to move it back. Maybe bishop c6. I don't know if that's a good move. भाई Hikaru और
Yeah.
Magnus के postures बड़े interesting होते हैं. Now that we have the cams back. कितनी बार खेल चुके हैं यार ये दोनों यार. They literally played a week back at CCT. हफ्ता भी नहीं हुआ है.
This is I remember seeing a tweet between these guys and Magnus said this is El Chesico.
Yeah. Crazy man. Like is Arjun leading the leaderboard with 2 points now. I think it's not 2 points. Win के लिए 3 points मिलते हैं and loss के लिए 0. And it's like a very complicated system. As you can see on the right, Arjun has 4.5 points. Hikaru has 4. Magnus 4. जो भी जीतेगा इन दोनों में से, he joins Arjun. So before I had a prediction कि इस टूर्नामेंट में एक इंडियन शायद टॉप पे जाएगा, एक इंडियन शायद बॉटम में, एंड दैट सीम्स टू बी काइंड ऑफ होल्डिंग ट्रू सहज. We have the first rank, we have the last rank. I'm not liking it too much, to be honest.
But it's only the first 2 rounds. There's
Yeah,
still a lot of chess yet to be played. I just hope कि गुकेश वो एक वो spiral में ना चला जाए जहाँ पे where things don't go your way and then you just start tilting the rest of them. I mean, we saw Arjun facing this exact issue in Tata Steel itself. अगर आपको याद हो साहिल भाई, where he was
yeah,
struggling so much in the first half and until the last 2 rounds where he ended up defeating Gukesh and Abdus Satarov.
yeah.
Until then, he was having a very, very difficult tournament because वो शुरुआत के matches did not go his way.
But Arjun is also getting better positions there. I think Gukesh unfortunately has not had the best of GCT this year at पिछला event जो था. And also here, I think he's been defending. I think did not have a winning position yet. So I think he needs like a game where he can kind of push as white. He's not had white pieces in this tournament so far. So that's something to look
Mhm.
forward to. And tomorrow he can pile on the pressure. Meanwhile, Hikaru is now behind Magnus on the clock.
Oh wow, that is huge.
Cameras have
That
vanished
is
again. So
huge.
that is huge indeed. And chat, rook double हो सकता, bishop e6. Wow. If you take 96 forking king queen, nice find by Hikaru to move the bishop to b3 defending a2. Yeah.
Yeah, but somehow this doesn't turn out very well for white because apparently you have some attacking ideas on the king side with h5, h4. Okay, he plays e5, okay, kicking the knight away. Knight goes to c2 and now h5 as expected. Bishop g2 पे था तो a2 मर रहा था. Bishop b3 पे है तो अब h5, h4 आके king को अटैक आ रहा है.
Oh, you have to be careful. Yeah. Knight g4 incoming, h4 incoming. And maybe you need some pieces on the king side. Maybe knight e3. Trying to bring more pieces towards the king side might be helpful. And अगर गलती से h4 आ गया, takes, rook h8. Oh, that's a mistake. Queen c8, queen h3 is incoming. and Magnus is better.
But do you think he finds it? That doesn't seem very simple. No,
I mean,
maybe it
Queen
is actually.
h3,
Queen C8.
it is simple. I think Queen
Why not
c8.
Queen D7?
Oh,
He
he
plays knight
doesn't
G4.
find it.
मैं बोल रहा था, it doesn't, especially with the time, it doesn't feel very normal. But okay,
But I
F3
think,
में Queen C5 check है मेरे पास, कुछ ना कुछ तो है. How
हाँ,
does White make progress?
maybe Rook d1. But Sahaj, again, I am a minute behind on the clock as White, and I need to win this, right? मेरे को win चाहिए. Draw will not do. Drop it. Again, that's a mistake.
Hmm. Now I think it's easier for Magnus to find Bishop B7 and Queen C6. That I think is very much doable.
Yeah, yeah. Also
That is doable.
f5. f5 also a great move, trying to break open g5.
क्या बात है भाई, क्या बात है,
Wow,
मैग्नस ओपी भाई. क्या बात, गट्स चाहिए ये मूव्स खेलने के लिए.
that's a bold
He's,
move. And
this is freestyle chess, literally.
amazing.
Okay, GH4, I guess. You just sack the rook. क्या बात है, G5 is beautiful.
But it can also backfire, Sahaj. Now he has to take on h4 and allow the rook to be captured.
So basically, by the way, whoever wins this match is going to join Arjun on the leaderboard, right?
Yes.
Nice.
And Arjun plays card. Oh, by the way, that's a great move. Brilliancy, by the way. Pawn की brilliancy देखने को कम मिलती है. Pawn capture brilliancy.
Yeah, that's
है ना?
very beautiful. Yeah, because knight f5 में
Very beautiful.
H3 है, and you just have so much. Those bishop and knight and are doing so much in this position. FG3 में queen c5 check देखिए mate हो रही है simple. F3, that's a blunder.
Oh, Queen c5.
But why is this a blunder? King g2?
King g2. I'm gonna guess maybe नहीं h3 नहीं हो रहा है. h3
कुछ तो है उधर, but I'm not
कुछ
sure
तो
क्या
है.
है उधर.
कुछ तो है और पता नहीं क्या है भाई. Nice.
कुछ तो है. Because I'm seeing -2 saying same as you, but I'm not sure how to justify that.
By
There
Magnus.
is rook a6, Sahil bhai. There is rook a6 with b5, the threat, and the rook transfers to g6.
Bhai, that is not easy then. That is not easy at
Very
all if that is the idea.
completely agreed. Yes, especially 28 moves, no increment. By the way, Magnus on 1 minute and 40 seconds, and Hikaru having just a little bit more time than him.
And you can see Magnus's spidey sense is tingling, right? Like you can see him think. He knows there's something, but he's not able to come up with the correct one.
King h1 played. Now rook a6 or hg3 apparently also works here, Sahil bhai.
Wow. Come on, come on. Chat question for you. Who do you think wins this? So, final guess for you. Will Magnus convert? I think it's a pretty obvious answer unless he makes a mistake, which never happens. Saj, any twist in the tail? Because Hikaru does have more time right now and
आज
almost a minute more.
साहिल भाई आज बहुत ट्विस्ट देख लिए. आज एक क्लीन गेम चाहिए, without any ups and downs. So
भाई
I'd say Magnus will take this home, but we'll see.
भाई अगर यही थ्रिलर मूवीज ने कहा होता कि अब बहुत क्लीन हो गया, ट्विस्ट नहीं चाहिए, तो भाई मजा नहीं आता भाई. एंड में ट्विस्ट जरूरी है.
Look at this, Sahil bhai. There is h takes g3, f takes e4 and b5. मतलब
Okay,
बिशप तो मैंने दिया अभी, अब मेरा रुक भी लो.
that's not gonna happen भाई. Very unlikely even for Magnus.
Yeah, that is highly, highly, highly unlikely. You're right.
30 seconds for Magnus. What's happening? Chad?
भाई ट्विस्ट तो है. He goes bishop
Already
a2.
blunder. I think Hikaru can win this chat now.
No. He's still better. Knight a5 भी तो मर रहा है.
Sahaj, there is
Still
no
has a lot of
incremental 40th move. 11 moves in 24 seconds.
Ooh, you're right. You're right. And Hikaru is a beast when it comes to this contact. When it comes to this time control.
He's
Knight
better.
a5, b5.
Hikaru is winning. Queen d2.
Wow, why twist पे twist. It just keeps happening. E4, he misses it.
Hi.
We might see why? What's going on?
Another brilliancy. ये pawn सिर्फ brilliancy खेलता है क्या भाई?
Wow, GH4 and HG3, two brilliancies back to back.
GH
Magnus winning
brilliancy,
again.
pawn जीती brilliancy. Wow.
Okay. FG4 में क्या हो रहा है? Okay. These looking up to check the time, right?
I think move number maybe he's trying to check.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
18
this is
seconds,
again.
7 more moves. Bhai, he's blitzing out these moves. Let's go, let's go, let's go. 13 seconds. Queen d4 was a
Five.
slight inaccuracy by him. Oh, he's just took the queen and he just lifted it and he was like, nahi, nahi, mujhe nahi khelna. Wow, the
Magnus
moves are
needs
just going so fast.
3 moves. Oh, he's losing. Magnus is losing now. C6 is winning for Hikaru if he finds it. He has to play C6 now. And he has
Oh,
played
and he
it.
finds it. Wow, Magnus Carlsen is going to lose. That's a sentence I didn't thought I was going to say.
We are going to see some insane expressions from both players. Magnus not able to manage his clock, has no time, and now Rook B6 is the winning move. Beautiful brilliancy found by Hikaru. Wow.
Wow, 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 wow. Beautiful, beautiful.
Hikaru
And
Nakamura has defeated Magnus Carlsen. Carlsen shakes his head, but Hikaru takes home the point and he joins Arjun in the lead. Carlsen will not be happy with this, Raj.
Array, Magnus Carlsen losing. Did not think that would happen actually. But yeah, Hikaru is showing those TT skills. Why? Let's go.
Wow, camera melt ho raha hai bhai. It thinks ki this is not reality. Look at this. The camera has imploded into a black hole now, chat. Norway is
मैं
gone.
मेल्ट
Okay,
हो
right.
रहा हूँ.
No, it's
मैं
there, it's
खुद
there.
मेल्ट हो रहा हूँ.
Wow. सहाज भाई आज ट्विस्ट का ही दिन है. हम
मतलब
कह रहे थे कि
क्या क्या हुआ आज? And let's just look at that rook b6 move, bhai. That was so impressive that he found it with such little time on the clock. He found that entire
wow.
sequence and he had to see rook b6 here.
Yeah.
Because if he doesn't, then black takes on c7 and then only black can play for a win here. It was beautiful by Hikaru.
And I want to give a shout out to the pawn on g5. पहले g8 for brilliancy खेली, फिर h g3 brilliancy खेली.
Wow.
इसे बोलते हैं गोट भाई. खेलता है तो brilliancy होती है, वरना नहीं खेलना भाई.
Completely भाई मजा ही आ गया आज तो. By the way, chat में जो 214 लिख रहे हैं भाई, this is an Armageddon. It's not a classical chess match. So those stats are not valid here. So basically जो 114 का stat हमने बताया था, that's only for classical matches. In fact, Armageddon में I'm sure both players have won many times against each other, but classical में the score still remains 114.
And कोई कह रहा है God save the player who Magnus plays tomorrow. He plays, I think, Wei. So Wei, which are our black pieces, say it's gonna be difficult. And of course, though Hikaru did draw the classical game, so Magnus did not really lose any rating points. So chat, what a twisty curvy day, भाई. मेरी English भी इतनी twist हो रही है भाई. क्या दिन था आज.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सही बोला आपने. एंड ऑल्सो जस्ट टू एड ऑन टू दिस, what a save by Hikaru. Hikaru was actually close to losing after move 15 or so with the white pieces, and then he defended that and ended up defeating the goat of chess in the Armageddon itself. What a show.
Meanwhile, Humpy lost her game. She went into the pawn endgame here, Sahaj. Queen c3 was a draw.
Maybe I would guess this was because of time.
Yeah.
I would
Yeah,
guess,
30
yeah.
seconds. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but
Humpy
this is not.
loses. So all games are over. Diva, do we have a standings graphic there? Would love to show chat ki kaun kahan baitha. I know we can see it there, but maybe if we have a graphic there, which a points table tha, bahut badhiya tha. So crazy day today, lots of twists, and we can see now Arjun and Hikaru leading the tournament. But of course, Hikaru there beating Magnus Carlsen. That's a big plus for Hikaru. And Arjun, of course, beating Gukesh. So Sahaj, 2 days in, Gukesh at the bottom of the table with 2 losses. How does he kind of come back?
I I mean, this is something, of course, that's very, very difficult to deal with. And I think just based on how this game went for Gukesh, I think he would not be in the best spirits because it felt like from move 4, move 5 itself that he was, on the bottom side of it. That he was kind of defending the whole time, and beach mein chance mila, end game mein chance mila, but he wasn't able to convert it, especially because of time management. One thing is for sure कि दोनों games में Gukesh has sort of not been able to make a draw or get a win simply because of time. So I would say game 3 onwards, the best thing would be to sort of avoid this altogether. But time का issue नहीं आना चाहिए. 10 minutes से कम नहीं होने चाहिए किसी भी game में. That would be what I think he can do. What do you think, Sahil bhai?
I agree. I think being 1 hour behind your opponent is a recipe for disaster. Yeah, I think that itself should be painful. In any game, that should not be the case. I have done that, but I think, of course, like Gukesh is the world champion, he has so much experience, and he should be able to trust his calculation enough that he should not fall that much behind, regardless of the preparation. And now, chat, tomorrow's pairings. I don't know if we have the graphic, Nirivai, but regardless, tomorrow's pairings are very exciting. It's gonna be, first of all, Humpy against Sarah Khadim, and it's gonna be Venjunju against Vaishali in the women's section. And in the open section, it is gonna be Fabiano Caruana against Erigesi Arjun, and then it's gonna be Gukesh versus Hikaru. Saj, 2 losses for Gukesh, and he ends up playing the tournament leader Hikaru.
It's gonna be a big game. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun to see. But देखते हैं भाई, देखते हैं how he faces. But the good news is that at least this time he will have the white pieces, which simply means like he will have he will have a much better chance of sort of converting a win in the classical section itself. So let's see क्या होता है. So far, by the way, Gukesh is still number 5, but his rating is dropped to 2772. So I think he's safe for now. Next person is Abdul Sattarov, so I think he's very, very much safe for now. Erigesi, I think, is now. I think ratings अभी तक update नहीं हुई है, if I'm not mistaken. But Erigesi would be around 2785, 2786, something like that. So I think it looks quite good for him.
Yeah. So, chat, I think we'll be back tomorrow. This is going to be a intense tournament as we see twists and turns. Aaj ka din to was mind blowing, and there we see the women's standings as well. Humpy in 3rd place and Vaishali in the last one. So Vaishali and Gukesh would love to kind of catch up, and maybe we can. I don't know if we have like some of the graphic for the pairings, but anyways, I think we kind of mentioned it. So Sahaj, tomorrow's predictions: 2 games. In fact, 1 game. Gukesh against HIKARU. What's your prediction?
I'm not sure, but I would say it would go into. I really don't want to jinx anything, or I don't want to make a bold prediction right now, but I think I will save that for tomorrow.
Yeah. I am hoping for a Gukesh comeback, like a Gukesh epic comeback. By the way, Gukesh is 2767 now, has lost 20 points, and he is, I think, 0.2 decimals away from falling before Noderbek. So, not looking great. Arjun, by the way, 2786.8. So he's gaining a bunch of rating points there. And tomorrow's game for Gukesh, super important. If you're a Gukesh fan, you cannot miss it tomorrow. So we'll be back at same time around 8:15, 8:30 p.m. It's gonna be, Gukesh versus Hikaru and Kaluana versus Arjun. See you tomorrow, chat. Thank you, Nidhi bhai. Thank you, Saj bhai. Thank you, chat. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Take care. Good night. किसका इंटरव्यू है निधि भाई? Sure, let's play it.
HIKARU have just won a Armageddon game against Magnus. Now you're leading the tournament together with Arjun. Your emotions?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Armageddon game was just a big mess. I think at some point both of us were fine. I mean, Magnus missed this moment after h4 to go queen d7 or queen c8, and then he doesn't lose the game, but it just turned into a big scramble at the end like it was bullet chess, and my moves, I think, were a little bit easier, so it's a good win.
And short sum up of your classical match, because there you had a save.
Yeah, I mean, it was a topsy-turvy game, but I defended well, so yeah, good things happened.
Thank you so much. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Sure, thank you.
Thanks so much.
That was, I mean, you were talking about a rescue in the classical game. That was quite the impressive ending you had there to that Armageddon game. You managed to complicate things.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of us were just, we haven't played any Armageddon, so we were both moving way too slowly, and then it got to this mess, and I mean, I think Magnus maybe forgot there was no increment, and then, like, he was too low, and then at some point I probably had a positional win, and then I started thinking, and everything gets messy. But yeah, I think the big moment was when Magnus played knight g4. I think queen d7 or queen c8 both instantly draw the game, at least if he finds it. He didn't find it, and then, I mean, I had my chances. So that's good, but I think both of us can do better in Armageddon. That was not the best game ever.
For us viewers, though, this has been an amazing display of chess. I mean, entertainment-wise. Do you enjoy playing these tense kind of games yourself? I mean, do you have fun when you're in these kind of situations?
I think maybe if this wasn't the first one, I would feel that way. But I actually got the sense that both Magnus and I were way too relaxed. I mean, we were very slow. We were playing like it was just some rapid game. So I think as the tournament gets going, there are more of these. It'll be more intense. But actually, this one I just got the sense we were both just like kind of going through the motions and not really there. But it's still fun, I think, for the fans to see this. But also, I think with the time control, you've seen a lot of decisive games which would not have happened if there was increment from move one. So maybe there's some argument that tournaments should be played without increment from the start, because I mean, Arjun's game against GUKESH, perfect example. Wei Yi's game against Fabiano, time played a massive role in that one too. So if there's some takeaway, I think it's maybe chess without increment is better.
Well, I can tell you the fans thinks this is pretty fun though.
Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't. But I'm saying the thing is, it doesn't matter whether it's classical or Armageddon. I mean, no increment makes for mistakes and decisive games, and I think that's something that probably is good. Although I think I've said this before, there's some top players who don't like these events with no increments. So, but for the fans, I think it's good. So if the fans are happy, I'm happy.
Thank you so much, HIKARU.
Sure.
Det tidsbruken som blir fellende til slutt her?
Ja, men det jo Jeg kjenner det Jeg lurte på om jeg bare mistet matt I et par trekk, men det var ikke så enkelt. Nei, altså det et komplisert parti, og jeg litt tung I huet, så da trenger jeg den tiden jeg bruker, og det ble litt for mye til slutt, men sånn det. Altså, han god I den type stillinger, og ja, det en vanskelig situasjon, men ja, det ikke ideelt selvfølgelig, men det ikke noe krise heller.
Starten av turneringen og den seieren I går blir vel ekstra viktig utover å ha med seg en trepoenger. Det trepoengerne som kommer til å bli avgjørende til slutt, tror du?
Vi får jo se da, så Armageddon jo det jo på en måte veldig intenst der og da, men først og fremst så det jo en tiebreaker, ikke sant? Så det veldig mye igjen å spille for både I Armageddon, og hvis det liksom kommer til det, men også langsjakken åpenbart.
Så vi ganske takknemlige for at vi skal få all den underholdningen fremover med en hav partier. Magnus, lykke til videre.
Jo, tusen takk.
Chat भी बोल रहे हैं, so fully understood.
ठीक है, चलो chat मजे ले रही थी भाई. I think that Magnus did make a great point though there, Sahaj. But I do think that I think he over exaggerated a little bit there. But great points made by Magnus.
थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया, but yeah, absolutely. Chat भी है, बहुत funny है.
I mean, the shocking part was when he mentioned like Samir Rana during that speech. Doesn't make sense.
हाँ. भाई अब थोड़ा controversial हो जाएगा.
Anyways, so chat again. Thank you for joining. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, 8:15, 8:30 p.m. So take care. Good night. Bye bye.
See you, bye.
Good night. Bye. Bye bye.